As ZMO and Lung Shan watched, they saw Yang Kai summon the two red monster beasts, only to see him dismiss them and then summon them again, sometimes only summoning a softly glowing light. Both of them were unsure of what he was trying to accomplish. However, the two of them were still considered elites in their respective sects, so from their experiences, they naturally understood that Yang Kai was practicing some aspect of this mysterious martial skill. The only thing was, with such indiscriminate practice, just how much Yuan Qi was he consuming? How many times do you think he can display that martial skill with his current amount of Yuan Qi? ZMO could not help but ask Lung Shan softly. After the 5th time, his Yuan Qi will be exhausted, Lung Shan exclaimed. ZMO did not refute her and nodded slightly, apparently agreeing with Lung Shan's estimate. Judging the Yuan Qi fluctuations, the two could estimate how great the consumption was to Yang Kai, so they were certain that this martial skills rank was not low. Although the power it could display was great, activating such a high-grade martial skill would consume a massive amount of Yuan Qi. Even if it were one of them using it, they could at most use it 10 times. Yang Kai's realm was not high, so naturally he could not support such consumption for very long. Why do you ask? What are you scheming? Lung Shan turned and looked at ZMO meaningfully. ZMO jumped in fright and quickly patted her chest before saying, "You better watch what you say. Even if he really runs out of Yuan Qi, he would still only need a single thought to send us to our deaths. We'd better be honest for now. The brands on our souls are no joking matter. Look, it's his 5th time." During their conversation, Yang Kai again activated his beast soul skill, but this time he did not fuse them, and instead the white tiger seal and divine ox seal appeared with a roar. Yang Kai was not anxious and quickly dismissing them before carefully contemplating the various profundities of this martial skill, going over the memories and insights he gained from his successful integrations. ZMO smiled lightly and quickly took out a bottle. "What are you doing?" Lung Shan looked at her curiously. "Pleasing him." ZMO shook the bottle. "This is one of my Tianlang dynasty's Yuan Qi restoring pills. You should also have something similar on you, right? Right now he needs to replenish himself, so it's a perfect opportunity to gain some favor." "You shameless slut. You really must be desperate to win him over." Lung Shan cursed. "Hee, don't say that." ZMO winked at her with a big grin on her face. "This is just a small gesture. The next time he needs to restore himself, I'll let you give him something. That way we each can take a turn." "Oomph." Lung Shan snorted and calmed her hostility a lot. Letting her go seduce Yang Kai was impossible, but giving him some pills when he needed them to improve his impression of her was relatively simple. Now that he was in control of her life, naturally she had to humble herself somewhat in order to protect her life, or if this cheap whore ZMO managed to take the initiative, her future would only become bleaker. "Well, I'm off," ZMO said as she stood up, but before she could take her first step, she suddenly heard the roars of two beasts. He managed to activate it again. ZMO and Lung Shan both looked over in shock. He should be exhausted now, right? ZMO thought to herself, a charming smile soon surfacing on her face as she took a step forward. However, in that moment, Yang Kai dismissed the two beast phantoms and once again activated his beast soul skill. Success! The white tiger seal and divine ox seal perfectly fused, transforming into a softly glowing light that shot out in front of him. If there was a monster beast in front of him, it would definitely be hit by the beast slave seal and subsequently become enslaved. Striking while the iron was hot, Yang Kai kept waving his hands to display his beast soul skill. After a few breaths of time, he had activated his skill 4 times, failing twice. From his 2 successes, Yang Kai vaguely began to understand the method to activate the beast slave seal. Unfortunately, he was still not very proficient. Watching this scene, ZMO quietly walked back and sat down together with Lung Shan. The two of them were slightly slack-jawed as they continued to watch Yang Kai practice. His perseverance was completely beyond their expectations and imagination. After a full day had passed, Yang Kai was still practicing his beast soul skill. At this point, ZMO and Lung Shan had become numb to the situation and complained to themselves internally. How much Yuan Qi does he have stored inside him? How can he support such ridiculous consumption? Could it be that this martial skill uses very little yuan qi? While these two were busy being stunned and confused, Yang Kai had also managed to shock himself. The yang liquid stored in his dantian had actually been reduced by more than 20 drops. Since he didn't have any more yang attribute pills, he couldn't replenish his supply of yang liquid, so he had to preserve what he had left in his dantian. Else, he would have no way to restrain the evil energy in the golden skeleton. But in order to activate his beast soul skill, he needed to consume a lot of yuan qi. Not only the beast soul skill, his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast, Flaming Yang Wings, Star Mark, and all his other means required a large amount of yuan qi to activate. It was basically impossible for any other separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator to use these high-rank martial skills as freely as he could. However, now he was unable to use his yang liquid to practice the beast soul skill. Frowning for a long time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Inside his body there were 3 energy stores. His star chart space was dedicated to his star mark martial skill, and his dantian's yang liquid could no longer be squandered, but the energy stored in his golden skeleton could be used. The vast amount of yuan qi stored in his golden skeleton was almost immeasurable, and usually he could only use it when he activated unyielding will, but shouldn't it be possible use that stored yuan qi to display a martial skill? If so, his combat capabilities would definitely increase at least a grade because he wouldn't need to worry about how much yang liquid he had stored. Yang Kai suddenly became excited. Once he successfully accomplished this, he wouldn't be restricted to using only yang yuan qi, and instead he would be able to use any kind of yuan qi. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai quickly withdrew the remaining true yang yuan qi in his meridians into his dantian, completely emptying them. Next he sunk his consciousness into the golden skeleton and tried to communicate with it in order to extract the yuan qi stored within. Gradually, the golden skeleton began to respond as some of the stored yuan qi began to pour into his meridians. As this happened, a faint, violent, and bloodthirsty feeling began to well up in his heart. This was a characteristic of the yuan qi stored inside the proud golden skeleton. It was a kind of potent evil energy. It was literally the exact opposite of his true yang yuan qi which he normally used. With the yuan qi from the golden skeleton flooding his meridians, Yang Kai was gradually wrapped in a black gas as a malevolent, cruel, and violent aura began to emerge. In the distance, when ZMO and Lung Shan saw this scene, they couldn't help jumping to their feet. Demonic path, ZMO shouted under her breath. It really is a demonic path. Lung Shan also started towards Yang Kai in shock. The two women suddenly glanced at each other, and each one saw the obvious joy and excitement in the other's eyes. Both of them thought that because Yang Kai had practiced this strange and wondrous martial skill too much, the yuan qi in his body had begun to riot and became disordered, leading to a situation where he could no longer control it. Whether Yang Kai lived or died was irrelevant to them, but now that he was in this predicament, it gave them hope for a way out. Once one entered demonic path, their cultivation would be destroyed, reducing them to a waste. If it was very serious, they could be killed on the spot while their soul withered. No matter what result Yang Kai ended up with, ZMO and Lung Shan would both be extremely pleased. Hopefully he dies. The two women secretly prayed with a joyous expression plastered on their faces. If Yang Kai really died because of this demonic path, then the brands on their souls would instantly break, and they would regain their freedom. The two women stared at Yang Kai nervously, and their breaths gradually quickening. As the black gas surrounding him gradually became richer, the violent and bloodthirsty aura also became more and more obvious. Once one enters a demonic path state, they become crazed and deranged as their consciousness fades, right? If he accidentally detonates them in our souls, what would happen? Lung Shan suddenly brought up a serious problem. By now Yang Kai was certainly delirious and incapable of coherent actions, so she felt the possibility was very low, but it was still a scenario they had to be wary of. On the remote chance he did so, they would both die too. Hearing this, Z-Mo's expression went stiff as the blood drained from her face. She licked her parched lips and looked at Lung Shan seriously. "What do you suggest we do? Fan the flames." Lung Shan bit her lips as she trembled lightly. ZMO wrinkled her brow and quickly considered the risks and rewards as well as their chances for success. It was only a long time later that she finally nodded. Good. But let's wait for a while longer. We don't know if he's still sane. If the situation becomes more serious, we'll act. Her final words were resolute and carried her full will and conviction. Lung Shan nodded slightly and grit her teeth as she stared in Yang Kai's direction. She had more things to consider than ZMO. After all, even if Yang Kai died and lifted the mark on her soul, she still had to worry about ZMO using her monster beasts to enslave her again. She was all alone out here, and naturally she had to consider how to preserve her own life. As the two of them watched, Yang Kai's demonic path signs grew more and more serious. He was now completely engulfed in black gas, almost to the point where they couldn't see his shadow, with only his rough outline visible, and even across several tens of meters away, the two women could still clearly feel the evil aura brushing past them. After waiting for a whole stick of incense worth of time, ZMO finally said, "It seems that he has been completely fallen to the devil's path, completely unable to extract himself. Do we go now?" Lung Shan glanced towards ZMO. ZMO bit her lip and nodded slightly. The two of them each took a deep breath and slowly made their way towards Yang Kai. They secretly gathering their true chi and constantly watched for any sudden changes in his behavior. 500 meters, 400, 300. As they moved closer, both of their hearts started beating violently. This matter concerned their life, death, and freedom, so how could they remain indifferent? 200, 100. As long as they approached to within 15 meters, the two women were certain that if they both attacked, they could instantly take Yang Kai's life, and once he died, the brands on their souls would break. As if they could see their freedom beckoning them closer, whether it was ZMO or Lung Shan, a look of nervousness and expectation blossomed on their flushed faces. 15 meters. Just as the two women prepared to unleash a desperate and ruthless attack, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened from within the fog. These eyes felt like they were filled with a mysterious power, able to see through the hearts of ZMO and Lung Shan in a glance. Both of them involuntarily stepped back, and their bodies trembled in fear. They could see all kinds of malice and bloodlust within them. But even so, this pair of eyes still retained a deathly calm and seemed to ridicule their naivety. In the next moment, Yang Kai, while wrapped in the black gas, grinned at them, and the sound of his laughter come from within his demonic chi. The image of his white fangs against the black background was extremely hideous and terrifying. Seeing his demonic eyes and evil smile, ZMO and Lung Shan both froze in fear and quickly calmed their true chi, not daring to reveal the slightest hostility. "You?" ZMO frowned, unable to understand how Yang Kai had managed to pull himself out of the demonic path. "It seems I need to give you some punishment." Yang Kai coldly glared and pushed out both his palms. His white tiger seal and divine ox seal appeared with a ferocious roar. Unlike when he used his true Yang Yuan Chi to form these beast phantoms, this time they were both pitch black, and similar to Yang Kai himself, full of demonic chi and malevolence. Roaring, the two beast phantoms dashed out, directly pinning both women to the ground. "We were wrong. We thought you had fallen into demonic path," ZMO screamed in horror. Although her strength was much higher than this beast phantom, she did not dare to resist because she knew that if she did, she would have to face that terrifying soul torture. "So seeing me fall into demonic path, you wanted to take advantage of the situation?" Yang Kai sneered. If he wasn't already aware of their thoughts, Yang Kai would not have still been holding back against them. He knew that their actions just now were really just out of self-protection. Dismissing his beast soul skill, the two beast phantoms quickly vanished, and the two women quickly stood up, although they still shook with fear. Glancing at them both, Yang Kai grinned. "I'll spare your lives this time, but you cannot escape your crimes. Tell me, what do you think your punishment should be?" ZMO trembled slightly and bit her lip. "As long as you do not torment my soul, I am willing to suffer anything else." "Are you serious?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "N." ZMO nodded firmly. Having her soul tormented felt worse than dying. It was simply the world's most vicious torture. "And you?" Yang Kai shifted his gaze to Lung Shan. I am also the same. Lung Shan agreed hesitantly. Yang Kai glanced back and forth at the two of them before he suddenly laughed maliciously. All right, then, strip off your clothes. Hearing this, the two women both went stiff. ZMO quickly recovered and immediately flashed a flirtatious smile as she untied her top. While slowly stripping, her wet eyes emitted an infinite charm. On the other hand, Lung Shan remained stiff and totally overwhelmed. If you don't want to strip, you can suffer 3 rounds of soul torture until you faint each time. You choose, Yang Kai said ruthlessly. As she remembered that pain again, Lung Shan burst into a cold sweat as she remained frozen in place. Her eyes closed after a long time, and her tears slowly fell as she viciously cursed. If one day I can restore my freedom, I swear I will rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Yang Kai simply laughed. I'll be waiting. Piece by piece, their clothes were removed. The graceful figures of both women soon appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. Whether it was ZMO or Lung Shan, both were natural beauties with elegant faces, full voluptuous chests, slim tender waists, rounded shapely hips, and long slender legs. Yang Kai unscrupulously swept his eyes over the pair and secretly compared and contrasted their features. A raging heat burst from his eyes and rose from his belly. A moment later, the two of them only had a single layer left on top. One adorned her chest with a glamorous red fabric, while the other wrapped herself in a chic lavender cloth. But neither of these thin pieces could hide their mountains and valleys, and at their peaks, delicate and enchanting red cherries could clearly be seen. As for their lower halves, the scenery was even more gorgeous. Their forbidden gardens were hazily obscured by their thin silk underwear, and they gave off a hazy air of mystery because the blocked view aroused a different kind of reverie. Now, except for the most critical parts, 2 somewhat naked beautiful women stood mere steps away from Yang Kai. Shall I show you the rest? ZMO seductively licked her lips and softly whispering with a slightly flushed face. Yang Kai had just wanted to teach them a lesson and hadn't really thought to push them all the way. He had seen before that this woman ZMO had no reservations and was instead quite bold. However, Lung Shan was significantly more conservative, and if he kept forcing them, she would definitely be unable to bear it. Feasting his eyes upon them for a while longer, Yang Kai eventually just waved, "Go away!" ZMO was stunned. Lung Shan also widened her eyes. Both of them stared at Yang Kai in surprise. The two of them had thought that this time they were doomed to suffer. But they had never dreamed that this young man covered in demonic chi would just look at them before shooing them away. Thinking for a moment, ZMO suddenly opened her mouth and glanced towards Yang Kai's pants. Her eyes quickly examined his reaction before her face broke out into a meaningful smile. Facing 2 half-naked beauties right as his fingertips, there was only one type of man who could remain indifferent other than an ideal perfect gentleman. He must be. Ha! Ha ha ha! In that moment, Zemo's heart burst with happiness, and she was actually almost unable to contain her laughter. As her shoulders trembled violently, she finally managed to hold back by tightly biting her lip as she desperately continued to resist. Why are you still standing around? I'll count to 3 if you do not go. Then I'll make you stay here forever. Yang Kai had not perceived Zemo's strange look and instead wrinkled his brow as he threatened the pair. Lung Shan suddenly felt like she had received a dream like amnesty and quickly bent over. Your clothes stay, only you can leave, Yang Kai said lightly. Lung Shan glared with hatred and anger towards Yang Kai as she tried to cover herself the best she could, and she quickly flew away like she was fleeing some hideous monster. On the other hand, ZMO did not panic or rush, and instead she lazily stretched her waist, completely showing off her gracefully body, and threw a flirtatious smile towards Yang Kai before turning around while gently swaying her hips as she casually walked away, as her perfectly rounded bottom swung back and forth like a pendulum. As he watched the 2 women disappear behind a big tree, Yang Kai quickly closed his eyes and desperately suppressed his raging desires. He actually did not mind ZMO's obvious advances. In any case, this woman seemed quite uninhibited, so if he really had his way with her, she probably would not be too concerned about it. But in the end, She was still his enemy, and once he pushed her too far, she may push back regardless of whether she lived or died. Thus, similar to when he was trapped on Hidden Island, he wanted to use this situation to improve his mental fortitude, so he purposely stimulated himself and then forcibly suppressed his impulses. Between improving his strength and having a woman, Yang Kai was more interested in the former. While Yang Kai was concentrating, trying to enhance his willpower, Lung Shan and ZMO both sat behind the big tree as they tried to cover themselves, while staring at each other, still speechless. This time not only had their sneak attack failed, they had even let that little brat take advantage of them. It really was a great loss. Lung Shan was flustered, and her eyes were filled with humiliation. She placed her clenched fists on the ground and viciously cursed, "Bastard, beast, bullying us weak women. How dare he? Today's shame, sooner or later. I swear I'll return to him 10 times over." ZMO remained quiet and only floated an evil grin after a long silence. In front of him, we can't really call ourselves weak women. His realm is actually still lower than ours. Also, we were the ones plotting against him first this time, yet all he did was take a look at our bodies. I don't see why you're so upset. Lung Shan glared at ZMO and angrily shouted, "How can you not care at all? PFT. Ha ha ha." ZMO suddenly laughed and her eyes narrowed. "If it was some other man, I really would be upset. But as for him, well, it really doesn't matter if he sees me or not." "Good. It looks like you've already given up on yourself." Lung Shan looked at her with disdain. ZMO didn't seem to care and instead lowered her voice. "I'll tell you a secret, and once you know I guarantee you won't really care about this either." "What secret?" Lung Shan asked suspiciously. ZMO moved closer, whispering a few words into her ear. After Lung Shan finished listening, her face went from red to green, and her eyes actually showed a contemptuous and derisive look. "What you mean is, he's unable to?" Lung Shan asked softly, and a grin emerged on her face. "Shoo, do you know what you're doing? Keep your voice down." ZMO stretched out her finger to Lung Shan's mouth. "But how do you know?" Lung Shan asked curiously. For the first time, Lung Shan felt ZMO was somewhat kind, or at least she could rely on her right now. The two of us were almost stripped naked in front of him, but he wasn't moved at all. In addition to that, is there another explanation? ZM covered her mouth and tried to stifle her laugh. For any normal man, I am afraid they would never be able to withstand such temptation. Therefore, he must problems. Lung Shan listened and could not help but nod with a look of approval on her face. Such a problem is a taboo for any man. ZMO seemed to understand a lot about such matters, so Lung Shan only kept nodding her head while listening carefully. "We absolutely cannot mention this in front of him. Otherwise it would definitely lead to a life and death crisis." "Good. I promise not to mention it." Lung Shan nodded her head vigorously before asking, "But if he really has such problems, what you said before about seducing him, can you still do it?" Zemo suddenly smiled impishly. "Because of his problems, we have to work even harder at seducing him, now that we know he can't have his way with us. While we seduce him, we can watch him writhe in frustration, which will let us vent our anger. Isn't it a great way to get some revenge?" Lung Shan's expression lit up as she suddenly understood all this. Her face now showed a look of respect and admiration towards ZMO. "You really are experienced in such matters." ZMO glanced at her angrily. "Little hussy, we Tianlang dynasty women are not as conservative as you Great Han dynasty types. So that means you already with men?" Lung Shan asked, her face flushing bright red. ZMO unexpectedly blushed as well. "No, I haven't met any man who can conquer me." Lung Shan nearly fell over. "I don't believe you." After 2 consecutive days of cultivation, Yang Kai finally managed to stamp down the turmoil and desires in his heart, thus enhancing his mental state while he continued to practice his beast slave seal. Although he still couldn't successfully fuse his white tiger seal and divine ox seal 100% of the time, he had at least found the appropriate path to take, so his ability steadily improved. These 2 days, Yang Kai had consumed a lot of yuan qi, but the golden skeleton's stored energy was nearly infinite, so this consumption was actually not a burden. Meanwhile, ZMO and Lung Shan were sitting in the middle of a group of monster beasts, and were still wearing nothing but their undergarments. Yang Kai's punishment for them had apparently not ended. In any case, their cultivations were not low, so naturally they wouldn't fear the cold, but that didn't mean they weren't embarrassed. ZMO made her monster beasts form a 3-layered ring around her and Lung Shan to block their figures from view. Over the past 2 days, these two women spent most of their time discussing how they were going to retaliate against Yang Kai. They plotted ways to make him miserable, and by chattering away, they actually resolved a lot of their previous resentments and even bonded a bit over their common circumstances. Finally hearing Yang Kai's voice again, ZMO was surprised for a moment before she whispered, "Seems he still has a little bit of conscience." While she spoke, she quickly ordered 2 monster beasts to run out and retrieve her and Lung Shan's clothes. When the 2 of them finished dressing themselves, they walked over to Yang Kai and saw him casually open his eyes. Both of them were secretly shocked. Over the past few days, this youth in front of them had consumed an unimaginable amount of yuan qi and had even fallen into a state similar to demonic path. But now he had restored his original appearance and didn't seem the least bit tired. He really is mysterious, the 2 women thought. "I have something to ask you," Yang Kai said as he looked towards ZMO. "Please do," ZMO replied, while throwing out a flirtatious smile as she walked up to him slowly, her fragrant aroma floating around her. She sat down next to him like she had not the slightest grievance towards Yang Kai for punishing her before. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that Lung Shan actually came over as well and sat down on his other side. But her performance was not as natural as ZMO's, as she seemed somewhat stiff. When he looked towards her, she somehow managed to squeeze out a smile, though it looked like it pained her greatly to do so. But since he did not notice any hostility from the 2 of them, he did not give their behavior a second thought and only guessed that they had come to recognize their situation, thus not daring to act presumptuously anymore. "Well then, what does Master want to ask?" ZMO asked as she reached out, clung lightly to Yang Kai's arm, and deliberately pushed her breasts onto him while gently breathing onto his face. "Kate, what did you call me?" Yang Kai choked a bit in confusion. "Master," ZMO repeated in a sweet, waxy voice, as she further pressed her proud chest onto his arm, which gave rise to an amazingly elastic sensation. Her actions and words did not just startle Yang Kai. Even Lung Shan, who was sitting opposite to her, involuntarily shuddered as well, a tingling sensation running up her spine. In her heart, she couldn't help feeling some sincere admiration for how shameless ZMO could be. "I'm simply not on her level," Lung Shan thought to herself. ZMO's smile only grew bigger. "I do not know your name, and my life is now completely in your hands. So what difference is there now between me and some great family's slave? If you tell me to go east, I dare not go west. If you order me to lie down, I dare not stand." She suddenly put on a shy expression as she stared into Yang Kai's eyes, and her voice became ever smaller. "If you want me to strip, I would willingly undress. What else can I call you but Master? Stop trying to mess with me." Yang Kai frowned. "I know you are not willing to call me Master, and listening to you do so is also uncomfortable. I said before, controlling you both is only for my own protection. As long as you don't try to act against me, I won't embarrass you too much." ZMO was surprised for a moment and then sweetly said, "It was just a small joke. So how should I address you?" "Yang Kai, and you too?" The 2 women both quickly reported their names. Yang Kai knew about Lung Shan's sect, so there was nothing he urgently wanted to ask her, but ZMO's origins were a mystery. "Tell me about your sect and don't bother trying to lie. When you do, the fluctuations in your soul are different, so I can tell," Yang Kai ordered. "I dare not," ZMO replied firmly to Yang Kai and pondered for a moment before continuing. "I am from the Tianlang dynasty's Sun Luo Temple, Myriad Demon Temple. I do not know if you have heard of it." Yang Kai shook his head slightly. The information he knew was basically limited to within the boundaries of the Great Han Dynasty, and as for things about the outside world, he was basically ignorant. Lung Shan, on the other hand, could not help revealing a surprised expression. "It looks like Sister Lung has heard of it." ZMO giggled. Lung Shan nodded. Tianlang dynasty's ruling sect. Of course, I would have heard of it. Ruling sect? As in an existence similar to our 8 great families. Yang Kai was stunned. He never imagined Zmo's background would be so renowned. Pretty much. Zmo giggled again, her hand gently tracing a circle on Yang Kai's arm. In fact, I'm actually a princess of Tianlang dynasty, so you'd better not let me die. If you can take me back, maybe you could become a prince consort, enjoying infinite wealth and glory, never having to worry about worldly troubles again. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai glared at her, obviously not believing the nonsense she was spouting. This woman was cunning, deceitful, and in general difficult to handle. He much preferred dealing with Lung Shan, whose every thought and emotion were clearly displayed on her face. Compared to her, Zmo gave him too much mental pressure. Although my fellow disciples and I came from the Sen Luo Temple, we don't actually represent our entire sect, and if you thought so, then you definitely look down too much on our Tianlang dynasty's superpower. Zmo continued, the few of us can only be regarded as disciples of a branch of the main sect. Our focus is the cultivation of rare and unusual insects, which the 2 of you have already experienced. You mean those soul-controlling insects? Yang Kai smiled dismissively. Hearing Yang Kai's disdain, Zmo retorted, my cultivation is simply too low, so the insects I can raise naturally aren't your opponent. If I had top-grade soul-controlling insects, then they wouldn't be afraid of a little heat. So your insects are afraid of heat. Yang Kai quickly capitalized on her slip. Zmo also realized that she had just said too much, but now that the jar was broken, there was no point in trying to cover things up. Yes, their nemesis is heat, so anyone who cultivates yang or fire attribute secret arts are unable to be controlled by them. This also explained why a few days ago, when Lung Shan told Zmo that Yang Kai cultivated a true yang secret art, Zmo immediately tried to kill him. Nevertheless, these insects are still worthy of praise. At the very least, they've allowed you Tianlang cultivators to run rampant in this place. Yang Kai said, thinking back to Wu Changyi's group of 30-plus people being pursued without a door to the heavens, nor a path upon the earth, his heart was still a bit distressed. He himself had been lucky enough to discover the weakness of these soul-controlling insects. If he had been forced to fight Zmo while still ignorant of this, by virtue of those few monster beasts, he would have had no hope to resist. Naturally, these insects have many benefits, and by using them to control even a few monstrous beasts, we can then create a snowball effect, easily capturing more monstrous beasts, and if we meet any of your great Han Dynasty cultivators, we don't even need to lift a finger in order to take their lives. However, the risks are also great. An example would be encountering someone like you who can destroy our insects and cause a backlash that could damage our souls. Zmo looked at Yang Kai as a hint of melancholy spread across her face. So anyone who cultivates a yang or flame attribute secret art is a priority target for you to eliminate. Yang Kai comprehended. Of course, without these 2 kinds of people, our soul-controlling insect can have the greatest effect. Zmo said proudly, but in fact we don't have to worry about such a situation occurring too much. Our soul-controlling insects are very small, so, in general, even if you great Han cultivators kill one of our controlled monster beasts, it's unlikely you would discover its existence, so we only need to find an opportunity to recover it once the situation is over. I really don't understand how you discovered so many of our secrets. Zmo looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai grinned. You're free to guess. Zmo bitterly stuck out her tongue, but didn't push her luck any further. In this isolated world, apart from the few Tianlang dynasty cultivators, it was unlikely that anyone else other than Yang Kai could figure out the mysteries behind the soul-controlling insect's existence. Anyone else who encountered them would likely conclude that the Tianlang cultivators had some method to enslave monster beasts, and would never learn that the soul-controlling insects were being used as an intermediary to accomplish this. That's right. When I saw you at the lake that day, there were 4 of you. How come you're alone now? Yang Kai directed a puzzled look towards Zmo. However, as soon as he had asked this question, Zmo's eyes flashed a trace of anger and humiliation, while on the other side Lung Shan started laughing quietly. You can't say? Yang Kai's tone dropped and his expression became cold. No, I just don't want to reveal it. ZMO sighed deeply. Sister Lung knows what happened. If you must know, then ask her to explain. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he looked towards Lung Shan curiously. It's true, I can explain. Lung Shan nodded. Then tell me. Lung Shan pondered for a moment and seemed to collect her thoughts before beginning. Over this past half a year, ZMO and her fellow Tianlang disciples had been extremely aggressive and presumptuous, which caused me and my senior me and Jean Hao a great deal of grief. We spent most of our time hiding, but those damn monster beasts' senses of smell were too keen, and they always quickly discovered us, so we would alternate between fleeing and hiding until about a month ago. At that time, we met a large group of disciples, the remaining Great Han Dynasty cultivators. They had about 30 people in total. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. Naturally, he knew who of this group of cultivators. Although our Ghost King Valley's reputation is not good, seeing as we are considered an evil sect, in the end we are still people of the Great Han Dynasty. So, Jean Hao and I also successfully joined that team. We finally thought that we had people to rely on. But Lung Shan couldn't help but smile wryly. But how could we know that only 2 days later, we would be completely surrounded by an ocean of monster beasts? Now that she reflected upon it, if she and Jean Hao hadn't joined that group, they likely wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the enemy so quickly. A gathering of around 30 people seemed more powerful on the surface, but its size made it an easier target and also prevented them from taking swift action like they could if she and Jean Hao were alone. And then, asked Yang Kai, after a hard fight and several deaths, the majority of us were captured. Captured? Yang Kai was stunned. How could so many of you be caught? Weren't you all true element cultivators? Even if you lost the battle, how come you didn't escape? We couldn't escape. Lung Shan sighed helplessly. It's not like they were incompetent. ZMO quickly interjected. Oh, then what's the reason? It's simply because my senior brother Qishui is too strong, ZMO said as she looked towards Yang Kai. How high is his cultivation? True element boundary 7th stage. But that's not the strength I'm referring to. ZMO shook her head. So it's about his monster beasts. Then how many has he enslaved? Yang Kai wrinkled his brow. ZMO gently raised a single finger. 100. ZMO shook her head. It can't be 1,000, right? Yang Kai asked as his face went pale. ZMO sneered. You're misunderstanding. He only has one monster beast. But that monster beast cannot be compared to anything we have. It is a 6th-order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of shock. That's right, a 6th-order monster beast. Although it's not a very strong 6th-order monster beast, but against any true element cultivator it's more than enough. Any Great Han Dynasty cultivator that tried to escape died under the attacks of my senior brother Qishui and his monster beast. There are 6th-order monster beasts in here? Yang Kai's thoughts spun. For the whole time he had been in this isolated space, the most powerful monstrous beasts he had encountered were only 5th order. But if Zemo's senior brother Qishui had taken control of a 6th-order beast with his soul-controlling insects, then he could likely do the same with his beast slave seal. If he could gain control of a 6th-order monster beast, then he could also run wild in here. I'm afraid there's only one. ZMO eyes flashed a glimmer of envy. And in order to rein it in, my senior brother had to sacrifice a lot. He gave up all his other monster beasts and removed their soul-controlling insects. Then he let them consume one another to improve their strength. Doing this was very risky. If he had been even a little careless, all his soul-controlling insect would have died. But senior brother's luck was good, and after nearly 100 soul-controlling insects had devoured each other, the last remaining one evolved by a single order, which allowed him to control a 6th-order monster beast. Although ZMO had explained it rather simply, Yang Kai could clearly hear from her tone how much ZMO admired this senior brother Qishui of hers, taking on a huge risk in order to force his soul-controlling insects to evolve. It was obvious that this person's personality was vicious and decisive. He was definitely not someone simple. And then, Yang Kai looked towards Lung Shan, putting aside the idea of reigning in a 6th-order monster beast for now. Nodding once, Lung Shan continued. Of the 30 of us, nearly 10 were killed, and with the exception one particularly strong cultivator who escaped, the rest of us were all implanted with a soul-controlling insect, turning us all into their servants. So he got away. Yang Kai didn't even need to ask. In addition to Wu Changyi, no one else could have pulled that off. But then, why didn't they just kill you all? Yang Kai curiously asked. The blood bead condensed from killing a cultivator was much higher in quality than one from a monster beast, especially one from a true element boundary cultivator. They want to extract our sect's secrets, so they haven't been ruthless with us yet. Lung Shan smiled wryly. All of us were elite disciples from our respective sects, so the martial skills and secret arts we practice are naturally our force's core heritage, so the Tianlang dynasty group were anxious to acquire them. Yang Kai turned and glared at ZMO, but she simply shrugged. Don't look at me that way. I have no way of releasing those people. Furthermore, the only ones I received control of were Lang Shan and Jin Hao. I haven't even had to ask them about their martial skills or secret arts, so in the end I really haven't gained anything. Lung Shan nodded. After their victory, Zimo's senior brother Qishui left with his 6th order monster beast to pursue Wu Changyi. Then for some unknown reason the 3 Tianlang cultivators that remained got into a quarrel and Jin Hao and I were assigned to ZMO. Shortly after which we left the group with her. When Lung Shan spoke about these things, ZMO, who was sitting to the side, fiercely grit her teeth as her expression turned bitter. Yang Kai turned towards her and sneered. It looks like you and your fellow disciples don't get along all that well. Then, are there no conflicts within your own sect? ZMO retorted back at Yang Kai. We came to this life experience zone with a total of 3 objectives in mind. The first was to get blood beads in order to enhance our own strength. The second was to extract the cultivation methods of your Great Han Dynasty's martial skills and secret arts, while the third was to look for the legendary Brilliant Flame Liquid and Soul Cleansing Dew. Each of these tasks is related to our own futures, and completing any one of them will strengthen our sect. In doing so, it will naturally bring us greater benefits. In other words, your 2 fellow disciples tried to exclude you on purpose, so you don't receive any benefit, right? Yang Kai instantly understood. Capturing so many people but only giving ZMO control of 2. Even if ZMO managed to extract every last bit of heritage from Lang Shan and Jin Hao, it was still only the martial skills and secret arts of Ghost King Valley. Compared with the other 2, the amount of information ZMO could obtain, and thus how much reward she could ultimately receive, was obviously less. This was a competition that happened between fellow disciples, something that always existed in any sect. The 2 of them come from the same family, so naturally they want to exclude me. ZMO bit her lip, an expression of hatred emerging on her face. Yang Kai stared into her eyes, slowly asking, Do you want me to help you get justice? He felt that he could use the enmity between the 3 Tianlang Dynasty San Luo Temple disciples as a bargaining chip. Everyone was currently stuck in this isolate world, so sooner or later they would encounter each other. Yang Kai knew that if he wanted to reap the most benefits, his only option was to be ruthless and kill those 2 San Luo Temple cultivators. Of course, he would also need to deal with Qishui, who controlled a 6th order monstrous beast, and Wu Changyi, both of whom were very strong enemies, so his best option was to cut down any unstable elements before confronting them. A light flashed through Zimo's eyes as she looked towards Yang Kai, frowning. Although you may be in control of my life, I am still a Tianlang Dynasty San Luo Temple cultivator. I refuse to do anything that would bring harm to my sect, so even if you kill me, you should never expect me to help you against them. Yang Kai couldn't help but look at her with some surprise. He had never thought that this woman held such strong convictions. Not wanting to force her, Yang Kai simply smiled. I was just asking. If you don't want to, then that's fine too. ZMO was stunned. By her own experience, she had expected that once she refused Yang Kai's offer, he would naturally punish her for disobedience. However, he seemed perfectly fine with whatever she decided. Are you really such a forgiving man? ZMO didn't know what Yang Kai was up to, so naturally she was somewhat suspicious. What do you think? Yang Kai chuckled. ZMO batted her eyes a few times before she laughed and said, If you really are a good man, then you should undo the ban on my soul. In your dreams. For the next few days, Yang Kai, Leng Shan and ZMO traveled together inside this isolated world. However, there was basically no chance of running into enemies anymore, with the exception of a few monster beast encounters every now and then. If it was a fourth-order beast, it was swiftly killed and converted into a blood bead. If it was a fifth-order beast, ZMO would enslave it by implanting one of her soul-controlling insects. The only problem was that over the past few days they had only met a single fifth-order monster beast. Yang Kai no longer cared about collecting blood beads, so all of them went to ZMO and Leng Shan. What he wanted now was not the energy contained within these blood beads, but instead things which could quench the Yuan Qi in his meridians and dantian, so he could prepare himself to break through to the true element boundary. Therefore, his primary objective inside this experience field was to find some of the legendary soul-cleansing dew, the same objective ZMO's senior brother Qi Shui currently had. Neither ZMO nor Leng Shan knew much about the soul-cleansing dew, so naturally they didn't know where to start looking for it. However, there was one thing which Yang Kai felt confused about. ZMO, whether through her actions or her words, was constantly teasing him and stimulating his desires, much more seriously than when they had first encountered each other. Even Leng Shan, this cold and aloof woman, would also unintentionally show off her beauty and try to arouse amorous feelings within him. Occasionally, Yang Kai would also find them watching him with a somewhat mocking and pitying gaze. What the hell? Yang Kai was truly lost. One day, after walking for many hours, the trio found a spot to sit down and rest. While half of the dozens of monster beasts stood watch, the remaining half had been sent scout out the local area. Yang Kai had only just sat down and closed his eyes, preparing to restore his strength, when he was suddenly hit by two bursts of fragrant wind, immediately feeling ZMO and Leng Shan sit down beside him, both of them snuggling up close, as if they were trying to warm themselves from the cold. Yang Kai opened his eyes and frowned at them. Suddenly being stared at, Leng Shan hid her face in embarrassment as her cheeks flushed, while ZMO laughed flirtatiously. Is something wrong? These days, you two have been acting strange. Are you plotting something? Yang Kai bluntly asked. ZMO quickly put on a wronged expression. How could we? The two of us have always been by your side. Even if we wanted to come up with some kind of plot, we wouldn't have had a chance to discuss it. Thinking about it, the two of them really didn't have any occasion to plot against him, but Yang Kai still felt that they were up to something. Why do you think we are acting strangely? ZMO flashed an innocent smile, leaning herself onto Yang Kai, pressing more than half her exquisite soft body onto him and tightly wrapping his arm in her bountiful chest, which completely changed their shape. Feeling their amazing elasticity, Yang Kai looked down only to be greeted by ZMO Deep White Valley. ZMO giggled to herself while keeping her expression calm, leaning her body forward slightly, slowly increasing her exposure. Just a feeling? Yang Kai stared at her, licking his lips, a lecherous expression spreading across his face. Your gut feelings aren't accurate. ZMO smiled seductively, gently squeezing her arms again, causing her chest to roll back and forth lightly. With his throat dried of words, Leng Shan actually chose this time to push herself onto him as well. In an instant, Yang Kai felt a burning flame erupt in his loins. The two wondrous sensations which came from his left and right caused his soul to flutter. No longer enduring, Yang Kai suddenly pressed ZMO to the ground as he quickly mounted himself on her. ZMO cried out, but she still didn't show the slightest fear. Her beautiful eyes as calm as a spring lake, a light smile adoring her face, gazing up at Yang Kai. Smelly brat, you're only half a man, but now you want to scare me? Humph! On the other hand, Leng Shan, who was beside them, was stunned stiff. You asked for this. I've seen it these past few days. You've carried some kind of malicious intent towards me, right? Yang Kai said ferociously, reaching out both his hands and squeezing ZMO full chest, vigorously kneading it. No, when did I have, any bad intentions towards you? ZMO bit her lips, her brow wrinkling as she felt a slight pain, but the heart couldn't help giving birth a strange pleasure as she was ravaged, unexpectedly hoping that Yang Kai's big hands would grope her even harder. This desire surfacing in her thoughts suddenly made her face blush bright red. "Do you really think I'm blind?" Xianxia sneered, brutally tearing apart her clothes, completely exposing her enchanting upper body before grabbing hold of her and tightly squeezing without the slightest tenderness or pity. Zemo's mind went blank for a moment, and she was unable to stop herself from letting out a sensual and arousing moan. While close by, Lung Shan's ears filled with her enchanting voice as she watched this erotic scene play out before her, an unknown sensation spreading throughout her body. With the constant stimulation, Zmo actually began moving her body in cooperation, her voice leaking out even more now, causing Lung Shan to go limp on the ground with her legs involuntarily clamping up. Although she was unexpectedly aroused, Zmo had by no means lost her wits. She and Lung Shan been constantly teasing Xianxia these past few days as they were simply treating him as a joke. But now that this big wolf had gotten excited, the situation was really starting to exceed Zemo's tolerance. He couldn't be. But then why does he seem so interested? Zmo gasped, quietly lifting her knee towards Xianxia's nether region. It was at that moment that Zmo felt a stiff iron rod, scorching hot like it was on fire. Shocked, Zmo shrieked out loudly, her whole body going stiff, her nonchalant face immediately changing color. "Heh heh." Xianxia looked at Zmo and grinned wickedly, reaching down with his hand and slipping it under her skirt. "No, don't." Zmo panicked, quickly grabbing Xianxia's arm. "Why are you saying no now?" Xianxia sneered, not slowing down at all. Pushing his hand into her secret garden, he was greeted by a soft, moist sensation, warm and fascinating to the touch. Suddenly, Zmo's struggling stopped, like she had instantly lost any strength to resist, just softly lying there. Lung Shan also lost her ability to think, not knowing why Zmo was putting on such a realistic act. Even if she wanted to see him suffer, there was no reason for her to make such a big sacrifice. It was simply beyond what a normal person could accept. Lung Shan's skin went red as her heartbeat raced and her blood boiled up. It felt like someone had lit a fire in her belly and the heat was flowing to every corner of her body. Shame, embarrassment, excitement. All kinds of emotions swirled and crashed into one another inside her, like waves on a rough, stormy sea. Just when Zmo felt her plan to steal a chicken ended up with her losing her rice, her eyes burst open as she somehow summoned some unknown strength, shoving Xianxia off of her, her complexion violently changing. "Wait! Some of my monster beasts just died. There may be enemies nearby." Hearing what she said, Xianxia's excitement died down significantly as he frowned. "How many?" "6. All of them died instantly. 1 5th order and 5 4th order. Zmo's expression was somewhat ugly, her brow thoroughly furrowed, scrambling away from Xianxia as she tidied up her clothes, quickly covering her bare upper body. Thinking back on what had just happened, her spring-like eyes secretly glanced towards Xianxia's lower half before rapidly turning away, her face a bright shade of crimson, glowing with an alluring luster. "Do you know who attacked them, and how many of them there are?" Xianxia continued. Zmo controlled monster beasts through her soul-controlling insects, allowing her to sense if they were dead or alive within a certain range. But any other information was harder to grasp. After all, she was not seeing through their eyes. "I'm not sure." Zmo shook her head. "Then we'll have to go take a look," Xianxia said decisively. "There may be danger." Zmo hesitated. If it was that master who escaped before? She naturally suspected the culprit was Wuxia. In this isolated world, anyone who could instantly kill 6 monster beasts would certainly be very strong. It's best if it is him. Xianxia couldn't help looking forward to it. Wuxia had previously sent his junior brother to kill him, something Xianxia had not forgotten about. Sooner or later he had to settle this grudge. Not to mention, Wuxia likely had more brilliant flame liquid on him. Whether it was killing for revenge or robbing treasures, Xianxia had many reasons to confront him. Seeing Xianxia so determined, Zmo knew not to dampen his mood. Not to mention, even if it really was Wuxia, with her monster beast army in tow, by himself he wouldn't be their opponent. Soon after, Zmo led the rest of her monster beasts to the scene. With Lung Shan hurrying to keep pace with her, the two of them deliberately put some distance between them and Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't mind, taking up the rear while maintaining vigilance around them for any sudden movement. What happened? Lung Shan whispered, unable to hold back any longer, keenly aware of the changes in Zimo's mood. What? Zimo, who seemed to be lost in thought, didn't quite hear what she had asked. You're acting strangely, Lung Shan said as she looked at her curiously. Weren't you trying to seduce him in order to embarrass him? Why did you? Lung Shan thought for a long time before she found the words to express her thoughts. Why did you seem so into it? Zmo could not wait to find a hole to burrow into, blushing a deep red from her neck to her ears, as she whispered under her breath. Don't mention that again, and later don't try to seduce him or else. Playing with his fire might get you burnt. Ah. Lung Shan stumbled, believing that Yang Kai wasn't really a man. Zmo didn't have any reservations towards him. So what if you kiss me? Since you're disabled down there, even if you wanted to, what more could you do? Even if I were to strip off all my clothes and lie in front of you, at most you'd be able to molest me a bit. However, she never dreamed that Yang Kai's situation was not what she had thought. The sensation she had the moment she made contact with, that, was still lingering in her mind, causing her intense shame any time she recalled it. While she seemed bold and unrestrained on the surface, at heart, Zmo was still quite shy. But, if he has always been a real man, why was he so indifferent all those days ago when Lung Shan and I stripped half naked in front of him? How could he refuse such incredible temptation delivered straight to his fingertips? Was he really just being a gentleman back then? Cranky and confused, Zmo soon arrived at the place where her 6 monster beasts had died. There was still some blood on the ground, but the monster beasts' bodies had long since ceased to exist. Obviously, they had been condensed into blood beads and were taken away, leaving behind only a pile of dust. Scanning the surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. While he did so, Zmo walked over, squatted down next to a pile of dust, and began sifting through it, her expression growing dark soon after. What's wrong? Asked Lung Shan. My soul-controlling insect. It's gone. Zmo's face was now pale, quickly moving to the next pile of dust. But after thoroughly searching all 6 piles, she did not find a single soul-controlling insect. You won't find anything. The one who killed you monster beasts was not that elite disciple from the 9-star sword school. Yang Kai directed a knowing look towards Zmo. There are no traces of sword chi around here. What are you trying to say? Zmo looked at him uneasily, already having guessed what happened, but not daring to, or rather, not wanting to confirm her suspicions. In your heart you already know. What else do I need to say? Yang Kai sneered. No, that's not possible. Zmo shook her head, her voice quivering and her blood turning cold. Suddenly, Zmo looked up again in a new direction. More of my monster beasts have been killed. Yang Kai sneered again, now almost certain of his guess. Tilting his head slightly, he grinned at Zmo. Do you want to go take a look? Zmo struggled and hesitated for a long time before finally nodding weakly. However, this time she no longer dared to disperse her monster beasts to scout the periphery, instead recalling all of them before hurrying to the second place. Half an hour later, Zmo once again stood up, disappointed. The 4 piles of dust here should have had 4 soul-controlling insects buried within them, but after a thorough search, she had failed to find them. Was it your 2 fellow disciples? Lung Shan also finally understood, looking towards Zmo in surprise. The soul-controlling insects were a unique method of the Tianlang cultivators, so if her monster beasts were killed by Wu Chang'e, her insects would still be here. On top of that, being able to kill 2 groups of Zmo's monster beasts in such a short period of time, the culprit either had to be very strong or have a lot of help. Combined with the disappearance of her soul-controlling insects, the identity of the other party was obvious. If it were her fellow disciples from the Sen Luo Temple, Zmo could understand how they had found and taken away her soul-controlling insect as well as how they had instantly killed so many monster beasts. After all, in addition to their own monster beasts, they also had control of a lot of great Han Dynasty cultivators. It was just ZMO couldn't believe it, did not want to believe it. They were from the same branch of the same sect. So how could they have such murderous intent towards her? Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, ZMO spread out her perception, trying to find her lost soul controlling insects' whereabouts. However, no matter how she tried, it was futile. A while later, when she finally opened her eyes again, all that could be seen in them was anguish and rage as they coldly glanced around the surroundings, a deep sneer appearing on her face. "We should leave here," Xianxia said with a frown, and without any explanation pulled ZMO's arm and dragged her away. 2 hours later, the trio had moved 100 kilometers away, with 10 of her monster beasts being killed, 2 of which were fifth order. ZMO's combat strength had been greatly reduced. Stopping to rest, ZMO sat alone, her expression constantly changing, sometimes cold, sometimes confused, sometimes pained, while at other times enraged. Shan and Xianxia glanced at each other but remained silent, knowing that her heart was currently engaged in a difficult struggle. When Xianxia gave Shan a wink, silently telling her to say a few comforting words, Shan simply turned a blind eye, ignoring him outright. Xianxia was speechless, only able to sigh and wait. After a long silence, ZMO cried out bitterly, her breathing now ragged as she gazed towards Xianxia with a pitiful look on her face. "Why are they doing this?" "You'll have to ask them," said Xianxia calmly. "We all come from the same sect. Although we all compete amongst one another, they don't need to go this far, right?" ZMO said, unable to understand why things were happening this way. "So what if you're from the same sect?" Xianxia disagreed. "The harshest competition occurs within one's own sect. So disciples in your sects are willing to kill each other?" Xianxia and Shan simply nodded. ZMO was stunned silent, wrinkling her brow for a long time before sighing. "Maybe because we come from a small branch of the San Luo Temple, we don't have many fellow disciples. So in the Tianlang dynasty we all took care of each other. Even if there was competition, nobody would do things to such extremes. We're not in the Tianlang dynasty, nor are we in your San Luo Temple," Xianxia said coldly. "All the more reason we have to support each other." ZMO argued back, still unable to accept the truth in front of her. "Ha! I thought you were a ruthless and cruel woman, but it turns out you're just a naive little girl," Xianxia sneered. ZMO probably only showed a strong, ruthless appearance in front of the great Han Dynasty cultivators. But when it was the disciples from her sect, she would still act kindly and relax her guard. ZMO smiled wryly and tried to say something when suddenly she screamed out in pain, immediately dropping to the ground as she clutched her head, writhing in agony. Both Xianxia and Shan's expressions also changed, hurrying to her side. ZMO seemed to be enduring some kind of nightmarish torture, both her hands gripping her head as she struggled back and forth, sweating profusely. Her situation was exactly the same as when Xianxia had punished her before. Her soul was clearly being attacked. Xianxia and Shan glanced towards at each other, a shocked and aghast expression adorning both their faces. The pain ZMO felt lasted for a long time before gradually subsiding, her clothes now dripping wet, and her body clearly exhausted, but her eyes had instead become cold and piercing. "It's them. They're sending me a warning, telling me to come to them." ZMO grit her teeth so hard that a grinding sound could be heard, her face filling with thick murderous intent. She grabbed Xianxia's clothes and solemnly gazed into his eyes. "Help me kill them!" Xianxia grinned. "I would have done so even without you asking." A few days ago, when Xianxia had brought up this topic, ZMO had steadfastly refused. But now the situation had changed. ZMO had her own principles and didn't want to hurt her companions. But clearly her 2 fellow disciples did not feel the same way about her. "Where are they?" Xianxia asked. "That way," ZMO pointed. "Probably about an hour's journey." "An hour? Good. Let's go then." Xianxia frowned for a moment before lifting ZMO onto his back, carrying her as they rushed into the jungle. Lying against Xianxia's back, ZMO was overcome with a strange feeling. The 2 of them were clearly enemies, but now they had to help each other in order to deal with her companions. who were enemies and who were friends, was as impermanent as the clouds. Along the way, ZMO explained briefly about her fellow disciples again. The two of them were cousins from the same martial family and both had cultivations at the true element boundary 4th stage. One was called Yao He, while the other was called Yao Shi. Each of them controlled about 50 or so monster beasts, 100 in total. This amount of monster beasts alone was double what ZMO originally had. Not to mention, she currently had only about 30 or 40 remaining. If they attacked head-on, there was almost no chance of success, but as long as they could kill one of them, that person's monster beasts would regain their freedom, creating a chaotic situation, and if there was chaos, they had a hope of victory. In her anger, ZMO no longer held back any information about two fellow disciples. So Yang Kai quietly listened, silently remembering everything he could while constantly searching for the best possible strategy to achieve their objective. Listening to her speak, Yang Kai had some concerns. Your senior brother Qi Shui isn't with them, right? If he is, then we will have a big problem. Qi Shui was a master at the true element boundary 7th stage and had enslaved a 6th-order monster beast. Both of them would be difficult to deal with. ZMO sighed. I hope that's the case. After an hour, the trio finally arrived near their destination, and ZMO slipped down from Yang Kai's back, gratefully nodding at him as she fixed her clothes and messy hair, stealing her determination before walking forward. A short distance away, Yang Kai saw a lot of monster beasts, and more than a dozen people gathered together. Two of them were dressed similar to ZMO and stood close together. Obviously Sen Luo Temple's Yao He and Yao Shi. This young man and woman were happily staring back at them with faces that did not show the slightest sense of guilt. Silently, they ordered their 100 monster beasts to spread out and encircle ZMO's enslaved beasts. Senior sister finally decided to meet with us. Yao He quipped frivolously, clearly not putting ZMO in his eyes, chuckling as he greeted her, while Yao Shi also let out a giggle, sneering as she looked towards ZMO dismissively. Did you give me any choice? ZMO glared at them coldly, standing about 10 meters apart. As these three Sun Luo Temple's disciples confronted each other, the air was slowly filled with an unstable atmosphere. Yang Kai, who stood behind ZMO, quickly swept his eyes over the other people present, spotting a lot of old acquaintances. A few tens of meters away, the 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 teenage girls were sitting on the ground along with Azura Sex Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba and Reflecting Moon Sex Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu. In addition to these familiar faces, he also spotted many disciples from various other forces, such as Gemini Island, Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and so on. After seeing Yang Kai, Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu both smiled wryly towards him, a kind of desolate feeling of camaraderie appearing on their faces. Yang Kai nodded towards them slightly, noticing that the group now only had 16 or 17 people left. The number should have been higher than that, so obviously these past few days a lot of deaths had occurred. You two, roll to the side. Yao He casually ordered Yang Kai and Leng Shan, then no longer spared them a glance. ZMO quickly signaled them to comply. Receiving these instructions, Yang Kai and Leng Shan both walked over to Chen Xueshu and the others. As soon as the two sides converged, one of the young girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace looked towards Yang Kai, sighed and said, Seems like you've had bad luck too. Yang Kai smiled back at her leisurely. Seems like, may I ask young lady's name? During their last encounter, when Wu Changyi had embarrassed him, and it was this girl from the 10,000 Flower Palace had spoken a few words in his defense. After such an act, Yang Kai had a relatively good impression of her. These 4 sisters each had outstanding looks, each one exuding a different kind of attraction. Them all sitting together created a truly beautiful picture. Laughing warmly, the girl replied, Han Xiaoqi. Another of the palace girls gave off a sassy air suddenly pursed her lips. Hey you, we've all been reduced to prisoners, yet you're still trying to casually ask a girl for her name? Seems like you're quite a scheming person. Yang Kai grinned as he looked towards his accuser. Has this young lady never heard of a man's instincts before? I also haven't heard your name yet, have I? Pouting at his glib attitude, the girl still responded, Yi Han. Seeing this, Yi Qingxi laughed lightly. Since we share the same surname, If we make it out of this alive, little sister Han and I should become sworn sisters. Han Xiaoqi quickly introduced her other two junior sisters, a timid quiet girl called Hua Ruayin, and the other a flirtatious girl named Lu Qingru. Even having fallen into such a dire situation, everyone still gave Yang Kai some face and introduced themselves. Water Moon Halls Feng Qianhen, Pure Heart Palaces Wafang and Li Xian Yuan, Soaring Feather Pavilions Chu Jingshan. The elite disciples of these various factions gathered together to enjoy a moment of levity. The many days of pent-up anxiety and worry being swept away for the time being. Humph, facing imminent death, you're still in the mood to exchange greetings. It's not like it'd be too late to do that after they decide if they want to keep us alive as slaves. A mocking voice abruptly interrupted the crowd's spirited atmosphere. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw a young man snickering at him contemptuously. After staring at this person for a moment, Yang Kai no longer paid him any mind. On the other hand, Yi Qingxi retorted, "By Xiao Ming, since the day we were captured, you've constantly been spewing the same negative crap. What exactly are you trying to say now?" By Xiao Ming sneered back, "Nothing much, just wondering why you're all so happy about this waste joining us. You don't actually expect him to save us, do you?" Chen Xueshu frowned and shot back, "If you feel like there's no hope of keeping your life, why not just end it? Why linger around just to pick on others? Don't go slandering Brother Yang just because his realm is a bit lower than your own." Before Bai Xiao Ming could respond, the person next to him laughed disdainfully and said, "His cultivation is weak, therefore he's a waste. Ha! I really can't understand how such trash managed to survive till now. He should have died a long time ago." This guy was probably from the same sect as Bai Xiaoming and clearly had a good relationship with him. Naturally, he would take the same side. Han Xiaoqi said coldly, "You've said too much." Yihan, Hua Ruayin, and Lu Qingru all stared angrily at the pair as well. Although Bai Xiaoming and his brother disciple thoroughly looked down on Yang Kai, they also didn't want to completely fall out with the group. So instead of continuing to argue, they just coldly snorted, turned around, closed their eyes and kept quiet. With these two throwing cold water on everyone, the originally happy atmosphere was suddenly destroyed, leaving everyone's hearts feeling a little heavy. Yihan quickly patted her cheeks before saying a few words of comfort. "Yang Kai, was it? Don't worry about those two. They have been nothing but pessimistic ever since that day. They just don't want others to feel any better than them." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "It doesn't bother me when a dog barks in the background." Hearing what he said, Han Xiaoqi was surprised for a moment before she quickly tried to stifle her laughter. "What did you say?" Bai Xiaoming and his fellow disciple turned around and opened their eyes at the same time, glaring towards Yang Kai. "You're not deaf, are you? You should have heard clearly, right?" Yang Kai stared back at them calmly. "You court death." Bai Xiaoming roared furiously, jumping to his feet. "Do you want to die?" Standing a short distance away, Yao He grunted angrily. "If you're tired of living, I can put you out of your misery now." Bai Xiaoming glanced towards Yao He nervously, quivering slightly before looking away. However, unwilling to simply sit down after having lost face, he angrily grimaced towards Yang Kai. "Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll make you pay." "Good. I'll be waiting," Yang Kai replied offhandedly. While the Great Han Dynasty side had a strained atmosphere, the three disciples from the Tianlang dynasty were also in the midst of a delicate situation. Since ZMO had arrived, Yao He and Yao Shi both continued staring at her and smiling, not saying a word. After a long silence, ZMO finally let out a deep sigh and coldly asked, "Why are you doing this?" Yao He chuckled. "Why? Senior sister Z doesn't already understand. Is it because in the sect, Master valued me more?" ZMO smiled back contemptuously. Yao He and Yao Shi's faces suddenly went stiff, their expressions quickly becoming cold. However, ZMO ignored this change and continued. "The two of you both entered the sect earlier than me, but your cultivations are both still lower than mine, so even though you're unwilling to, you have no choice but to call me senior sister. Is that what you'd like to say? You really think your talent is better than ours?" Yao Shi laughed dismissively. If our master hadn't given you more resources, how could you have surpassed us so easily? In terms of aptitude, just where are we not comparable to you? Nothing about you is comparable to me. ZMO didn't hold back. Ruthlessly insulting the two of them, his face twitched before putting on a look of disdain. Is that so? Then I'd like to ask our dear senior sister, did you ever imagine you'd fall into a situation like this before? It's true, I didn't think you two would be so vicious and underhanded, plotting against me like this. ZMO face suddenly filled with hatred. He sneered. Well, let's just forget about all that. There's no need to get so worked up about it. After all, you're our senior sister, right? The reason we invited you here was quite simple, since we're stuck in this damned place for the time being, and we essentially have no other enemies left. You shouldn't have any use for those monster beasts of yours, correct? ZMO expression quickly turned ice cold. You want my monster beasts? Yes. He nodded. Sheer and I are about to break through to the 5th stage, but we're both somewhat reluctant to slaughter our own monster beasts, so we were hoping senior sister would be generous enough to help us a little bit. Hearing all this, ZMO couldn't help feeling sorrowful. For such a petty reason, you even decided to crush my thread of divine sense? She grinned haughtily. Isn't it senior sister's fault for going around hiding? If you hadn't been avoiding us, we wouldn't have done so. If you had stayed with us, we could have just challenged senior sister and your monster beasts to a hunting contest. But it seems the heavens had a different plan in mind. This is simply the result of you forcing us. Good, ZMO said painfully, her eyes showing a touch of sadness. If you want my monster beasts, then I'll give them all to you. He laughed happily. I knew senior sister wouldn't disappoint us. Please ordered them not to resist. If they struggle, I'm afraid things might end badly. ZMO closed her eyes and tried to calm her ragged breath. Although before she came here, she had already taken back her divine sense threads from her soul-controlling insects they had captured. So she didn't have to worry about he or Yaoshi destroying them. The other side still had an overwhelming advantage. Even if she didn't count the vast difference in the number of monster beasts they respectively controlled, just the dozen or so great Han Dynasty cultivators were a very powerful combat force. If she really fought with them directly, ZMO had basically no chance of winning. Even escaping would be near impossible, so although she was extremely unwilling, she had no choice but to temporarily compromise. Staring at ZMO's rising and falling chest, Yaohi's eyes flashed a hidden trace of wicked desire, involuntarily licking his lips. It's done. ZMO opened her eyes and said unemotionally. Yaohi and Yaoshi glanced at each other before silently issuing an order. Suddenly, the sound of countless howls rang out, blood splattered, and ZMO's monster beasts, who truly offered no resistance, were thrown to the ground and had their necks bitten and snapped, slaughtered like cattle. Seeing this scene, the Great Han group looked aghast, instinctively clenching their fists. After a mere 10 breaths of time, 30 to 40 monster beasts were killed. Ha 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 ha! Yaohi burst into laughter. With these 30 to 40 blood beads, he and Yaoshi could successfully break through their current realm and promote themselves to the true element boundary 5th stage. After that, as long as they extracted the inheritances of these great Han Dynasty cultivators, they could then slaughter them too, once again obtaining a big batch of blood beads. In particular, Yaohi was focused on the numerous beauties amongst the great Han Dynasty cultivators. Each one held a different appeal, some graceful and elegant, others sensuous and enchanting. These days he had constantly thought of having his way with them, but since Yaoshi was keeping a close eye on him, he was unable to make a move. Although the two of them were cousins, their relationship couldn't be described so simply. I have to find a way to occupy Shier's attention, and then do whatever I want with these women. Yaohi thought as he swept his eyes over Han Shaoqi and the others. I'll let her use these blood beads first. Refining and absorbing them, as well as breaking through to the true element 5th stage, should take her quite some time. More than enough for me to have some fun. The more Yaohi thought about it, the more excited he became, wanting nothing more than to immediately grab those great Han beauties and viciously ravage them, tasting all the sweet flavors they had to offer. Putting his thoughts into action, Yaohi lightly said to Yaoshi, "Shier, you use these blood beads first." Yaoshi's face suddenly showed a touch of tenderness. nodding slightly before glancing over towards the group of Great Han cultivators, quickly issuing orders. Collect the blood beads for me. 17 or 18 people looked at each other, but no one was willing to get up. Over the past month or so they had received a lot of humiliation as Yao He and Yao Shi's captives, so how could any of them willingly humble themselves? However, the sense a command had been given, dragging things out wouldn't solve anything, and if they angered these two, all they would get in return for their stubbornness was torture. Eventually, 10,000 flower palaces Yihan angrily stood up, grit her teeth and muttered, "I'll go." However, Yang Kai quickly called out and stopped her. "No, I'll go, you just relax." When the meditating by Xiao Ming heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and said disdainfully, "What's this? So eager to show your loyalty that you're rushing to do this menial labor, are you? Of course, people under the tree have to bow," Yang Kai said with a foolish smile as he stood up. Bai Xiao Ming and his junior brother sneered, their faces filled with contempt, causing many of the others to be unhappy. Walking around the place where the monster beasts were killed, Yang Kai collected the 30 or 40 blood beads, then quickly walked over to the 3 San Luo temple disciples. Yao Shi watched Yang Kai coldly with a hint of vigilance. After all, this person was brought here by ZMO. Yao Shi had to take some precautions. "Throw the blood beads over." When Yang Kai was about 10 meters away, Yao Shi ordered loudly, not allowing him to get any closer. Yang Kai nodded and then carefully tossed the 30-plus blood beads one after another over to her side. ZMO looked on indifferently, waiting for Yao Shi to finish collecting these blood beads before speaking again. "You've gotten what you want. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Yao He and Yao Shi glanced at each other, chuckling under their breath. "Where does senior sister want to go?" ZMO expression dimmed, retorting coldly, "Where I go is none of your concern." Yao Shi smiled sweetly. "Senior sister's temper is still so violent. We are only worried about senior sister's well-being. In this terrible, isolated world, without your monster beasts to protect you, if you ran around haphazardly and injured yourself, how could we explain ourselves to Master?" ZMO glared at them with extreme hatred. "You even want to control me?" Yao He chimed in. "Senior sister is too suspicious. We're all family here, so we should take care of each other." Yao Shi nodded. "That's right. Junior sister is just thinking of what's best for senior sister's safety." A sneer flashed across ZMO's face, along with a look of grief. On the way here, Yang Kai had told her that Yao He and Yao Shi would most likely go in for a penny, in for a pound, and act ruthlessly. If they dared to move against your monster beast, they also won't hesitate to move against you. Yang Kai had told her so. Even after everything that had happened, ZMO was still holding on to a little hope. But now, it seems what Yang Kai had said was right. If they killed her in this damned place, as long as they dealt with the aftermath well, there wouldn't be any clues. As for the Great Han Dynasty cultivators, they would all be killed sooner or later, so what was there for Yao He and Yao Shi to fear? First, deprive her of her monster beasts, then restrain her freedom. Everything had happened exactly like Yang Kai had guessed. ZMO didn't know whether this was a result of some incredible foresight or that he was simply too used to treachery and intrigue. Remaining silent, ZMO eyes were growing colder by the second. Yao Shi suddenly frowned and turned towards Yang Kai, bluntly reprimanded him. "What are you still doing here? Quickly roll back." Finished scolding him, she contemptuously looked back at ZMO. "Senior sister, how are you disciplining your servants? He's obviously not well trained." Before ZMO could retort, Yang Kai carefully cupped his fists to Yao Shi and grinned embarrassedly before glancing towards ZMO, his face filling with hatred, quickly speaking. "Two young lords, would it be possible for you to remove this slut's insect from my body? If you can, I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you." Hearing this, ZMO turned her face towards Yang Kai in shock, gritting her teeth and asking coldly, "What did you just call me? Slut? You have a problem with that?" Acting like he had just found a patron, Yang Kai shot back at her, tit for tat. "Ha ha ha." ZMO let out a laugh, but her eyes were filled with rage. "You dare talk that way to me? It looks like you still don't understand who your master is. These words were exactly what Yang Kai had said to her back then. Now that she had a chance to return them, ZMO didn't hesitate. It seems the lesson from before wasn't enough for you. ZMO cursed loudly as her murderous intent flared up, quickly causing Yang Kai to collapse to the ground. His hands clutching his dantian as he writhed in pain, quickly begging to Yao He and Yao Shi, "Two young lords, I really wish to pledge loyalty to you. I swear upon my mortal life, with unwavering devotion." This dramatic turn of events naturally drew the attention of the great Han Dynasty cultivators. Hearing the words of Yang Kai, even those who had some friendship with him could not help but show a look of sadness, especially the 4 young girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace. However, Han Shaoqi frowned. From what she knew, she didn't think Yang Kai was someone so spineless. On the other hand, by Xiao Ming and his junior brother, after freezing up for a moment, burst into laughter. What did he just say? He wants to swear allegiance to those two? Ah, it really makes one laugh. I told you all his rushing to take that job was to show his loyalty. And sure enough, I was right. Though they were laughing, the two of them also fiercely spat on the ground, their eyes filled with contempt. Shameful. Extremely shameful. Although these great Han cultivators had also been enslaved, none of them had ever behaved so disgracefully and begged for mercy. Over there, Yang Kai was still pleading as he squirmed around, as if he didn't know the meaning of the word shame. "Two young lords, my heart is truly loyal to you. Please save me." Yao He and Yao Shi apparently had not expected to see such a good show. They had brought ZMO here to deal with her, and Yang Kai was a servant ZMO had brought, but now he actually wanted to betray her and join them. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. They didn't care about Yang Kai's life. They only wanted to deal a blow to ZMO's pride. Truthfully, Yao He and Yao Shi also looked down upon this spineless great Han cultivator. However, if they didn't step in now, he would definitely become a waste, and stealing him from ZMO would then become pointless. "Senior sister, stop it." Yao Shi's tried to wear a proud and noble expression as she fought back her urge to snicker. ZMO glanced towards her with cold eyes. "What now?" "I'm simply disciplining this disrespectful slave. What business is it of yours?" Yao He shook his head. "If it was someone else, naturally we wouldn't interfere. But senior sister heard him as well. He would like to swear allegiance to the two of us, so now he is one of our people. Senior sister won't be unreasonable, right?" As the 3 people stared at each, ZMO bit her lip so hard it bled, angrily shouting, "Good. If junior brother and junior sister want to shelter him, naturally senior sister will give you some face." A look of victory and pride appeared on Yao He's face as he cracked a big grin. Yang Kai, who was crying out as he rolled around on the ground, slowly stopped screaming and struggling. All his clothes now covered in sweat, he slowly staggered to his feet and said, "Thank you, young lords. These days, this servant has experienced a lot of hardship at this slut's hands." Yao He looked at him with great meaning, nodded and said, Senior sister's temper has never been gentle. Your choice to pledge allegiance to us was definitely correct. Since you're now one of our people, we won't let you suffer. Thank you, 2 young lords. No, thank you, 2 young masters." Yang Kai immediately flattered them. On the great Han Dynasty side, Bai Xiaoming sneered even harder. "This little waste, doesn't he know that whoever's hands he lands in, his end will still be death?" Yang Kai straightened up his back and glared towards ZMO, viciously cursing, "Damn slut. Get your insect out of my body, unless you want to suffer. A fox playing tiger, using a tiger's skin to act mighty." This act was exactly what it meant. Yao He and Yao Shi couldn't have been happier. Now they didn't have to lift a finger in order to embarrass ZMO. Yang Kai's betrayal was more than enough to make her lose all face. "Good, good." ZMO despairingly shouted with her face filled with a mix of hatred, shame, and rage. "Since you want to serve them, then I'll grant your wish. You think falling into their hands will give you any benefit? Sooner or later you'll only be able to write the word, death. I hope you won't regret it." Yang Kai only grunted, arrogantly dismissing her words. "Slut, it's none of your concern. I'm just happy to be rid of you, so goodbye." Yao He and Yao Shi both glanced at each other, only able to see this great Han Dynasty brat as a total idiot, since, if he wasn't, he wouldn't be stupid enough to confront ZMO. The Yao family cousins were both extremely happy right now, feeling that they had once more trampled all over the great Han Dynasty cultivator's pride. Although their group's friendship with Yang Kai was not too deep, at this moment, they would still feel like they had no face. We're all cultivators of the great Han Dynasty, but now, showing such a farce to these Tian Lang people, it's beyond disgraceful. However, neither of the two parties had any idea what was really happening. Only Leng Shan, who knew everything, inadvertently coughed and covered her mouth, a hint of laughter flashing across her eyes as she was unable to stop herself from grinning slightly. Watching ZMO and Yang Kai act out this drama, she only felt deep admiration. But even more so, she admired how everything was going exactly according to the script Yang Kai had laid out before they arrived here. Basically, nothing had deviated from his expectations. Leng Shan understood that, as long as they passed one last hurdle, the main event would be at hand. So she quietly came up to Han Xiaoqi's side and whispered the plan to her. Listening to her explanation, Han Xiaoqi's eyes lit up as she directed a surprised look towards Leng Shan, who only responded with a serious nod. I understand. Han Xiaoqi took a deep breath, her mouth flashing a light smile, quickly conveying the words she just heard to her 3 junior sisters. Hurry up. What are you wasting time for? Yang Kai urged, as if he was desperate to serve Yao He and Yao Shi even one breath sooner. ZMO looked at him meaningfully before walking up to him, stretching out her hand and pressing it onto his abdomen. Yang Kai suddenly flinched and shouted towards Yao He, Young master, she won't take this opportunity to kill me, right? Yao He snickered. How could senior sister be such a dishonest person? If you say so, then everything is all right. Yang Kai involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, his face changing color as he vomited out an insect. Not waiting for ZMO to retrieve back her property, Yang Kai rushed up and stomped on it, cursing wildly as he repeatedly tried to crush this insect, yelling out all kinds of vulgarities as his spit flew about. Listening to his incoherent ranting, Yao He and Yao Shi couldn't help wrinkling their brows, while Zemo's face went livid, her tender body trembling as she stared daggers at Yang Kai. Enough! Yao He finally couldn't stand watching Yang Kai's retarded performance, hurriedly shouting, Our soul-controlling insect's physique is special. It's impossible for you to trample it to death. Oh, I'm ashamed for my naivety. Everyone who heard him speak these words suddenly felt dizzy. Was this a sense of self-awareness or something? Yao He lightly coughed, looked at Yang Kai and said, Since you are willing to swear loyalty to us, presumably you know what you must do? Yang Kai nodded. I know. I have to accept your insect, right? Yao He smiled. Yes, although your performance so far is quite good, in the end, we don't know anything about you. So planting our soul-controlling insect in you is just a precaution. In the future, if you perform well, you will ultimately benefit from your decision today. Many thanks, elder brother. Yang Kai flattered shamelessly. Good. Then stretch out your hand. Yao He glanced victoriously towards ZMO before quickly ordering Yang Kai. Yang Kai complied obediently, sticking out one of his hands. Seeing this, Yao He took out one of his soul-controlling insects and was about to place it into Yang Kai's hand, when suddenly Yao Shi shouted, Wait, what's wrong? Yao He looked towards her curiously. Yao Shi stared vigilantly at Yang Kai, then at ZMO, suddenly sneering. Yao He's complexion changed slightly, quickly understanding the hidden meaning in his cousin's eyes, a light sweat instantly appearing on his brow. He had only been thinking of how best to humiliate ZMO, using this little brat's betrayal to the fullest to publicly shame her. But he never stopped to consider this all might be some kind of elaborate trap. If all of this was really just an act and he had implanted his insect into this kid, then, fortunately, his cousin was quite cautious. Thinking till here, Yao He hurriedly took back his soul-controlling insect and glared at Yang Kai, slowly ordering him, Circulate your cultivation technique. Let me see what property your Yuan Qi is. The soul-controlling insect's nemesis was heat, Anyone who cultivated yang or flame attribute secret arts could not be controlled, because once the insect was burned, his soul would also take damage. Because of this, when they captured these great Han cultivators, the disciples from the Raging Fire Temple were all sentenced to death. No one was spared. As soon as Yao He's voice faded, ZMO suddenly laughed dismissively. The cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty also involuntarily tensed up, especially Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. The two of them had witnessed Yang Kai fighting before, so they naturally knew what Yang Kai's Yuanqi attribute was. When this whole fiasco had started, they had not thought about this point. But when Lung Shan had quietly reminded them, the couple suddenly realized what was happening. Unfortunately, their enemy was now going to check Yang Kai Yuanqi attribute, so they couldn't help being anxious, afraid that all of Yang Kai's carefully laid out scheme would be exposed. Han Shaoqi and Yi Han glanced at one another, quietly winking towards Hua Ruoyin and Lu Qingru, the four girls of them silently circulating their true qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba also did the same. Yao Shi stared straight at Yang Kai, impatiently saying, "I just ordered you to activate your secret art. Did you not hear me?" The hundreds of surrounding monster beasts also let out a low growl. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded his head furiously, silently extracting some yuan qi from inside his unyielding golden body. Very quickly, a black gas appeared and wrapped up Yang Kai's body. This black gas was mixed with a violent and bloodthirsty aura, causing him to suddenly look a bit evil. Feeling this yuan qi's nature, Yao He and Yao Shi gradually relaxed their vigilance. As long as it was not a heat attribute yuan qi, their soul-controlling insects were invincible. "You practice a demonic cultivation technique?" Yao He looked curiously at Yang Kai. "And your cultivation is quite low, not even reaching the true element boundary, so how did you survive until now?" Yao He asked, truly unable to understand. Yang Kai suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. "Half a year ago, I accidentally fell into a deep gorge, and it took a great deal of strength to climb my way out. Unfortunately, when I finally escaped, that slut surnamed Z captured me." Yao He laughed mockingly. "Seems like you have seriously bad luck. But if this was true, it certainly would explain why he was still alive now. If a separation and reunion boundary fell into a deep gorge, he really would have no other choice but to slowly climb back up. Stretch out your hand." Yao He was now much more relaxed, and Yao Shi seemed to also no longer care about Yang Kai. A weak little brat who cultivated a demonic secret art. What kind of trouble could he hope to cause? Yao He threw a soul-controlling insect directly into Yang Kai's hands and watched as it burrowed into his body, traveling along the meridians as it moved towards his dantian. "Good. Now get the hell away from me. If I need you, I'll summon you. Now, I need to discuss something with my dear senior sister." Yao He signaled Yang Kai to scram, dismissing him offhandedly. However, Yang Kai just stood there grinning at him. Seeing his expression suddenly set off a warning in Yao He's heart. But before he could react, ZMO had swiftly activated her movement skill and charged towards him. "Cheap slew, HH." Just as Yao He was about to spit a few curses, he suddenly issued a tragic howl, his legs instantly buckling as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head as his face twisted in agony, like he was experiencing most vicious torture under the heavens. His soul was being burned. It was a pain no one could afford to bear. ZMO rapidly rushed past Yao He, completely ignoring what was happening to him, and instead shot towards Yao Shi. Everything had happened too fast, so before Yao Shi could even react, ZMO had already scored a direct hit on her chest, crushing several of her ribs and sending her flying, vomiting a big mouthful of blood midair. At the same moment, Yao Shi saw that arrogant sniveling waste from the Great Han Dynasty that had repeatedly been kowtowing to them a moment ago suddenly launch a knife hand towards Yao He's neck. Accompanied by crisp, cracking sound, Yao He's screams came to an end, as his head separated from his body. "No!" Yao Shi cried out in despair, instantly issuing a mental order to the numerous monster beasts she controlled to come to her aid as quickly as possible. Seeing this, Yang Kai put on a serious face, activating his movement skill immediately after he delivered the coup de grace to Yao He. He dashed behind Yao Shi, clenched his fist and punched forward. Yao Shi, who had yet to regain her footing, was suddenly struck by Yang Kai's Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. Thunk! The true Yang Yuan Qi poured into her body, greatly aggravating her already heavy injuries and sending her reeling back towards ZMO. Not giving her any chance to recover, ZMO launched a palm strike, pushing her true Qi to its limit, ruthlessly striking Yaoshi 3 more times, the ice-cold expression on her face not showing the slightest pity or remorse. It wasn't until now that Yaoshi had an opportunity to counterattack. Desperately blocking ZMO's fatal attack, she staggered back several steps, gasping for breath through the blood clogging her throat, screaming out, "Quickly kill them!" Who she was calling were obviously the great Han Dynasty cultivators who were implanted with her soul-controlling insects. Of these 17 or 18 people, she and Yao He each controlled half, which meant she was still held 9 cultivators' lives in her hand. But of the great Han Dynasty cultivators she enslaved, no one stepped forward to obey her. "What the hell are you just standing around for?" Yaoshi's complexion paled as she glared towards Yang Kai and ZMO, glancing to the side as she screamed viciously. The instant she spoke, amongst the great Han Dynasty disciples, 2 suddenly fell to the ground, clutching their abdomens, writhing in pain. Exchanging a quick glance, Yang Kai and ZMO hastened the pace of their assault. Yaoshi was a true element boundary 4th stage cultivator. With this level of strength, even if he was alone, Yang Kai could easily kill her, not to mention she was now seriously injured and also needed to fight with ZMO, a true element 6th stage opponent. After exchanging only a few more blows, ZMO crushed one of Yaoshi's arms, allowing Yang Kai to transform a drop of Yang liquid into a sword slice through her neck. When she died, Yaoshi's eyes continued to stare blankly, unwilling to accept her fate. From the moment Yang Kai had launched his attack on Yao, till the moment he cut off Yaoshi's head, only 7 or 8 breaths of time had passed. Saying this battle was over in the blink of an eye was not an exaggeration. Seeing 2 disciples from her sect lying dead at her feet, ZMO still remained expressionless. The next moment, Yang Kai roared loudly, "The monster beasts are going to riot. Everyone prepare your defenses. Don't try to kill them. Just protect your lives." More than 100 monster beasts were being controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, but now that both of them had died, these beasts suddenly regained their freedom. According to what ZMO had told Yang Kai before, once these monster beasts got free, the first thing they'd do would be to lash out violently. Their pent-up primal instincts unleashed all at once, but as long as they felt seriously threatened, they would still choose to retreat. Facing so many monster beasts, the great Han Dynasty cultivators simply wouldn't be able to cope if they recklessly fought to kill. Even if the 2 who had fallen to the ground didn't need to be guarded and instead could fight alongside them, they would still not stand a chance. As soon Yang Kai's voice faded, the more than 50 monster beasts who were enslaved by Yao He rushed towards the great Han Dynasty group. In the end, though, this group of cultivators were their respective sects' elite disciples, and with the forewarning from Lung Shan, their response was extremely swift. Quickly forming a defensive circle around the 2 who had been disabled by the soul-controlling insect's torture, they coordinated with one another and fought to repulse the horde of monster beasts. The 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace rapidly arranged a small spirit formation, each one pushing their true Qi to the point it became visible before weaving them together mid-air. Han Shaoqi lightly shouted, "For crest, binding seal!" Their fused true Qi instantly transformed into a cage. Falling from the sky, it trapped 3 or 4 monster beasts within it. Next, the 4 female disciples changed their hand gestures, causing numerous flower petals to appear inside the cage. Each one acted like a sharp sword, fluttering lightly in the wind but concealing a fierce lethality. The trapped monster beasts desperately tried to escape, but were unable to break the cage, and after a few breaths of effort, they had been sliced to pieces by the countless floating petals, falling dead on the ground. Azura sects Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba were both covered with a crimson aura filled with murderous intent. Yi Qingxi softly threw about a variety of blood-like martial skills, as if she were performing an exotic dance, giving off a strange, enrapturing feeling. On the other hand, Zhou Ba gave off the feeling of an imposing tower, directly grabbing a 4th-order monster beast and letting out a brutal roar as he tore it in half with his bare hands, blood spraying out like a fountain, organs splattering everywhere. drenching him like he was some kind of god of death, grim and ferocious. Zhou Ba grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs, brining the monster beast's corpse to his mouth, tearing off a piece with his teeth and chewing it like a ravenous demon. A bloody and terrifying image. Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu fought side by side against the tide, once again displaying their reflecting moon sect's supreme martial skill, soaring full moon, causing moonlight to burst forth, penetrating numerous monstrous beasts' bodies. This technique was a wide-range attack, so once it was cast it greatly reduced the pressure the group was facing. Gemini Island, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace. All of these great sect's disciples were desperately pushing their true chi, activating their most potent martial skills as the roar of beast constantly erupted around them. Amid the thunderous explosions and colorful flashes of light, the situation actually formed a delicate stalemate. Although they weren't able to resolve their crisis entirely, within a short period of time it was also impossible for the monster beasts to break through their defense. The two of us are in serious danger here. Yang Kai and ZMO stood back to back, their expressions both grim. Earlier, Yao Shi had issued an order to her 50 monster beasts to kill the two of them. But even though they had swiftly dispatched her, the pair had already been surrounded, and so their situation was growing more and more desperate. "We have to converge with them," ZMO shouted, turned around and hugged Yang Kai's waist, kicking off the ground and flying up. "What are you?" Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath, feeling extremely embarrassed. "I'm saving your life," ZMO grunted. "Then we'll call it even." Yang Kai laughed slyly, then shouted towards the Great Han cultivators, "Open up some space." Looking up and seeing the pair flying over, Lung Shan quickly flashed to the side. ZMO and Yang Kai quickly inserted themselves into this vacant position, joining together with the rest of the group. The sounds of battle shook the heavens. The 17 people were now completely encircled, each of them guarding the backs of the others, and in that moment all of these various sects' elite disciples were united as one. Every now and then a monster beast would be killed, but these disciples' true chi consumption only became more intense. With the spreading smell of blood, the remaining monster beasts became even fiercer, as if they had been driven mad with bloodlust and didn't care about their own lives as they attacked. Having to deal with more than 50 monster beasts was more than enough, but when Yang Kai and ZMO joined them, bringing another 50 beasts with them, the pressure everyone felt was more than just double. With a piercing cry, one of the disciples' chests was struck by a fifth-order monster beast, leaving a deep bloody gash. Though they weren't dead, taking on such a strike meant that they instantly lost their ability to fight. Understanding his situation, he quickly flew backwards into the center of the crowd, as he signaled for another to fill the gap that he had left. "Can you control these monster beasts?" Yang Kai shouted towards ZMO while he fought back against a tiger-shaped beast. "I'm trying my best, but it's not going well." ZMO gritted her teeth as she ferociously struck out towards the surrounding beasts, while simultaneously trying to plant her own soul controlling insects. But all of the monster beasts around them were rioting about violently, which made it extremely difficult for her to succeed. After a little more than a stick of incense, ZMO had only managed to control less than 5 monster beasts, and these 5 were all quickly turned into corpses by the never-ending sea of rampaging beasts around them. As more time passed and the group's consumption of true chi and injuries increased, the situation became increasingly perilous. "What now?" ZMO said while dripping in sweat. After fighting for so long, they had only managed to kill about 30 monster beasts. Most of them were only 4th order, while the remaining 5th order monster beasts were all existences that were life-threatening to the group. Yang Kai continued to hold his ground as his thoughts spun rapidly, but he was not worried about his side being broken through. At his full strength, none of the surrounding monster beasts could pose a serious threat to him. Assessing their situation for a short moment, he quickly shouted, "Everyone should retain a bit of their true chi. If we're really unable to hold, we can still fly away. But remember, we have to leave all at once. No one can abandon their position ahead of time." Han Xiaoqi loudly replied, "Good. You call the timing. We'll follow your orders." Yihan said, somewhat worried, asked, "But what about you? You're only a separation and reunion boundary." Even if everyone else could fly, he couldn't. Once that time came, he would surely be shredded by these monstrous beasts. "I'll take him," ZMO said bluntly. Many people quickly glanced towards her, surprised she would go to that extent. However, this plan was not without its risks. A true element cultivator could fly, but their speed was by no means fast, and doing so would also consume true chi. If the monster beasts doggedly pursued them, they would only fall into greater danger. As the battle continued to rage, the number of those who received injuries and had to retreat into the circle grew, which caused the line of defense to tighten and the pressure to increase. On the other hand, the number of monster beasts which had fallen also steadily rose. All of a sudden, just like a rising tide, the monster beasts' attacks strengthened significantly. This unexpected rush nearly overwhelmed the group, which was already exhausted. In all this chaos, Yang Kai still remained calm, as he quietly observed the situation and weighed their options to try to determine the most appropriate time to sound a retreat. But as he was thinking, a large group of monster beasts simultaneously attacked ZMO and Ling Shan, who were standing nearby, which caused the two of them to fall into a dangerous situation as they desperately fought back. Unexpectedly, two fifth-order monster beasts leapt over their fellow beasts and flashed their fangs and claws mid-air as they aimed at the pair. A vicious light emitted from their eyes. The two women's expressions both changed rapidly and instantly became pale. Right now they were struggling to push back against a concentrated rush, so how could they have any spare energy to deal with two more fifth-order monster beasts? Expect help from the others? Impossible. Everyone was busy dealing with the enemies in front of them. Even Yang Kai. Once these two fifth-order monster beasts reached them, even if they didn't die, they would at least be seriously injured. In that moment of despair, Yang Kai shifted his attention from the monstrous beasts he was fighting, which allowed one of them to pounce and bite down, causing him a burst of sharp pain. He grimaced and resisted the urge to scream, while he quickly shot out both his palms and ferociously pushed his yuan qi. With the white tiger seal in his left and the divine ox seal in his right, the two seals instantly fused together. A faint glowing light rushed out. Beast slave seal, drilled directly into one of the fifth-order monster beast's body. Immediately, that fifth-order monster beast bared its fangs towards its former companion. With the two monster beasts now engaged into battle, ZMO and Lung Shan's crisis was abruptly resolved. With a look of lingering fear, the pair glanced towards Yang Kai, and both of their eyes flashing a trace of gratitude. Previously, the two of them had each separately tried to enslave and kill Yang Kai, only to instead fall for his machinations and wind up being controlled by him. Although these past days together, both ZMO and Lung Shan displayed a well-behaved appearance on the surface. In their hearts, they had never stopped wishing for Yang Kai to die so they could regain their freedom. These thoughts had never weakened even for a moment. But just now, it was undeniable that Yang Kai had disregarded his own safety in order to save their lives, which faintly touched ZMO and Lung Shan's hearts. Compared to their former companions from their respective sects, this youth who controlled them, tortured them, and even sexually harassed them seemed to be more reliable. Gah! Yang Kai cursed. In just that brief moment, the monster beast which had bitten into him had managed to tear off a chunk of his flesh. Although for him the injury wasn't too serious, it still caused his blood to rush as he let out a savage roar, violently pushed his yuan qi, and released a deadly strike which instantly killed the offending party. This situation seemed to affect the entire flow of the battle. After the sneak attack by the two fifth-order monster beasts failed, the remaining beasts seemed to lose their momentum, and after a brief moment some of them began to flee. A half cup of tea later, all the remaining monster beasts had escaped. The only ones left were now corpses. The disciples, who were still standing till now, suddenly collapsed panting for breath. All of them were bloodied and exhausted, as they looked around at the monster beasts' bodies and thought about how they had somehow survived. No one knew who was the first to burst into laughter, but it was as if a big stone had been thrown into a calm lake as ripples of excitement and joy rapidly spread around. The laughter continued on, and even the female disciples let out bright smiles and laughed heartily. We're alive. We survived. Although it was a desperate situation which could have very likely ended with their complete destruction. Through their concerted efforts, everyone had managed to survive somehow. An hour or so ago, they had been enslaved by Yao He and Yao Shi, awaiting death, but right now no one was dead, and they were all free. Their opportunity to live another day way all thanks to Yang Kai. If he had not killed Yao He and, together with ZMO, dealt with Yao Shi, then everyone there would have inevitably been slaughtered by them. I owe you my life. Zhuofang of the Pure Heart Palace turned towards Yang Kai and sincerely thanked him. Yang Kai simply nodded and smiled. We all owe you our lives. Han Shaoqi smiled sweetly. Following this battle, everyone present needed to rest and recover. During the fight, nearly 80% of them had sustained injuries, which left only a handful of them unscathed. Fortunately, none of these injuries were fatal, and as long as they were treated properly, within half a month they would be completely restored. In this situation, Yang Kai was not stingy and took out a bottle of healing pills from his universe bag and freely handed them out to the wounded, which garnered even more gratitude and respect from everyone present. After the joy of surviving eventually began to settle, a certain gloom enshrouded the group. The source of this being the two cultivators who had fallen before the desperate fight even began. Before she had died, Yao Shi had ordered all of these disciples to kill Yang Kai and ZMO, but none of them had come to her aid, so in her anger she had imposed a harsh punishment in an attempt to force the others into action. This punishment had landed on the heads of these unlucky two. One of them was Li Xian Yuan of the Pure Heart Palace, the senior brother of Zhuofang, while the other was the junior brother of Bai Xiaoming, the one who had previously been insulting Yang Kai. Everyone wore a frown as they gathered around them. How are they? Yang Kai asked on behalf of the others. Zhuofang's face filled with sadness and despair. Senior brother's dantian was damaged by the insect. Yang Kai's expression sank, and he hesitated before asking, then his cultivation. Zhuofang slowly shook his head. His dantian was broken, and his true qi dispersed. Although there was no danger to his life, from now on he would be reduced to an ordinary person, unable to cultivate, unless he could find a peerless medicine capable of repairing his dantian. Unfortunately, such a pill only existed in legend. Where would one even begin to look for it? Li Xian Yuan was an elite of the Pure Heart Palace, and just by the fact that he had come to this isolate world, his aptitude and strength were naturally quite good, but now because of a small insect, he had to face a fate worse than death. Right now Li Xian Yuan's face was hollow and stiff, like he had lost his soul. This kind of blow was not something anyone could easily endure. Compared with his silence, the other victim's reaction was more violent. Bai Xiaoming's junior brother, along with Bai Xiaoming, had twice before disparaged Yang Kai, and by some stroke of heavenly karma, when Yao Shi randomly chose individuals to make an example of, he ended up being one of them. Clutching Bai Xiaoming tightly with tears streaming down his face, he weakly murmured, Senior brother, I can still cultivate, can't I? The damage to my dantian isn't so serious, right? Bai Xiaoming's face was grim, and his lips opened and closed a few times. But he simply couldn't figure out how to console his junior brother. The group around them remained silent, with all showing a somber expression. Although none of them were particularly close to him, or even liked him given his previous attitude towards them and especially towards Yang Kai, but in the end he was still a fellow great Han Dynasty cultivator. Senior brother, tell me honestly, am I a waste now? The youth finally couldn't take it and cried out agitatedly. Bai Xiaoming stared at him for a moment before he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Impossible. The youth's face suddenly went grim. It's impossible. It's just a trivial little bug. How could it have destroyed my dantian? I'm a rising star. I cultivated so hard, and in just 10 years I reached the true element boundary 3rd stage. I will definitely become an immortal Ascension boundary master. I will become one of the powerhouses of this realm. Roaring in despair, he suddenly seemed to think of something and stiffly turned his face towards ZMO. That's right. She's one of those Tianlang dynasty cultivators. She must know the way to save me. Hearing these words, the group's faces suddenly brightened. Even the previously unresponsive Li Xian Yuan couldn't help but look towards ZMO. Everyone's eyes were filled with both hope and anxiety. However, Zimo's expression remained dull, and she slowly shook her head. There's nothing I can do. The light in Li Xan Yuan's eyes instantly faded again, while Bai Xiaoming's junior brother howled angrily. Damn slut! You're one of those Tian Lang people, aren't you? You use those insects too, so how could you not be able to do anything? You must know, but simply don't want to. Hearing him rant and rave at her, Zimo's face gradually became cold, and she began to emit a murderous aura. Simultaneously, Yang Kai also began to emit a ruthless air. Aware that the situation was becoming delicate, Chen Shueshu quickly interjected. Wait a moment, don't just accuse others randomly. Although she indeed carries the same insects with her, she wasn't the one who attacked you. Not to mention, your dantian is already broken. Do you really believe there's anything anyone could do about that now? Hearing this argument, the youth only sneered. What did you say? She was one of the ones who attacked us and put us in this position in the first place, but now you're trying to defend her? Open your dog eyes. She's nothing but a cheap Tianlang dynasty slut, while I'm a glorious great Han dynasty man. It was obvious that, because of his newfound circumstances, this youth was getting carried away and spouting out whatever he wanted, which caused everyone listening around him to frown slightly. What the hell are you trying to say? Su Xiaoyu angrily shouted as she stepped forward. Originally she had also been quite sympathetic to this youth's situation. But seeing him lash out so indiscriminately, and even cursing her own senior brother, made any trace of sympathy she had felt instantly vanish. Chen Shueshu quickly reached out, held her arm, and slowly shook his head. Chen Shueshu's temperament was quite steady. He understood that this person had simply suffered too great a blow, so he did not take anything he said to heart. Completely oblivious to the not-so-subtle changes in the group's attitude towards him, he only continued to glare and curse at Zimo. Damn slut! If you can't come up with a way to repair my dantian, then you should just die instead. Zimo had never been a forgiving woman. Not to mention that these past days she had been deprived of her freedom, and whether she lived or died was no longer her decision to make. So with Yang Kai she had to act subservient even if her heart remained unwilling. In addition, her own comrades had plotted against and wanted to kill her, which further added to her pent-up anger and rage, and now listening to this waste of a man curse and threaten her, she finally could no longer hold back, so sneering as she shot back. A little shit like you wants me to die? I already said I don't have a way to save you. But even if I could, I would never help you. However, after spitting out these hate-filled words, instead of becoming further enraged, the youth suddenly looked ecstatic and grabbed hold of Bai Xiaoming's arm. Senior brother, you heard her, right? She really does have a way. Quickly make her save me. I can't remain a waste. Bai Xiaoming's face cramped up for a moment before he slowly nodded to appease his junior brother. Good. If she refuses to save you, I will waste her cultivation and let her be your maidservant, serving you for the rest of her life. Finished speaking, he slowly got up and turned and stared gloomily at Zimo. A ruthless look also flashed across Zimo's pretty face as she looked back at him indifferently. Wait a moment. Chen Shueshu jumped out between them and shouted. Bai Xiaoming, you know that what she just said was only out of anger, and on top of that it could be said that all of us owe her our lives. If she and Brother Yang hadn't put on that act and attacked those two, all of us would still be under Yao He and Yao Shi's control. Even if you don't want to show her any gratitude, isn't it too much for you to deliberately move against her? Owe her our lives? Bai Xiaoming sneered. If before all of this, she and her damn Tianlang bastards hadn't attacked us, how could we have been reduced to someone else's slaves? She saved us? No. Everything she did was only to protect her own interests. The only one she wanted to save was herself. Chen Shueshu, I know your temperament, but I suggest you not interfere in this matter. Chen Shueshu frowned. Although he didn't like Bai Xiaoming, he still had to admit what he had just said was undeniably true. Zmo had previously led her monster beasts to attack all of them, so even though Yao He and Yao Shi were the ones controlling them, Zmo was also greatly responsible. Just now, when she and Yang Kai had beheaded Yao He and Yao Shi, Zmo really was only acting in her own self-interest, and saving them had merely been a side effect. It was because he knew Bai Xiaoming was telling the truth that Chen Xueshu felt it difficult to act any further. On the one hand, he hated ZMO, but on the other he knew that ZMO and Yang Kai were together, and the relationship between the two was certainly not so simple. After Chen Xueshu's objections were shot down, no one else stepped forward. Whether it was the 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 girls or the Yi Qing Si Zhouba senior sister junior brother pair, all of them remained silent and chose to remain neutral while they waited to see how the situation would develop. The main reason they were hesitating was because they weren't clear on the relationship between Yang Kai and ZMO. Seeing the countless pairs of eyes looking towards him, Yang Kai sneered before turning his gaze towards Bai Xiaoming. You want to waste her cultivation and give her as a maidservant to your junior brother? If someone here wanted to act against ZMO, then he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Regardless of how it came to pass, ZMO was now one of his men. If she can't help restore my junior brother, then that will be her fate. Bai Xiaoming's expression darkened. I'm afraid your junior brother will never have that privilege. Yang Kai laughed heartily. After all, she's already my maidservant. Zemo's breath suddenly became ragged as she glared at him. But in the end she couldn't really retort. Yang Kai calling her his maidservant was already elevating her position. In reality, she had been reduced to his slave, so what objection could she make? As she gnashed her teeth in rage, ZMO felt that this brat was the most hateful person she had ever met, but with her fate in his hands she had no choice but to remain silent. While ZMO was struggling with herself, everyone else who heard Yang Kai speak was stunned, because they could all see that ZMO couldn't refute him. One by one all looked back and forth between the pair, as their eyes held clear disbelief and amazement. All of them had been reduced to servants by Yao He and Yao Shi, which caused them endless humiliation and anguish, but the relationship between Yang Kai and ZMO had been reversed. What the hell happened? How did he do it? Unnoticed by the others, Lung Shan's face also flashed an awkward expression. Strictly speaking, her and ZMO's status was the same. For my maidservant, only I get to decide whether she lives and who she serves. You're not qualified. Yang Kai had long been unhappy with Bai Xiaoming's attitude towards him, so at this moment he no longer remained polite. Heh. Bai Xiaoming laughed as she stared dismissively at Yang Kai. It looks like you've been completely tamed by this Tianlang dynasty woman, and I don't know if I should laugh or spit. You speaking up for her like that makes it seem as though you had already become a servant for her skirt? Although this woman certainly does give off the aura of a slut. Letting a man become her plaything after servicing him a bit shouldn't have been too difficult for her. Listening to him speak, all the women in their group couldn't help but wrinkle their brows. Bai Xiaoming's words were far too obscene and ugly, and all of them had a hard time holding down their anger. ZMO's beautiful face also twisted in rage, and her tender body trembled. Although she looked and acted like an experienced and worldly woman, but only she and those close to her knew that in the end it was all just a facade. Don't try to stop me. I want to kill him. ZMO clenched her teeth and glared at Bai Xiaoming in hatred. Her expression was ice cold. Being humiliated to this point meant there was no longer room for compromise. You can't fight him. Yang Kai stared at her coldly. She was, after all, a Tianlang dynasty person. Even though she was stronger than Bai Xiaoming and could easily beat him, once she had killed him, the rest of the great Han dynasty people wouldn't remain idle, and things would only become more difficult. I don't care. I want him to die. ZMO couldn't control herself anymore, and her true chi violently erupting from her body. Roll back, Yang Kai thundered. ZMO stared at him for a moment before she managed to force down her anger. She was quite clever and naturally understood what Yang Kai was saying. Lung Shan also quickly ran up and pulled ZMO away. Both of them had experienced his soul torture before and were clear about Yang Kai's temper. If she kept pushing her luck and truly enraged him, all she would get for her trouble would be another round of that nightmarish torment. Bai Xiaoming stared calmly at ZMO with an arrogant look of victory plastered on his face. Senior brother, you can't let her off. Bai Xiaoming's junior brother also began clamoring again. A ruthless light flashed across Bai Xiaoming's eyes, and he nodded slightly as he prepared to rush towards ZMO. But suddenly Yang Kai stood in front of him. "I'll accompany you instead." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Xiaoming frowned, and his look quickly became ugly. "For this Tianlang dynasty slut, you really want to get in my way? I already said that she is my maidservant, and only I get to decide her fate. You're not my opponent, so get out of my way. I don't want to kill you," Bai Xiaoming said impatiently. "If we don't fight, how would you know?" Yang Kai remained motionless like a rock. Bai Xiaoming stared deeply into Yang Kai's eyes before nodding seriously. "Good. Since you court death, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll kill you first and then waste that Tianlang bitch." Done talking, Bai Xiaoming ferociously struck towards Yang Kai. While pushing his true chi to the max, his palm strike whistled through the air. Screams suddenly sounded. No one thought that Bai Xiaoming would actually attack so savagely. He was a cultivator at the true element boundary 4th stage, while Yang Kai was only separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. With such a massive gap in cultivation, how could Yang Kai hope to survive? Didn't he have any hesitation given that Yang Kai just saved his life? This man seemed to act only as he pleased without the slightest morality whatsoever. "Wait!" Han Shaoqi screamed. Yi Qingxi also began emitting a crimson aura as she dashed over. Zmo and Leng Shan both couldn't hide their shock, and their mouths both opened in surprise. In that instant, Yang Kai fixed his gaze upon Bai Xiaoming and punched out. True Qi and Yuan Qi collided, and flashes of energy spread out wantonly. Dang 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 dang. Bai Xiaoming staggered backwards more than a dozen steps before he managed to regain his footing, while Yang Kai stood still like a mountain. The 8 winds were unable to sway him in the slightest. Yi Qingxi stumbled as she came to a halt. The bloody aura surrounding her body slowly dissipated as she stood there stunned. Zmo and Leng Shan's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise. The look on their faces were now extremely complex. The towering Zhouba's eyes also squinted as his face twitched a few times. Chun Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu's jaws had slacked so much an egg could easily fit into their mouths. The senior brother and junior sister couple both felt like they were caught in some fantastical dream. Everyone present had a different reaction, but all of them were equally shocked that Yang Kai was able to effortlessly beat back Bai Xiaoming. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, true element boundary 4th stage. Not to mention the difference of 5 minor realms, one had to remember there was a huge watershed-like gap which divided these 2 great realms. Before a cultivator reached the true element boundary, their body would utilize Yuan Qi, while after reaching true element boundary, their Yuan Qi would be refined into true Qi. The difference between the two was not just a single grade. It was common sense that a separation and reunion cultivator could not repel a true element boundary master with the possible exception of those world-famous super geniuses. But now, this unbelievable scene had actually happened right before their very eyes. Bai Xiaoming also stared towards Yang Kai in shock. His left hand clutched his right, and he desperately circulated his true Qi to resolve the true Yang Yuan Qi which had invaded his body. His right hand glowed red, like it was on fire, but despite his best efforts this red glow was spreading up his arm at a speed the naked eye could see. "Your Yuan Qi," Bai Xiaoming grimaced. "Why is it so pure?" Yang Kai only sneered while activating his movement skill. He disappeared in a blur and instantly reappeared in front of Bai Xiaoming and launched a vicious palm strike towards him. Bai Xiaoming roared and hurriedly raised his own palm to counter. Shaking Cloud Palm. A single strike which could shake the clouds. A low earth-grade low martial skill with extraordinary power. Yang Kai met this attack head-on. A loud bang erupted between them as Bai Xiaoming's posture collapsed. Yang Kai was also forced back this time, but he quickly stabilized himself and punched out again. Bai Xiaoming was now overwhelmed and unable to defend himself from these ferocious attacks, so this punch landed directly on his chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. More than a month ago, when Yang Kai and Qi Jianxing fought, the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast had been easily resolved by Qi Jianxing's true element boundary 3rd stage strength and was unable to inflict a trace of damage. But now, Bai Xiaoming at the true element boundary 4th stage could not repeat this performance. First, Yang Kai's yuan qi was much purer now thanks to his refinement of a drop of the brilliant flame liquid. Second, Qi Jianxing was a disciple of the 9-star sword school, a first-class sect, while Bai Xiuming only came from a second-class sect. Their heritage and foundation couldn't be compared. Suffering a direct hit, the burning sun's 3-layer blast surged into Bai Xiuming's body and burst open. Bai Xiuming cried out in pain as his face went white, and he involuntarily coughed out a mouthful of blood. The one who attacked first was Bai Xiuming, so Yang Kai naturally wasn't planning to be merciful. He had just saved this man's life, but instead of showing gratitude, he had decided, for his own selfish reasons, to act against him. Keeping such a treacherous person around was only courting disaster. On top of that, he had thoroughly ridiculed him before, which caused Yang Kai to want to kill him even more. Yang Kai was not someone who let past grievances go. If someone tried to bully him, he would definitely return the favor. Suddenly suffering such a big loss, Bai Xiuming no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and glared at him with resentment and fear. He tried to exert his full strength once more, but as he was gathering his strength, he was surprised to see Yang Kai push forward both his palms as ferocious yuan qi burst out. Beast soul skill. With 2 mighty roars, a crimson flaming white tiger and divine ox appeared, and together with Yang Kai vigorously charged towards Bai Xiuming filled with killing intent. Shocked by this sight, Bai Xiuming panicked and desperately tried to defend himself. The 2 beast phantoms and Yang Kai ruthlessly attacked, and in less than 3 breaths of time a new gaping hole appeared in Bai Xiuming's chest. Blood splashed out as Bai Xiuming fell on his back. His eyes stared blankly into the sky with a look of shock and unwillingness adorning his face. Yang Kai glanced around but could only see disbelief in everyone's expressions. The battle was over in the flash, but the end result was something that no one had predicted. A separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator had actually taken a true element boundary 4th stage cultivator's life in an instant. The whole process seemed effortless for him. ZMO and Lung Shan were even more shocked. The 2 of them had spent quite some time with Yang Kai, but up till now they had never seen him really fight. Even when they had to deal with monstrous beasts, Yang Kai had only displayed combat strength slightly above an average separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator. All along the 2 women only thought that Yang Kai was relying on some special mystical skill which allowed him to gain control of their souls. So despite their fear towards his means, in their hearts they both looked down on his actual strength, thinking that he was just some small separation and reunion 8th stage cultivator, and not someone to really be taken seriously. Many times, when ZMO and Lung Shan talked amongst themselves about this matter, their hearts would fill with bitterness. While they had reluctantly been obedient to him, the 2 of them had always acted a little presumptuously with Yang Kai these days because of these very thoughts. But now ZMO and Lung Shan found that the 2 of them had severely underestimated this youth. His combat strength was simply amazing. Bai Xiuming was a true element boundary 4th stage cultivator, and if Lung Shan really fought with him, whether she could win or not was a complete toss-up. Even for ZMO, if she really wanted to kill him, she would need to exert a considerable effort. Being shown the difference between them, ZMO and Lang Shan's hearts quivered, and for a long time they were unable to utter a sound. However, in the end, everyone else around them was the same. After killing Bai Xiuming, Yang Kai turned around and looked at his junior brother. This man had been cursing non-stop, clamoring for his senior brother to waste ZMO, and when Bai Xiuming and Yang Kai were fighting, he had continued to spit out insults towards Yang Kai, with foul language constantly spewing from his mouth. But now his mouth was shut tight, and he was silent as a mute, staring at Yang Kai in terror. His face suddenly became extremely pale when he saw Yang Kai turn eyes, filled with murderous intent and disgust, towards him. Yang Kai dared to kill Bai Xiuming in front of everyone present, so clearly he wouldn't hesitate to slaughter him too. The 2 beast phantoms bared their fangs and immediately rushed toward him. No! Stop! Desperately struggling to get up, he tried his best to flee. However, with his dantian broken and his cultivation wasted, there was no longer a drop of true qi in his body, so how could he possibly escape? The white tiger and divine ox instantly caught up and sank their fangs into his body. Howls of pain and pleas for mercy rang out. The great Han Dynasty cultivators all trembled lightly. A few of the soft-hearted ones even tried to speak, but in the end no words came out. After less than a breath of time, the miserable cries fell silent. Bai Xiaoming's junior brother had been reduced to a bloody mess under the attacks of the two beast phantoms. Casually sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai remained silent and paused only a moment before he indifferently walked over to the side. ZMO and Lung Shan glanced at each other quietly before they turned a complicated look towards Yang Kai. It wasn't until now that the two women had a real sense of respect for this youth. Even without mentioning Yang Kai's strange ability to control their souls, just that heaven-defying combat strength was enough to let them submit. If they had really engaged in a life-or-death struggle, Lung Shan was definitely not his opponent. ZMO might be able to resist, but even she wasn't sure whether or not she could triumph in the end. I don't think I could win. Recalling the sudden burst of strength Yang Kai had just displayed, ZMO objectively evaluated her chances. How does he cultivate? Why can a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage fight with a cultivator across a great realm? Of all those who came here, which one was not an elite in their own sect? Who didn't have the ability to fight someone above their own realm? In the end, in front of the ability Yang Kai had shown, none of it was worth mentioning. He was an elite existence amongst this so-called group of elites. Everyone here had the same thought. If he doesn't fall before he truly matures, he would certainly stand amongst the top of the great Han dynasty. Thank you. After a long silence, ZMO only quietly expressed her thanks. Yang Kai turned his eyes to her and faintly grinned. Don't misunderstand. I didn't fight him for your sake. ZMO expression suddenly went stiff. Wah! You don't mean you only killed him because he mocked you before, right? Yang Kai bluntly nodded. ZMO's jaw slacked for a moment before she smiled wryly. A man who must settle his grievances. That certainly sounds like your character. But your strength is really amazing. It looks like I've been underestimating you. Oh, have you been charmed by my gallant performance? Would you like to commit yourself to me willingly now? Yang Kai laughed wantonly. Hearing him spit out this arrogant drivel, ZMO was suddenly reminded of all the unpleasant business the two had shared. Her expression instantly became cold, as she ground her teeth. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. Ha ha ha, you just said I'm a man who settles his grievances. Are you sure it's a wise choice for you to curse me now? Yang Kai teasingly shook his finger at her. Zemo's face looked like she had just bitten something bitter, but she didn't dare to retort. If she kept pushing her luck, then who knows what might happen. If this brat got angry and decided to take her life, or if he decided he wanted to press himself onto her and deprive her of her purity, then she would really have no place to cry. After a while, Yang Kai heard the sound of footsteps, so he looked over and saw the Great Han Dynasty group, led by Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, slowly approaching them. Yang Kai simply stood there and watched quietly. Yi Qingxi smiled brightly, while the others who had some friendship with him didn't show the slightest aversion. Only a few people who were less familiar had a trace on their faces. Yang Kai had just killed Bai Xiaoming and decisively executed Bai Xiaoming's junior brother. This ruthless cutting of weeds and pulling out roots initially made many of them uncomfortable, but in the end they were all people who were more or less stained in blood. So they all understood Yang Kai's methods, and at the moment did not show any hostility, apparently having accepted his actions as reasonable. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother these past days were constantly whining and dampening morale, so they were already quite unpopular. Not to mention they had both acted far too despicably just now. The group could clearly distinguish between right and wrong here and naturally would not blame Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother's deaths on Yang Kai. In this place, where one's own life was constantly at risk, who would concern themselves with the deaths of strangers? For these two reprehensible people, their deaths were clearly in vain. Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu both walked up to Yang Kai, and each handed over a big pile of blood beads. These are all the blood beads from the previous fight, as well as the ones that Yao He and Yao Shi obtained from killing her monstrous beasts, a total of 82. Please accept them, Brother Yang. Zmo's 30 or 40 monster beasts had been slaughtered without resistance, along with the beasts who were freed from Yao He and Yao Shi's control which they had just killed. This battle had indeed yielded a huge harvest. Yang Kai looked at him for a moment but eventually did not decline. He reached out and accepted all of these blood beads. Although the monster beasts had been killed by everyone, if not for Yang Kai's efforts in putting on such a good show, how could any of them have regained their freedom? Compared to these blood beads, being able to escape Yao He and Yao Shi's control was a far greater gain. Moreover, after the battle, Yang Kai had also freely distributed healing pills to them, so giving these to him could be considered returning the favor. These are the blood beads of those 4. All of them are condensed from true element cultivators. Xianxia also smiled warmly and placed the 4 much higher quality blood beads into Yang Kai's hands. Watching Yang Kai harvest so many benefits all at once, many people were quite envious. However, no matter how jealous they were, no one made any effort to snatch them for themselves. None of them wanted to display an ungrateful attitude. Yang Kai glanced around at this scene and secretly nodded to himself and laid down his worries that there might be others like Bai Xiuming and his junior brother. Chen Xueshu nodded strongly before cupping his fists and bowing. Thank you, Brother Yang, for saving my life. This debt of gratitude shall forever be remembered. If there is a chance to repay you in the future, I will definitely not hesitate. More than a dozen people quickly followed and also cupped their fists. Yang Kai also politely responded to the group's sincerity. No one mentioned the matter of Bai Xiuming's death. Even if everyone here left here alive, none of them would even bother reporting such a minor incident. In this isolated world, someone dying was all too normal. As long as no one disclosed that it was Yang Kai who killed Bai Xiuming, then naturally his sect wouldn't come find trouble with him. This fact was never discussed, but was tacitly understood by everyone here. The atmosphere gradually became harmonious, and the original existence of some minor barriers and fear between them instantly vanished. The only awkward point was how everyone viewed Zmo. If she were a great Han Dynasty cultivator, all of them would simply smile and put down their grievances, and that would be the end of it. However, Zmo was a Tianlang Dynasty cultivator, and had previously attacked all of them, so the situation was far more complex. Even if some genuinely wanted to reconcile, many would still have some scruples. It was natural that there would be some rejection towards a foreigner. Zmo wasn't stupid, so she understood this point clearly and quietly stood to the side by herself. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly looked at Chen Xueshu. Brother Chen, is there something else you want to ask? Chen Xueshu's actions and appearance had led him to conclude this. The instant Chen Xueshu heard this, he immediately burst into a wry smile. We really do have another matter we'd like to ask about. Go ahead. Chen Xueshu reached out and covered his own dantian. The insects inside us, are they still alive? Yao He and Yao Shi were dead, but the soul-controlling insects they had left behind were a big concern for the great Han Dynasty cultivators. Li Xian Yuan from the Pure Heart Palace even had the one inside him drill into his dantian, causing it to break, so his junior brothers Wufang had to constantly assist him. Who knew who might be next? Yang Kai turned to his eyes towards Zmo and silently inquired, but in the end Zmo just said indifferently, yes, they're still alive inside your bodies. Everyone's expression suddenly went bitter as they looked towards Zmo helplessly. Yang Kai frowned as well before inquiring, do you have any way to remove them? They aren't soul-controlling insects I planted. Zmo slowly shook her head and said, however, there's nothing for you to worry about. They will only absorb a tiny bit of your yuan qi in order to survive, and with no one issuing them commands, they won't actively try to harm you. Once you can begin cultivating your divine sense, it will be easy for you to extract them, or if you can't wait that long, once you go back to your respective sects, you can let one of your elders do it for you. These were only the lowest order soul-controlling insects, so in addition to their fear of heat, one could use their divine sense to deal with them. However, after she had said this, everyone was still frowning. They were not sure if they could believe Zmo. Moreover, even if Zmo was telling the truth, having a live insect latched onto your dantian which could possibly harm you would make anyone uncomfortable. If they were to engage in a life or death battle and the insect suddenly decided to move, they couldn't begin to estimate how serious the consequences might be. Seeing all of these people's expressions, ZMO suddenly smiled mischievously. If you want to remove the insects now, I may have a way. That is, if you are willing to let me try. Everyone's face became even more bitter as they looked towards Yang Kai. They really did not trust ZMO. In case this little Tianlang bitch acted maliciously and gained control over them, but if they did not agree, then all of them would have to live in constant fear of the insects causing damage to their dantians. ZMO sneered, fully aware of what these people were thinking, before saying, I can't do anything, but my master can help you. Your master? Chan Xueshu couldn't help coughing awkwardly. Yang Kai's face also twitched as he bitterly glared over at ZMO. Brother Yang, so it's true that she's your maidservant? Chan Xueshu directed an envious look at him, which caused Su Xiaoyu to viciously pinch and twist him. Feeling a sharp pain in his side, Chan Xueshu's face grimaced, but he did not dare to say anything. She's bullshitting. She can't wait for me to die. Yang Kai denied strongly as he snorted and frowned. But I really may have a way. It's just that I've not tried it on a person before. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuanqi was the sole controlling insect's nemesis, and now that they could no longer receive commands from Yao He or Yao Shi, as long as he carefully applied his true Yang Yuanqi, then he should theoretically be able to force the soul controlling insect out of their bodies. Earlier Yang Kai had used this approach to extract a soul-controlling insect from the head of a fifth-order malevolent golden shadow leopard, which led to him learning the secrets of these insects. However, the subject this time would be a human, so Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly. All of the cultivators here were the young elites from their respective sects, and the soul-controlling insects had been implanted in close proximity to their fragile dantians. Even a small mistake on his part could lead to serious consequences. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, everyone also felt uneasy. He can try it on me. Pure Heart Palace's Li Xian Yuan suddenly called out weakly, accompanied by a faint laughter. In any case, my cultivation has been wasted, so allowing Brother Yang to practice his approach on me can be considered a boon for everyone. Zhou Fang immediately objected. Senior brother, don't talk like that. In the future there will definitely be a chance for you to repair your dantian. All you need to do is find the right medicine. Instead, I'll volunteer to go first. Junior brother Zhua. Li Xian Yuan shook his head and smiled wryly. Your senior brother really has nothing to worry about. Even if Brother Yang fails, then the worst that happens is that I die. Rather than living like this, death might be better. Stop arguing. I'm not so sure it will work, so let me ask her a few things first. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow before reaching out and signaling ZMO to come closer. What now? ZMO's expression went sour, but she still obediently came over. Seeing her act so subservient only caused the Great Han Dynasty group to look more surprised. Did they really have a relationship of master and maidservant? How was that even possible? Describe for me how I should accomplish this. Yang Kai said seriously. ZMO explained again and provided two options. Both of them were similar to how Yang Kai extracted the soul-controlling insect from the malevolent golden shadow leopard, but with far greater attention to detail. First, he could use a strong pinpoint burst of true Yang Yuanqi to instantly incinerate it, not giving it any time to react, or he could gently stimulate it so it would escape on its own. However, he absolutely couldn't let it feel uneasy, because if it became desperate, it might really break someone's dantian. After listening to her full explanations, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before looking at the crowd and confirming, Are you sure you want me to try? After glancing around briefly, everyone nodded. Good. I can only guarantee that I will make every effort to help you to resolve this issue, but the consequences will be your own to bear. Yang Kai did not wish to get caught in the mess if he failed. Han Shaoqi laughed softly. Since that's the case, we can only believe in you. Nobody here had any objections. Naturally, they understood his intentions. Yang Kai nodded and weighed his options for a long time before deciding to go with the second method. The first was quick and simple, but the drawbacks were harsh. If his control was not precise enough, then all he would end up doing was harm others. Shifting his gaze to Li Xianyuan, Yang Kai spoke solemnly. I'll try it out on you first. Li Xianyuan smiled and nodded. Suofeng wanted to say something, but his senior brother signaled him to stand down. Taking off his shirt and exposing his chest, the 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 girls all blushed involuntarily. But none of them turned their eyes away for fear they might miss something and instead stared intensely at everything that was happening. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and placed it on Li Xianyuan's dantian. Taking a deep breath, he then completely immersed himself in controlling his true Yang Yuan Qi and gently poured a little bit of it into Li Xianyuan's body. After what seemed like a long time, Yang Kai finally felt where the soul-controlling insect was idling, and then very carefully directed his threads of true Yang Yuan Qi towards it and cautiously surrounded it while observing to make sure it did not have any violent reactions. Li Xianyuan's face suddenly flushed. He was now a waste, so the influx of Yuan Qi was somewhat difficult for him to bear, but he was a man with strong perseverance. So even though his abdomen felt like it was on fire, he still strongly grit his teeth and remained silent. But the veins on his forehead were clearly showing as sweat poured down his face. Yang Kai looked at him and said seriously, "Brace yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai pushed his true Yang Yuan Qi and wrapped the soul-controlling insect harder. The soul-controlling insect also began to struggle more intensely, which caused Li Xianyuan to experience more and more pain, while his junior brother, Suofeng, stayed by his side and felt his heart leap into his throat. However, soon after, the soul-controlling insect was forced out from its position near Li Xianyuan's dantian. Reaching this step successfully, Yang Kai finally relaxed his nerves a bit, and because he no longer had to act so delicately, Yang Kai increased the intensity of his true Yang Yuan Qi markedly. After a few breaths of time, everyone clearly saw as a small insect protruding from Li Xianyuan's ribs. Yang Kai eyes flashed as he reached out his hand and drew out the soul-controlling insect. He extracted it quickly and then burned it into ash. At the same time, Li Xianyuan also involuntarily let out a deep breath and softly collapsed onto the ground. Senior brother. Suofeng was shocked and quickly reached out to support him. Resting for a few moments, Li Xianyuan finally weakly said while laughing happily, "It was definitely painful, but it feels good to be free again." Seeing him safe and sound, everyone felt like a boulder had been lifted from their hearts. Yang Kai stood up and looked around. "Who wants to go next?" "I'll do it," Chen Xueshu shouted and then quickly sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. Having succeeded once already, Yang Kai naturally gained some experience and confidence, but Chen Xueshu and Li Xianyuan were not the same. This time the patient also had his own true qi, so even if he tried to relax completely, his true qi would involuntarily protect himself. This meant that Yang Kai could only increase the output of his Yuan Qi, but once again, after a long time, he successfully extracted the soul-controlling insect. One by one, the great Han Dynasty disciples lined up, which made Yang Kai feel exhausted enough to collapse. But after handling most of the group, only the few women were left. Azura Sex Yi Qing Si, Water Moon Hall's Feng Qian Hen, reflecting Moon Sex Su Xiaoyuov, and the 10,000 Flower Palace's 4 female disciples. With the exception of the most enchanting Yi Qing Si, the other girls were all blushed red, and each of them looked around at the others while trying to hide their embarrassment. The reason was simple. When Yang Kai extracted the soul-controlling insects, his hand had to be placed on the patient's dantian. The dantian was located in one's lower abdomen, just below the navel. Thinking of this, all of the girls suddenly felt ashamed. Yi Qing Si smiled seductively. "I'll go first. You little girls. Why are you acting so shy? It's not like he's going to eat you. Kiki?" Yang Kai tried to act solemnly. "Please don't flirt with me." The surrounding group of men also stared at him enviously. Sitting cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, Yi Qing Si's eyes shimmered as she elegantly smiled and boldly stared at him before slowly undoing the buttons on her clothes. Pluck, pluck, gulp. The sounds of heavy breathing and nervous swallowing echoed about. Yi Qing Si enchanting bulges were being revealed bit by bit. Seemingly like a fully ripe peach, her alluring face and graceful temperament gave off the unique temptation of a mature woman that was irresistible to any male. seeing her fiddle with the last button holding her top together, soon to expose the enchanting revelry which lay beneath. The excited pack of men naturally had their eyes fixed on her. Who would be willing to miss something so wondrous? Ha ha ha! Xianxia smiled flirtatiously. Not only did she not seem embarrassed, she was even throwing out teasing, seductive laughter. This little temptress. All the men standing around had hot steam blowing from their noses by now. Han Xiaoqi grunted as she glared at these drooling dogs, her face as cold as ice. You damn dogs. Turn around and close your dog eyes this instant. Su Xiaoyu cursed as she reached out her hands and covered her respected senior brother's eyes. Chen Shueshu flushed a bright shade of crimson and obediently turned away, but his heart was filled with embarrassment and regret. Xianxia suddenly stopped all her actions as she smiled towards these onlookers. Are you sure you want to stay? Hey! Suifang. Chu Jingshan and the others suddenly wore a stupid grin, licking their lips. We thought you wouldn't mind. Bullshit! Xianxia viciously shouted. Letting you leave now is giving you some face. Anyone who doesn't have some self-knowledge, I'll make sure to educate seriously once this is over. We'll leave. Suifang helped Li Xian Yuan up and the men quickly scattered like beat dogs. All of them let out a long sigh, deeply forlorn. Ah! Don't pull so hard. Chen Shueshu anxious complained as Zhouba firmly gripped his arm and dragged him along. My precious junior sister is still there. I have to look after her. You roll away. Su Xiaoyu scolded him unceasingly. Waiting for the male group to retreat 1,000 meters away, and determining they couldn't peek on them, the women here finally relaxed. Yang Kai's face remained calm and natural, staring towards Xianxia and urging her, continue. A touch of red suddenly appeared on Xianxia's face as she took a deep breath, lightly grit her teeth, and then finished undoing her clothes. Yihan's eyes went completely round. Her cute face felt like it was on fire, and she nervously asked, Do we all have to do this? Yang Kai nodded seriously. Yihan immediately covered her cheeks. Is it possible to not undress? Yang Kai frowned before saying, If you're not afraid that something will go wrong, you can. However, if I'm in direct contact with your bodies, I can better control my yuan qi. This statement was obvious. Having physical contact with someone was definitely better than being separated by a layer of clothes. Han Xiaoqi's lashes fluttered as she softly comforted. Junior brother Yang is a gentleman? What are you afraid of? Yihan whimpered. I'm not afraid of him. It's just, I. Unable to finish, she quickly dashed into her senior sister Lu Qingru's arms and buried her face. To the side, ZMO was wearing a big devious smile while laughing meaningfully, causing all the women's expressions to tense up unnaturally. You keep silent. Yang Kai glared at her before stretching out his hand and placing it on Xianxia's smooth flat belly. When their skin touched, Xianxia couldn't stop herself from trembling slightly, gently biting down on her lip, staring with her slightly wet eyes into Yang Kai's, as if trying to see into the depths of his heart. If one looked closely, they could see her exposed skin had also become slightly flushed. Contrary to Han Xiaoqi's prior words, Yang Kai was unscrupulous and shamelessly brushed his eyes over all of Xianxia's body, like he was trying to burn the beautiful images into his brain, all while his hands also never stopped carefully guiding his true Yang Yuan Qi into her abdomen. Little bastard! How could Xianxia miss the change in Yang Kai's demeanor? His eyes were obviously wandering all over the place like some starving beast, so she couldn't help blushing bright red as she scolded him fiercely. I didn't see anything. Yang Kai laughed mischievously. In reality, he actually hadn't seen anything, although her underwear was exposed. Xianxia hadn't totally removed her clothes, so even if Yang Kai tried his best, there was still a layer of cloth separating him from the paradise within. Shameless! Xianxia ground her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. But although she sounded angry, she still wore a smile on her face as she carefully stared at Yang Kai. She had never encountered a man who so brazenly took advantage of her before now. PFT, truly a gentleman? ZMO spit out some ridicule while glancing towards Han Xiaoqi, the latter's pretty face now completely dyed crimson. Just now she had plotted to push the idea of being a gentleman onto Yang Kai to keep him in check, but she hadn't thought he would simply treat her comments like a passing breeze. In that moment, Han Xiaoqi finally understood what Yang Kai meant when he had previously talked about a man's instincts. With a beauty before him, which man wouldn't steal a few glances? If he was really completely indifferent, that would be odd. Putting up an indifferent front while concealing dirty thoughts within would be even worse. At the very least, he was being upfront with them without the slightest pretense. Thinking till here, Han Xiaoqi let out a small sigh. Ha! Let's just say it's his reward for helping us. After a short while, a small bump emerged on Yi Qingxi's waist just below her ribs. Just as Yang Kai was about to act, Yi Qingxi suddenly said, "You better be careful. If you leave a scar, just wait and see how I'll fix you up. After everything you've been through recently, you still care about such things?" Yang Kai was suddenly struck speechless, but still extra carefully made the incision to extract the soul-controlling insect, guiding it out and burning it to ash. Next, Yang Kai turned around and stared at the princesses. The girls all looked around at each other for a long time before Han Xiaoqi finally grit her teeth and walked forward with a beet-red face, declaring, "I'll go." As the senior sister to the other 10,000 Flower Palace girls, she felt like she was taking the lead. Steeling her determination, she sat squarely in front of Yang Kai and in an orderly manner began to remove her clothes. Finishing in short order, she closed her eyes and steadied herself for the battle to come. See her finish her preparations. Yang Kai was no longer polite. One by one, he completed his task. Of the 4 10,000 Flower Palace girls, Han Xiaoqi was elegant, Yihan was innocent, Lu Qingru was sweet, and Hua Ruoyin was serene. Each of them had a different temperament. Coupled with Yi Qingxi being seductive and Feng Qianhen's intellect, it was like a parade of different beauties. Yang Kai was truly treated to a feast for his eyes. Finally, it was Su Xiaoyu's turn. After she sat down and prepared to untie her clothes, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and stopped her. "There's no need. But didn't you say it was easier for you to control your Yuan Qi if I did this?" Su Xiaoyu asked softly. "After gaining so much experience, it shouldn't be a problem anymore," Yang Kai explained. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. However, Yang Kai didn't stop there. Quickly tearing off a piece of cloth from his clothes and then blindfolding himself. Seeing this scene, Yihan suddenly cried out, "How come for Su Xiaoyu you're covering your eyes?" Yang Kai heard her voice and calmly replied, "She already has a man. If I don't blindfold myself, I'm afraid Brother Chun will try to challenge me to a death match." "Oh." Yihan thought deeply and nodded. "That's certainly thoughtful of you. What? Did you think I'm some kind of pervert or something?" The group of women all looked a little apologetic, each of them feeling like they had misunderstood Yang Kai just now. But while feeling this pang of guilt, Han Xiaoqi's face suddenly went ice cold, asking in a menacing tone, "Doesn't that mean you could have always been wearing a blindfold?" In order to force out the soul-controlling insect, it only needed him to place his hand on their dantian and push his true Yang Yuan Qi. Being able to see for a process that happened completely inside their bodies was completely unnecessary. Previously, she had not thought of this, but now, seeing Yang Kai do so, Han Xiaoqi was suddenly enlightened. Not daring to answer, Yang Kai just sat there with a big awkward grin on his face. Han Xiaoqi's tender body began trembling uncontrollably. The girls all looked at each other, immediately putting on friendly smiles before rushing forward and raining down divine punishment on this shameless pervert. Half an hour later, the charming group of women walked over while talking and laughing amongst themselves. Chen Xueshu was the first from the male group to dash over and quickly seized his junior sister's hand, anxiously asking, "How was it? Did anything happen?" Su Xiaoyu calmed him down before carefully explaining what had transpired. Listening to her explanation, Chen Xueshu suddenly felt even more grateful to Yang Kai. Hearing how Yang Kai he had paid special attention to his dignity and face no doubt touched Chen Xueshu deeply. However, when he looked around to find him, he was suddenly stunned stiff. "Brother Yang, what? Yang Kai just smiled wryly and waved his hand. Just a small injury, small injury. Serves you right, ZMO snorted as she enjoyed a moment of schadenfreude. Yang Kai didn't pay her any mind, instead sending a thread of consciousness into his universe bag and quickly summoning 2 bottles of healing pills, handing them over to Chen Xueshu. Brother Yang, what is this? Chen Xueshu asked in confusion as he reflexively received him. Something for you to keep in case of emergencies. In addition, if you encounter Wu Changyi, don't accept him back. Yang Kai said solemnly. Why? What happened? Hearing him mention Wu Changyi, everyone quietly gathered around. Having nothing to hide, Yang Kai simply explained what had transpired after the first time he had met them all. Listening to his story, everyone's expressions became quite ugly. Suifeng cursed. Damn it. I always wondered why Qi Jianxing suddenly disappeared, but it turns out he was sent by Wu Changyi to kill Brother Yang. When I asked him back then, all Wu Changyi told me was that he had sent him to explore our surroundings and would return after a few days. Chen Xueshu also shouted out in anger. That scheming bastard. How could he be so vicious? For just a bottle of healing pills he actually acted so ruthlessly. Han Shaoqi frowned. Seems we were all wrong about him. If we had continued to follow him, maybe all of us would have become sacrifices already. For a bottle of healing pills, Wu Changyi easily sentenced Yang Kai to death. It was obvious that he saw the group of great Han Dynasty cultivators around him as nothing but pawns which could eventually be turned into blood beads. With so many people around him, all of them elites at the true element boundary, it would be more than enough for him to break through a few minor realms. The next time we meet him, Elder Sister will help you teach him a lesson. Yi Qingxi, who came from the Endless Sea Islands, had no scruples about fighting a disciple from the 9-star sword school. The cultivators from the Tianlang dynasty and their horde of monster beasts no longer existed. Only Wu Changyi and Qi Shui with his 6th-order monster beast remained, but even with a 6th-order monster beast, Qi Shui wanting to deal with such a large group of elites on his own would be next to impossible. In other words, the disciples assembled here, as long as they didn't act separately, were an invincible presence in this isolated world. However, Chen Xueshu had gleaned some clues from Yang Kai's speech. Brother Yang, don't tell me. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. That's right. I'm leaving. Everyone's expression suddenly changed and Yihan quickly asked, You're leaving? Why do you want to leave? Yang Kai only shook his head slowly. Yi Qingxi stepped forward and asked seriously, This isn't about us beating you earlier, making you feel uncomfortable, right? If that's the case, then Elder Sister will let you hit her back in order to even the score. Nonsense. I just have my own circumstances. Yang Kai did not explain further. Hearing him say this, a look of astonishment flashed across Zemo's face while the others also guessed something, glancing back and forth between ZMO and Yang Kai hesitantly. Well, that's the case. Yang Kai smiled and turned to Leng Shan. You stay here with them. As he spoke, he silently called out to Old Demon. But receiving no response, Yang Kai knew that he must have placed a seal on himself in order to block communications with himself, so instead he continued speaking with Leng Shan. You're Ghost King Valley and I have grievances. After all, I was the one who killed Jin Hao and Yucheng Kuan. If you want to seek revenge for them, just come find me at High Heaven Pavilion. If it were 10 days ago, Yang Kai would not have let Leng Shan live. But after going through so many ups and downs together, killing her seemed a bit unreasonable. On her side, Leng Shan's eyes flashed briefly before she shook her head. I won't. Yang Kai smiled. That's good. Finished with the pleasantries, Yang Kai directed his attention to her forehead and pondered for a moment. I'm afraid I can't recover the gift I sent you right now, but once I reach the immortal ascension boundary, I'll definitely be able to. Leng Shan nodded slightly, managing to squeeze out a smile. I believe it won't take you long. Naturally, she knew that Yang Kai was talking about the seal he had placed in her soul. While it remained, she would forever be his servant, her own life and death controlled by him. In this regard, Yang Kai was not lying to her. It was only with Old Demon's help that he was able to plant the seal in her soul, and whether it was ZMO or Leng Shan, they had both sent a thread of their own divine sense to him. without which Yang Kai as he currently was would never have been able to complete this process. However, wanting to remove the seal now was no simple task. The two of them would have to rely on Yang Kai to willingly release them once he could cultivate his own divine sense. Ladies and gentlemen, one day we shall meet again. Until then, I bid you farewell. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Take care. Yang Kai turned around and disappeared like a falling star, ZMO silently keeping up. After a long silence, Chun Shueshu finally spoke up. Ha! Having that Tianlang woman come with us wasn't really a problem. Brother Yang is just worrying too much. But Yi Qingxi just wore a pleasant smile. Can you guarantee that you can treat that Tianlang woman like an ordinary comrade? Chun Shueshu looked surprised for a moment before wryly smiling and shaking his head. Up until a little while ago, ZMO had been mortal enemies with them. One of the Tianlang cultivators who had planted soul-controlling insects in their bodies to enslave them. None of them would easily open their hearts to her. If they had stayed, everyone would no doubt give Yang Kai some face and not make things difficult for her. But they would never drop their guard against her either. In the end, she was an outsider, so having her around would naturally be uncomfortable. Yang Kai had certainly considered all of this and thus decided to leave with her. Leng Shan, is that woman really Brother Yang's maidservant? Chun Shueshu curiously asked. However, to his surprise, Leng Shan suddenly glared at him, grunted angrily and walked away, ignoring him completely. Did I say something wrong? Chan Shueshu was speechless, unable to understand why Leng Shan's attitude towards him just now became so cold. Little did he know that his question was actually poking at her most humiliating trauma. Walking through the jungle, ZMO stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression on her face. Hesitating several times, she was ultimately unable to find the right words to speak. A long, lingering silence floated between the two while Yang Kai, who was out front, would occasionally pause, frown, examine his surroundings, and then immediately dash off again in a new direction. ZMO was like a shadow, tightly following behind Yang Kai, only a few steps away. After a day or so of repeating these actions, ZMO finally could not stand the silence and suddenly came to a stop, her body not moving an inch forward. Yang Kai kept traveling a few thousand meters before realizing something wasn't right, quickly turning back to find ZMO still standing in place, staring at him with cold yet confused eyes. What are you doing? Yang Kai frowned, a tinge of displeasure appearing on his face. I also want to know what you're doing. ZMO tilting her head to the side as she threw out this question, softly following up. In the end, there wasn't any need for you to go that far. Huh? Yang Kai stared at her with puzzled eyes. Separating from those people. If you had stuck with them, you wouldn't have to worry about your own safety. The only people inside this isolated world besides us and that group are my senior brother and Wu Changyi, but with that group's strength and the numbers there would be no need to fear either of those two masters. So you separating from them wasn't a smart choice. Yang Kai stared at her blankly for a while before an inexplicable smile bloomed on his face. You're not thinking that I separated from that group solely because I was being considerate of your situation, right? Yang Kai smirked. Zemo's face blushed slightly as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, Didn't you? Ha ha ha. You think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai sneered dismissively. You're a Tianlang dynasty cultivator, and before yesterday, we were still mortal enemies. Even if you managed to put up a good front, you never stopped wanting to take my life. You're cruel and heartless, and I am certainly not righteous. So why would I suddenly care about your feelings? Zemo's anger swelled up as her breathing became uneven, grinding her teeth before cursing. Since you planted this damn seal on my soul, when have I ever acted out against you one? I know you want to keep face, and that you're unbelievably stubborn, but do you really need to act so ruthless? It was the same that time with Bai Xiaoming, although she knew he was annoyed by Bai Xiaoming's contempt and attitude, but part of the reason he acted like that was definitely for her sake as well. However, this pig-headed man would rather die than recognize that. So ZMO decided to give him some face and kept silent about it, allowing him to keep up appearances. But after all that had happened, he actually went so far to dismiss her and hide his motives. Was his face that important to him? Oh, you think the feelings between us have developed that far? Yang Kai laughed wantonly, walked over, put his arm around Zemo's waist, and gently pulled her towards him, his hand not behaving politely as it brushed across her skin. Zemo quickly stretched out her hands and pushed on Yang Kai's chest, bending her upper body as far backwards as she could. Feeling his big hands moving all over her lower back, her expression became dark as she frowned deeply. What are you doing? You just said I was ruthless. I'm only proving you right. Yang Kai's hands suddenly became more presumptuous. Let go of me. Zemo's face was no cold as ice as she shouted in protest. Yang Kai grinned, no longer acting presumptuous, and quickly released her. Zemo instantly took a few steps back to open up some distance between them, staring towards him with extreme vigilance. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Yang Kai nodded suddenly. Separating from them really was partly due to my concern about your situation. Hearing this, Zemo's anger-filled eyes couldn't help flashing a touch of warmth and gratitude. How should I put this? Right now you're my maidservant. If you don't have any face, then I would also lose face, right? The small bit of warmth in Zemo's expression instantly froze over. One day, I'll definitely kill this smelly man. Zemo swore in her heart, feeling more anger and frustration than she had ever thought possible. However, that was not the main reason. Yang Kai shook his finger mockingly. Then what is your main reason? Zemo asked in an annoyed manner. I'm going to find Wu Chang'e. Yang Kai's face suddenly flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. I want to kill him. Wu Chang'e had sent his junior brother to rob and kill Yang Kai. This was not something he was just going to let pass. One must settle their grievances. Wu Chang'e would need to pay an appropriate price for his arrogance. However, in the end, he was an elite disciple from the 9-star sword school, and his position in the sect was definitely not below, so once they had left this isolated world, finding an opportunity to kill him quietly would be difficult. Therefore, Yang Kai wanted to solve everything here before that happened. This was not an opportunity he could afford to miss. Not to mention, Wu Chang'e also had to have more brilliant flame liquid on him. Just that alone was reason enough for Yang Kai to want him dead. While the brilliant flame liquid was no longer useful for him personally, but that didn't mean it wasn't useful for others. Unfortunately, if he acted together with the Great Han Dynasty group, even if they killed Wu Chang'e, it was unlikely that there would be enough brilliant flame liquid to spread around. This way, though, Yang Kai could monopolize it all. Your courage is not small. This Wu Chang'e being able to escape my senior brother proves that his strength is extraordinary. I don't deny that you are also very strong, but do you honestly believe you can win against that guy? Zemo stared at Yang Kai in shock, thinking to herself that this youth was really quite daring. Win or lose, we'll have to fight to know. Yang Kai spoke flippantly before sending a meaningful look towards Zemo. Besides, don't I have you to help me? What do you think I'm dragging you around for? Zemo's beautiful face twitched in anger as she stomped her foot repeatedly. You should just go die. He's definitely been scheming this all along. Zemo was humiliated that she had felt even a little bit touched before. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed wantonly, reaching out and touching Zemo's face, gently caressing her cheek. Now, don't be so upset. After you spend some more time with me, you'll find I can give you many benefits. You may never want to leave after that. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Zemo cursed loudly. Although she really felt that his words were shameless beyond compare, but it was undeniable that he also had many qualities that made him stand out amongst all the men she had ever encountered, and these points he would occasionally inadvertently display were very attractive, especially to women. Knowing his true intentions, Zemo's anger soon subsided as she let out a small grin, quickly asking, So the pauses and observations you've been making were all attempts to find Wu Chang'e's trail, right? So have you found any clues so far? No. Yang Kai shook his head. It's very simple for a master like him to mask his own trail. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai continued confidently. But as long as he is still here, I'll definitely find him. I think I can help with that. Zemo laughed mischievously. Yang Kai nodded. That was my intention. Over the next few days, Xianxia and ZMO both searched for the traces of Wu Chang'e while also searching for monster beasts. Yao He and Yao Shi had together controlled more than 100 monster beasts, but during the previous battle they had only beheaded 30 or 40, which meant nearly 70 had escaped. These were probably the only monster beasts remaining in this isolated world. A few days later, the pair had only made a small harvest. Using her soul-controlling insects, ZMO had taken control of 7 monster beasts. These beasts were then sent out to scout, greatly increasing the scope and efficiency of their search. After a dozen or so more days, ZMO's pack had increased to 15, and they at last discovered traces of Wu Chang'e. One of the scattered monster beasts had suddenly been killed, so Xianxia and ZMO quickly rushed over to its last known location, only to discover remnants of sword chi from the battle. It was definitely Wu Chang'e. Xianxia understood that such vibrant sword chi was not something an ordinary person could display. Only someone on the level of a 9-star sword school disciple would be capable of such a feat. Not to mention that the one that had died was a 5th-order monster beast. Being able to quickly kill it meant the strength of the other party's sword chi was quite high. Considering all the evidence, Xianxia was almost instantly able to determine that the culprit was Wu Chang'e. However, despite following the traces left behind, it was only half a day later before they once again lost Wu Chang'e's trail. Xianxia frowned. It was the first time he felt so frustrated that he couldn't yet cultivate his divine sense, causing this hunt to go so slowly. If he could use his divine sense, it would not be the same. As long as his divine sense was strong enough, he would have no trouble searching a radius of more than a dozen kilometers around him. While Xianxia was grumbling to himself, ZMO expression suddenly changed, quickly glancing towards Xianxia. "My senior brother is nearby." Xianxia also turned to look at her. "Qi Shui, and he's together with a 6th-order monster beast, combined with his own strength. No one is his equal. If we meet him here, you will definitely die. We should avoid him at all costs. Him being here, he must also be chasing Wu Chang'e." Xianxia recalled when the Tianlang Dynasty Sen Luo Temple disciples and their monster beast army confronted the Great Han Dynasty disciples. The only one with enough ability to escape was Wu Chang'e. The others were all captured, so afterwards, Qi Shui left alone with his 6th-order monster beast in order to pursue Wu Chang'e. Since he and Xianxia had the same ultimate objective, the two of them encountering each other was not surprising. "It's too late." Zemo's beautiful face went pale as she turned and looked toward the jungle, softly whispering, "Just wait there and don't speak. I'll deal with him. If he learns about the relationship between you and me, he'll definitely try to kill you." Xianxia looked at her with astonishment. ZMO coldly snorted, "I'm just doing this for self-protection. Don't think so hard about it. If you want me to die, all it would take is a single thought, so I definitely can't let you face mortal danger, lest in desperation you decide to take me with you. Heh." Xianxia chuckled as glanced at her nervous face before turning towards the direction she was staring. Shortly after, a giant monster beast sprang out from the jungle. The beast looked like a cross between a wolf and a tiger with a domineering stature, powerful limbs, and ferocious claws and fangs. Its total length was more than 10 meters, even several dozen meters away. This mighty monster beast was able to give Xianxia a choking sense of oppression. 6th-order monster beast. A true 6th-order monster beast. When it appeared, the monster beasts standing beside ZMO one by one lowered their heads, like a pack of mice encountering a cat, all of them humbling themselves before it. Sitting on the back of this monster beast was a young man wearing a purple robe, roughly 25 or 26 years old with sword-like brows, a firm bearing and a cold penetrating gaze. This was Qi Shui. His temperament was very different from Wu Chang'e. In comparison, Wu Chang'e was calm like a mountain, while this Qi Shui was more overbearing, but no matter who it was, they gave off a proud and arrogant aura. Both of them were favored sons of heaven. They had enough strength to act arrogant. From his seat atop the 6th-order monster beast, Qi Shui looked towards ZMO, not even bothering to glance towards Xianxia. The 6th-order monster beast eventually came to a halt about 10 meters away from the pair. "Senior brother." ZMO came up and respectfully greeted him, but instead of a reply, she heard the 6th-order monster beast growl towards her menacingly. Seeing this monster beast's reaction caused Zimo's heart to jump, glancing towards her senior brother soon after only to find he was staring at her coldly as well. Yao He and Yao Shi died. What do you know of this? After remaining silent for a long time, Qi Shui finally spoke, his sharp pair of eyes slightly narrowing, flashing a dangerous light, as if to warn Zimo that her answer would determine her fate. Zimo felt a chill run down her back, but still strongly declared, "I killed them." Qi Shui's narrowed eyes suddenly shot open, angrily shouting, "You killed them?" "Yes," Zimo replied while secretly frightened. "Tell my why," Qi Shui demanded coldly. "They killed my monster beasts, took my soul-controlling insects, and destroyed my threads of divine sense." Qi Shui frowned and gazed suspiciously at Zimo. "Why would they do that?" Zimo just sneered. "Senior brother already knows the answer to that question. Why are you bothering to ask me?" Qi Shui closed his eyes for a moment and nodded slightly. "Fine. They dared to move against you, so they must accept such a fate." Hearing this sentence, Zimo couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Things would have become perilous if Qi Shui had taken Yao He and Yao Shi's side. Fortunately, Qi Shui still wanted to maintain his senior brother's appearance and didn't indiscriminately punish Zimo. "However, you alone couldn't have killed them," Qi Shui said with absolute certainty. "Who helped you?" Zimo lightly bit her lip and remained silent. Seeing her act this way, Qi Shui finally glanced towards Yang Kai, his face still filled with indifference. "You fighting with Yao He and Yao Shi, I do not care about. After we return, I will inform Master impartially. But if an outsider also intervened, you should know how to deal with things." "I know," Zimo whispered. "Good. Kill him." Qi Shui stretched out a finger and pointed at Yang Kai, coldly declaring in a tone that allowed no dissent. Yang Kai's heart jumped, secretly increasing his vigilance. He hadn't thought Zimo's senior brother would act so decisively. Zimo raised her head, her eyes flashing a difficult light. There was no way she could attack Yang Kai. If he wished it, as soon as she moved against him, he could sentence her to death. Unfortunately, Qi Shui's attitude was extremely firm, and no matter how clever Zimo was, she could not think of a way to solve her immediate problems at this moment. No matter which path she chose, one of these two monsters would be unsatisfied. "I'm here now. There's no need to keep him around. Why do you hesitate?" Qi Shui's cold voice questioned. Zimo's pulse raced as her thoughts rapidly spun, knowing any further delay would not be possible. After a brief silence, Zimo shook her head and smiled wryly. "I cannot kill him." Qi Shui's eyes narrowed, his voice even colder than before. "Why?" Yang Kai secretly sneered, waiting for Zimo to reply. Once she exposed their secret relationship, he'd give her an appropriate punishment. Because I'm in love with him." Zimo's eyes became firm, her cheeks slightly reddening, before adding, "I'm already his woman, so I won't fight against him." Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at Zimo. He never expected that this woman would spout such an outrageous excuse. Qi Shui's face also cramped up as he gazed at Zimo sadly, gritting his teeth before asking again, "What did you just say?" "I said I love him. I'm his woman." Having already broken the jar, Zimo simply didn't care about what was spilt, so her second time delivering these lines was a lot smoother. Qi Shui showed a smile which was in no way smiling. "You're saying you like a cultivator for the great Han dynasty?" "Yes." Zimo sneaked a peek at Yang Kai. Seeing his face look completely natural, like everything was as it should be, her heart couldn't help feeling bitter, anxious to go up and slap his face a few times to vent her anger. Although she knew that her excuse was ridiculous, she really couldn't think of a better one right now. But did this damn man have to stand there looking so triumphant, completely ignoring the pain in her heart? Qi Shui's expression sank as he turned his eyes towards Yang Kai. Taking a deep breath, "Sure enough, there's no soul-controlling insect inside him. It looks like you're not lying." Yang Kai's face went cold. This casual comment from Qi Shui inadvertently revealed an important message. He seemed to be able to detect the existence of other people's soul-controlling insects. "Of course I didn't lie to you," ZMO painfully squeezed out a big smile. Good, good. Qi Shui's true qi surged up along with his murderous aura. Since you've discarded any shred of dignity you have, even allowing this great Han Dynasty trash to defile your body, senior brother has no need to favor you anymore. When we go back, I will report everything to master. You should prepare yourself for the consequences. Zmo's tender body trembled lightly, but she remained silent. As for him, Qi Shui glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Since you refuse to kill him, senior brother will do it for you. Finished speaking, the dozen or so monstrous beasts around ZMO suddenly stood up and bared their fangs towards Yang Kai, filled with vicious intent. Yang Kai's expression sank as he glared coldly at ZMO. ZMO hurriedly explained, "Quickly run! Senior brother's soul-controlling insect is a higher order than my own, so he can affect my soul-controlling insects. So it's like that." Listening to ZMO's explanation, the anger in Yang Kai's heart settled down. Originally he had suspected that ZMO was secretly trying to move against him, but it seems that he was mistaken about her. "Run away!" Qi Shui coldly snorted as the dozen or so ferocious monster beasts quickly surrounded Yang Kai. ZMO's face was pale and her brow dripped with sweat as she desperately tried to control her soul-controlling insects while anxious shouting at Yang Kai again. "What are you doing? Why haven't you left yet?" However, Yang Kai remained fixed in place, gazing at the sixth-order monster beast that Qi Shui was riding. Qi Shui sneered, silently issuing an order causing the dozen or so monstrous beasts to pounce towards Yang Kai. ZMO tried her best to control them, but it was ultimately to no avail. Yang Kai's face became serious, his body flickering, has vanished from inside the monster beast's encirclement as his Yuan Qi surged. In his left hand the white tiger seal, in his right the divine ox seal, quickly fusing the two together. A soft glowing light burst from his palm and flew straight to the sixth-order monster beast. Roar! With a heaven-rending bellow, the sixth-order monster beast beneath Qi Shui roared while a huge wind, visible to the naked eye, burst forth from its mouth, intercepting Yang Kai's beast slave seal, the violent energies clashing mid-air before directly crushing the soft glowing light. "Don't be so presumptuous." Qi Shui sneered dismissively. He didn't know what the beast's slave seal was, only thinking it was some means of attack Yang Kai had cast. But when Yang Kai had struck just now, he had exposed his real strength. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. Aware of this, Qi Shui only became more enraged. If this person was really some heaven-defying genius from the Great Han Dynasty, ZMO liking him would at least be reasonable, but he had clearly not even reached the true element boundary. What qualifications did he have to let ZMO fall for him? As her first senior brother, Qi Shui naturally felt ashamed, further fueling his determined to destroy Yang Kai. "Kill!" Qi Shui disdained to personally intervene, waving his hand as he ordered ZMO's monster beasts to rush Yang Kai again. Yang Kai's body flashed again, dodging the monster beast's onslaught while turning a deaf ear to ZMO's cries, dashing forward as he flew straight towards the sixth-order monster beast. Sitting on the back of his monster beast, Qi Shui sneered again and again as he watched, looking down on Yang Kai like he was some mere mortal, disdaining his futile struggle and resistance. "Your movement skill is good, but you're simply too weak," Qi Shui offhandedly commented. The sixth-order monster beast under him seemed to sense its master's thoughts, opening its mouth again but this time continuously roaring. Accompanying each roar was a half-meter-long wind blade which rapidly flew towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai still kept dodging, concentrating on moving towards the sixth-order monster beast, seemingly desperate to get closer. As the distance between them continued to shrink, Qi Shui finally showed some interest. He found that he had still underestimated the speed of this great Han Dynasty cultivator's movement skill. ZMO's monster beasts had no way of touching him, and even though his sixth-order monster beast was also attacking, in only a few short breaths he had managed to close to within 20 meters. "Humph!" Qi Shui snorted in annoyance, his eyes glaring angrily at Yang Kai. At 15 meters, the speed of this great Han Dynasty cultivator once again shot up, leaving behind only an afterimage. Qi Shui's eyes scanned his whole surroundings as his ears carefully perked up. Suddenly sneering, he struck towards his side with a vicious palm. A violent true chi burst forth as the palm strike whistled through the air towards the reappeared Yang Kai, who seemed like he would take a direct hit from Qi Shui's attack. At the same time, a faint glowing light shot out again from Yang Kai's palms, and this time managed to sink into the sixth-order monster beast's body. Successful, Yang Kai hurriedly tried to intercept Qi Shui's strike. Accompanied by a loud bang, Yang Kai's body flew out like a paper kite, landing several dozen meters away. Humph, waste! Qi Shui spat. He now understood that this great Han Dynasty cultivator's desperate struggle to close the distance between them was all for the purpose of launching that strange glowing light towards his sixth-order monster beast. But although he had managed to hit it, his monster beast hadn't shown any reaction. But rather this kid had taken one of his strikes and was now certainly seriously injured. Hitting the ground, Yang Kai barely managed to land on his feet, staggering back several steps to stabilize his stance, taking a deep breaths to suppress his rioting blood, his eyes flashing a trace of amazement. Strong! Yang Kai didn't hesitate to praise. This Qi Shui was worthy of an elite superforce disciple, even if he only hailed from a small side branch. His strength was not something an ordinary cultivator could match. Junior sister, senior brother will give you a chance. As long as you kill him, I will say a few words to master in your defense. I will even can help you conceal the fact that your innocence has been tainted so your position in the sect will not suffer, or else, if such things spread out, it will become very difficult for you. ZMO shook her head without hesitation. It's impossible for me to act against him. Attacking Yang Kai was tantamount to digging her own grave. On this point ZMO was very clear. Good. Since this is the path you have chosen, in the future, do not regret it. Qi Shui's patience had finally run out, slapping his monstrous beast mount, coldly staring at Yang Kai. I do not know what underhanded means you used to conquer my junior sister, but no Tianlang dynasty woman shall ever submit themselves to a great Han dynasty scum. So you must die. Done talking, Qi Shui simply waited for Yang Kai's death. But after a moment, his expression suddenly changed, looking down in surprise towards the sixth-order monster beast he was riding. Just now, he issued an order to this monster beast to launch a full offensive, but it had actually failed to respond. My soul-controlling insect is still there. How could this be? Suspicious of this situation, Qi Shui again issued his command, and indeed this time the monster beast responded. But instead of attacking Yang Kai, it bucked wildly and directly tossed Qi Shui off its back. Tumbling midair, Qi Shui managed to land upright before staring towards his monster beast. At that moment it was actually also glaring towards him, a low growl rumbling from the depths of its throat, its eyes flashing an ominous light. Qi Shui's face went pale. This monster beast, which had been implanted with his own soul-controlling insect, had somehow escaped his control, and worse off was now hostile to him. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai let out a burst of rampant laughter. Shifting his attention to him, Qi Shui recalled the most recent sequence of events and roared loudly towards him. What did you do? Thinking back to that odd light, Qi Shui had mostly guessed what had happened. This kid just now had desperately rushed him only to plant that glowing orb into his monster beast. It must have been some strange technique which somehow disrupted his control. Otherwise, how could his own enslaved monster beast possibly turn against him? Yang Kai's wanton laughter continued as he swept away all his caution, spiritedly strolled forward and came up to the sixth-order monster beast's side, reaching out and patting it as he looked back at Qi Shui. What did I do? Isn't it obvious? ZMO jaw sank to the floor as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. The more time she spent around him, the more mysterious ZMO found him. This strange youth seemed to possess strength and techniques far beyond her wildest imagination. It wasn't until now that ZMO understood how a few days before in their battle against the rampaging monster beast horde, he had resolved her and Lang Shan's crisis. At that time, although she knew that he had somehow been manipulating the situation, she was unsure of exactly how he had done so. But now ZMO finally understood. This youth, he had some skill which allowed him to control monster beasts. Easily being able to control a sixth-order monster beast, with such a heaven-defying skill, who was worthy in this isolated space of being his enemy. Even her senior brother Qi Shui had to take the great risk of sacrificing hundreds of soul-controlling insects, letting them consume one another in order for one of them to become a higher-order soul-controlling insect, giving up control of several tens of powerful monster beasts in the process to finally be able to subdue the sixth-order monster beast in front of them. Comparing the two, Yang Kai's abilities were simply beyond unfathomable. How did you do this? My soul-controlling insect is still inside its body. This is impossible. Qi Shui had completely lost his previous calm demeanor as he desperately tried to communicate with his own soul-controlling insect. But in the end, the sixth-order monster beast simply refused to obey his orders. Nothing is impossible. I can only say that your insects are just too worthless. Yang Kai contemptuously grinned as he stared at him coldly. Interesting. Qi Shui's expression suddenly lit up, like he had just encountered some new fun toy, staring towards Yang Kai with rage-filled eyes. Kill! Yang Kai only spat out a single word. The sixth-order monster beast instantly dashed forward, sending out a flurry of sharp wind blades, forcing Qi Shui to activate his own movement skill in order to hastily dodge. Instead of clashing with the monster beast, Qi Shui shot up into the air. Then, like an eagle striking from the sky, dove towards Yang Kai. Although Qi Shui's strength was impressive, he was still no match for the sixth-order monster beast, so his goal was only Yang Kai. As long as he killed this little bastard, he would be able to regain control of the sixth-order monster beast. So from the very beginning, Qi Shui struck to kill, his true element boundary 7th stage strength completely bursting out, producing an amazing destructive power. Yang Kai's face also became dignified, pushing the Yuan Qi in his body to the limit, not only not dodging the blow, but instead kicking off the ground and flying toward Qi Shui head-on. You really are interesting. Qi Shui grinned with delight. So are you. Yang Kai roared out just as loudly. While sparring verbally, the two struck out without any superfluous movements or fancy skill. This confrontation was a pure contest of power, both of them going all out. Qi Shui used a certain kill strike against Yang Kai, determined to instantly win back control of the sixth-order monster beast. In the face of such an assault, Yang Kai naturally did not hold anything back. Their fists collided as a massive explosion rang out between them, a blinding flash of light blinding everyone present, the world energy distorting around them, quickly followed by two muffled cries as the two separated. Qi Shui flew back while Yang Kai fell like a meteorite. Crashing into the ground, Yang Kai smashed open a small pit, quickly climbing up before spitting out a mouthful or blood, whereas Qi Shui, after landing softly, had a slight tinge of red on his face but was otherwise unharmed. In this round, Qi Shui had prevailed. Even so, Qi Shui's face flashed a look of utter disbelief as he stared at Yang Kai. But before he could fully assess how much damage he had done, a series of wind blades attacked him from behind. Cursing endlessly, Qi Shui hastily dodged. These were attacks from a sixth-order monster beast. He wouldn't be able to take more than a few of them. ZMO cried out as she fumbled for the right words. Just stand back, Yang Kai shouted. He knew that right now she was very conflicted, so he did not force her to help him, instead quickly activating his movement skill and dashing towards Qi Shui again. Qi Shui's expression sank. Not daring to stick around, he decisively turned and fled. He had thought that Yang Kai was weak, so once he had taken his life he would be able to salvage the situation, but he had never expected his full-powered strike to only cause some minor injuries to this little separation and reunion 8th stage kid. With no way to quickly take Yang Kai's life, his sixth-order monster beast falling into enemy hands, and his junior sister not able to help, why would Qi Shui stick around just to die? Seeing Qi Shui flash 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai naturally refused to give up, jumping on the back of the sixth-order monster beast and quickly chasing after him. Her heart filled with hesitation, ZMO stood stunned for a long time before gritting her teeth and following behind. Her life was still held in Yang Kai's hands. How could she not care? Through the jungle, 3 figures raced forward one after another. Qi Shui was in the lead, moving with all the speed he could muster. Yang Kai followed closely behind along with the sixth-order monster beast, And a few kilometers back, ZMO, leading her monstrous beasts, struggled between wanting to keep up and wanting to escape, causing her pace to be neither fast nor slow. While pursuing Qi Shui, the sixth-order monster beast would occasionally launch wind blades, mowing down trees hundreds of meters away like reaping wheat from the field, fully displaying its overwhelming strength. After all, this monster beast was no weaker than an immortal Ascension boundary master. Although Qi Shui was fleeing, his face showed no signs of panic. Only a touch of anxiety occupied his brow, concerned that if this pursuit continued, eventually his true Qi would be consumed clean, while the great Han Dynasty cultivator didn't have to worry about such issues. Once he became cornered, keeping his life would truly be difficult. Little did he know, Xianxia was also feeling anxious. His beast slave seal was incredibly powerful, but he had only ever used it on 4th order and 5th order monster beasts, never on a 6th order monster beast. Before this battle, Xianxia had a rough idea of the beast slave seal's limitations and suspected it would be related to his cultivation level, but there was never an opportunity to verify this until just now. Xianxia was now a separation and reunion 8th stage cultivator, which was roughly equivalent to a peak 4th order monster beast. At his level, the beast slave seal could easily control a 4th order monster beast, and even a general 5th order monster beast would be forced to submit, but in front of a 6th order monster beast things were not so simple. This monster beast was subconsciously fighting back against the implanted beast slave seal. For the moment it was still obeying his commands, but Xianxia estimated that after an hour at most, the beast slave seal would be crushed, and at that time the 6th order monster beast would once again fall under Qi Shui's control. The situation was not good. The fight had to be resolved before this hour was up, or else the entire situation would return to square one. Xianxia was also uncertain if the 6th order monster beast could be implanted with the beast slave seal a second time, if doing so no longer had an effect. Thinking till here, Xianxia hurriedly issued orders to the monster beast. Thankfully the monster beast was still well behaved, and after receiving Xianxia's instructions its speed rose significantly as it gradually closed the distance between them and Qi Shui. After a stick of incense, Qi Shui glanced back over his shoulder and immediately couldn't help but curse. His original 1,000 meters lead has been cut in half. After another a stick of incense his pursuers would definitely catch up. What if I went there? An idea suddenly flashed across Qi Shui's thoughts, hesitating somewhat, unable to decide. It was a mysterious region, a portion of the jungle completely wrapped in a strange white mist, thick enough to obscure one's vision completely. Qi Shui had inadvertently found it several days ago. At the time, Qi Shui had wanted to go in and explore, but the 6th order monster beast seemed extremely frightened by that place, which in turn made Qi Shui faintly uneasy, causing him to give up those plans. But now, with the enemy pursuit drawing ever closer and no chance to shake them off, Qi Shui decided it was worth a try even if there were unknown risks. Against the 6th order monster beast and that strange great Han Dynasty cultivator whose combat strength far exceeded his cultivation level, Qi Shui was unable to compete, but that place was somewhere the monster beast feared, so it certainly would not enter. If he could separate the two of them, Qi Shui felt he would have an opportunity to win. Weighing his options, Qi Shui's eyes flashed a cold light, then steeling his will, glancing about the surrounding terrain to find his bearings, Qi Shui suddenly turned toward the strange mist-shrouded region. Nearly another stick of incense later, the distance between Xianxia and Qi Shui had shrunk to just a few tens of meters. They were now so close that not only could the 6th order monster beast launch wind blades, even Xianxia could make deadly strikes, both of them ferociously attacking towards Qi Shui. If this continued much longer, Qi Shui would be overwhelmed, his clothes already cut up by their combined assault. It was only thanks to his body's true Qi which had blocked most of the wind blade's force that none of his bones had been broken and was instead just dripping a little blood. Staring back at Xianxia with utter hatred, a cold and provocative smile slowly emerged on Qi Shui's face, suddenly changing direction again, dashing into a mist-covered area of the jungle. Naturally, Xianxia pursued him, but unexpectedly, when the 6th order monster beast noticed the strange white mist ahead, it frantically stopped, causing Xianxia, who was completely focused on Qi Shui, to fly off from the inertia. Tumbling through the air several times, Xianxia awkwardly fell to the ground, But before he had time to observe his surroundings, a mournful wailing reached his ears. It was Qi Shui. He seemed to be suffering some kind of unbearable pain, causing him to let out those blood-curdling screams. Yang Kai's expression also rapidly changed, and in the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly burst forth in his mind. However, this pain was familiar. It was the same kind of pain he had experienced when Old Demon had tried to seize his body by destroying his consciousness. Involuntarily, Yang Kai roared as he gripped his head, the veins on his forehead throbbing, a cold sweat dripping down his face while his entire body trembled. Ah! Suddenly, an even more mournful and tragic howl than Qi Shui's rang out. It was Old Demon's cries. Old Demon's screams rang out over and over again, full of panic and fear. Old Demon! Yang Kai yelled as he gripped his head in pain. What happened? Young Master! Old Demon's voice trembled. What is this damned place? Why is it attacking my soul? Listening to his words, Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder the pain in his head felt so familiar. It was the feeling of his soul being damaged. Since a while ago, Yang Kai had been using a similar type of torture to deter ZMO and Leng Shan from acting against him, but now he himself was suffering the same kind of torment. It was karma. Good was rewarded with good while evil begets evil. All things would someday reach a balance. Qi Shui leading him into this white mist-wrapped patch of jungle was clearly a plot, but now he too was howling in pain only a few tens of meters away. Evidently he did not know just how terrible this place was, only to rush inside and find he could not bear it. Now, with the two of them suffering continuous damage to their souls, they simply didn't have any spare capacity to fight. Young Master, you must quickly leave here. This white mist is too strange. It causes no harm to one's body, but it severely damages one's soul. Old Servant cannot stand it. Old Demon strongly urged him. Once he was a powerful old devil, but now he had been reduced to only a residual soul without a flesh and blood body. Usually he could leisurely reside within his soul-breaker all, but falling into this strange mist-shrouded place was like falling into hell, causing him unimaginable torment and pain, much greater than either Yang Kai and Qi Shui. In this short period of time, Old Demon clearly felt the strength of his soul weakening, which caused him great panic. It was like feeling his existence being slowly shredded into nothingness. I know, hang on. Yang Kai glanced around, catching a glimpse of Qi Shui also stumbling around inside the mist, trying to find out the way, but it was to no avail. Gritting his teeth as he desperately endured the pain in his head, Yang Kai dashed back the way he had come, attempting to withdraw from here. But after traveling 1,000 meters, he found he was still surrounded by white mist. Yang Kai's blood went cold, immediately realizing how bad the situation had become. When he had broken into this mist-shrouded place, he had gone at most several tens of meters before the pain had begun. But now he was unable to find the way out. He couldn't give up though. Giving up would be the same as committing suicide. Old Demon, something's wrong. I can't find the way out. Yang Kai expression became panicked as well. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the howling Old Demon began to feel despair. Is this going to be Old Servant's final resting place? Old Servant is not willing. He had been sealed inside the Inheritance Heaven's cave for countless years until the barrier concealing it was cracked, giving him an opportunity to free himself. Although he later surrendered himself to Yang Kai, whatever the outcome he had at least managed to escape that place. But now being forced into this life and death crisis, Old Demon naturally aggrieved. Yang Kai frowned, struggling to resist the pain in his head while scanning the terrain, frantically trying to find a way out. There must be some kind of barrier around this place. Otherwise he shouldn't have had any problem leaving. But with Old Demon now incapacitated, and with Yang Kai himself simply unable to find the source of the barrier, how could he hope to escape? I'm also starting to feel sleepy. Yang Kai's eyes drooped slightly as he began to stagger a bit. Bad. This is very bad. It's a sign your soul is being damaged. If this keeps up, young Master's soul will likely be destroyed. Yang Kai's face was gloomy, pushing himself to endure all sorts of discomfort as his thoughts swirled. Suddenly, a certain idea came to him, quickly shouting, Old Demon, hide inside my golden skeleton. Your golden skeleton? Oh. Old Demon quickly understood and immediately moved his soul into Yang Kai's unyielding golden skeleton. After a brief moment, Old Demon's laughter rang out. Ha ha ha! Young master, your golden skeleton is truly impressive. It can withstand the effects of this strange white fog. Old servant is saved. Yang Kai smiled wryly. You may be safe, but I'm still in danger. The unyielding golden skeleton was like a vast bottomless pit. It could absorb any kind of energy he had come across so far. Yang Kai did not know what this white mist was, but since it was able to damage one's soul, it was certainly the manifestation of some kind of energy. So he had let Old Demon test whether the golden skeleton could block its effects, and sure enough it proved effective. Young master, you must endure. Old Demon cheered Yang Kai on. He now did not have to worry about being immediately erased, but if Yang Kai died here, he would also not be able to escape unscathed. Is there any way for me to place my soul into the golden skeleton as well? Yang Kai said as sweat dripped down his forehead. His fists tightly clenched as he trembled in pain. Young master has not reached the immortal ascension boundary. Old Demon sighed and did not continue to speak. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, and without cultivating one's divine sense, how could one transfer their soul to a different location? Yang Kai ground his teeth, making every effort to resist the pain from in his head, as his yuan qi fluctuated chaotically. The pain continued to build, causing him to feel a kind of vertigo hit him, eventually leading Yang Kai to stagger and fall to the ground, his soul clearly suffering more damage. If this pace kept up, it would not be long before his soul really was destroyed and he would essentially cease to exist. Therefore, he had to find a way to escape this calamity quickly. Although the situation was grim, in this moment of great adversity, Yang Kai became increasingly calm. Taking advantage of this wave of dizziness abating slightly, he gathered all his willpower and spirit as he racked his brain to find a way out of this crisis. While Yang Kai was concentrating, he suddenly felt a cool sensation wash over his mind. This unexpected sensation was not an illusion but something which really happened. Accompanying this cooling wave, Yang Kai's consciousness also became clearer and clearer, his whole being feeling somewhat comforted, the pain in his head also quickly vanishing, like he was waking from a groggy stupor, feeling refreshed and even somewhat invigorated. Ha! Yang Kai's face filled with doubt, slowly standing up, carefully feeling the incredible changes he had just undergone, wrinkling his brow in confusion. Young master, Old Demon hesitantly called out. Yang Kai did not respond, still immersed in the strange feeling he had just experienced, until a moment later, accompanied by a throbbing sensation. The same severe pain he had just endured returned once again to torment him. This pain lasted for some time, until it had reached a certain level of intensity. At that point, the feeling of vertigo overwhelmed him again. At the same time, a burst of cool spread throughout his mind, not only relieving him of his vertigo, but also quickly alleviating the pain he was enduring. The situation was exactly the same as the one he had just experienced. This time, however, Yang Kai carefully felt the entire process, finally allowing him to gain some insight into what was happening. The pain he felt was from the white mist attacking his soul, the dizziness and vertigo a result of his soul acquiring a certain amount of damage. But now, Yang Kai did not feel that his soul had suffered any damage. Instead, he felt its strength had slightly increased because his perception seemed to have expanded a little bit, which was the simplest test of the strength of one's soul. Although this increase was small, it was no doubt growth. Yang Kai was suddenly overjoyed. Old Demon, this time your young master has encountered a great opportunity. Yang Kai suddenly laughed heartily, but no sooner had he started laughing did he choke up, his hands clutching his head as his entire body began to spasm. Yang Kai remained in such a condition for a long time before all of a sudden returning to a perfectly normal state, causing Old Demon to inquire curiously, Young master, what exactly is happening? The soul-warming lotus is what's happening. Yang Kai replied mischievously. It's repairing the damage done to my soul. Old Demon was stunned, suddenly realizing what was happening. This old devil had been panic-stricken, unable to focus on anything else but survival. So he had not remembered about this until Yang Kai had just reminded him, finally come understanding what was happening. When they had visited Hidden Island, Yang Kai had received a 5-colored soul-warming lotus. This thing was simply a godly treasure for cultivating one's soul. But since Yang Kai had not yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, although he had indeed accepted the 5-colored soul-warming lotus into his soul, to this day he still could not find a trace of it. However, now that Yang Kai was trapped in this strange place and his soul had been damaged, the soul-warming lotus had naturally taken action. While he possessed this supreme treasure, how could Yang Kai be frightened of this white mist? The combination of the white mist and the 5-colored soul-warming lotus created a cycle of destruction and repair, while in the process allowing Yang Kai's soul to slowly strengthen. The only downside was this process was excruciatingly painful, not something just anyone could endure. Young master is truly blessed by the heavens. Old servant knew all along that you would be fine. Old demon quickly spewed nonsense. Yang Kai simply grinned. No longer worried about keeping his life, he sat down cross-legged and allowed himself to be enveloped by the white mist, entering a state of meditation. Although this place was quite dangerous, it was also a good place to quench his soul. If Yang Kai missed this chance, only the heavens would know when he would again find such a rare opportunity. So Yang Kai quickly made up his mind to stay here for some time. Although every time the soul-warming lotus repaired his soul, the enhancement he experienced was quite small. Many grains of sand would eventually build a tower. As long as he persisted long enough, maybe there was even a chance he could cultivate out his knowledge. See. Again and again experiencing this mind-wrenching pain, it was only thanks to his unyielding willpower that Yang Kai managed to endure. After the pain came dizziness, and once the dizziness reached a certain level, the soul-warming lotus would repair his soul. The process was very slow, but Yang Kai was also contented. This was a very time-consuming process. Half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly heard a round of mournful screams coming from nearby. Opening his eyes and glancing towards the direction the screams came from, Yang Kai once again saw Zimo's senior brother, Qi Shui, rampaging about like a headless fly within the white mist. His appearance was a mess and his face was distorted in pain, randomly colliding with things while wantonly throwing his true qi around, randomly unleashing all kinds of ferocious martial skills into his surroundings. This man was clearly not as lucky as Yang Kai, who had the soul-warming lotus on him and did not have to worry about his soul being damaged. At the moment, Qi Shui's mind had basically been destroyed. Even if he somehow managed to leave this white mist, he would still be nothing more than a mindless beast. Yang Kai slowly got up and looked coldly towards Qi Shui, pondering for a moment, but eventually deciding to confront him. Although there was no doubt in Yang Kai's mind that Qi Shui would die eventually, he was still a true element boundary 7th stage elite. So the blood bead condensed after his death would naturally be extraordinary, not something to be missed. Qi Shui had led Yang Kai into this white mist, intending to even the playing field against him. But the heavens were cruel and all he ended up doing was digging his own grave. If he had known just how dangerous this white mist region was, he certainly would not have foolishly rushed in. Slowing walking towards him, Yang Kai came before Qi Shui and punched out. Whether it was consciously or simply on instinct, Qi Shui responded with his own palm strike. Yang Kai dodged sideways to avoid him while unleashing a burning sun's 3-layer blast into Qi Shui's body. Soon after, a few muffled thuds could be heard as Qi Shui's body flew out. There was no doubt about this battle's outcome. Qi Shui had already lost his mind and was only left with his true element 7th stage cultivation. Even with such might, he was unable to utilize even a fraction of his true strength. In less than 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai ended his life with a heavy palm strike. Since there was no sun or moon in this isolated world, it was difficult to tell just how much time had passed. Many times, Yang Kai had to simply guess how long it had been by his instincts. After spending about half a month in the white mist field, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. This was not just the results of his dedicated cultivation, but also due to him absorbing more than 80 blood beads. These blood beads were all acquired when he had killed Qi Shui. Most of them were from monster beasts, but among them there were 5 which had been condensed from the essence of true element boundary disciples, each one containing vast amounts of pure energy. After absorbing such a huge amount of energy, and then spending half a month in focused cultivation, It was only natural that Yang Kai's realm had been promoted. While consolidating his 9th stage cultivation, he also laid a stable foundation for his nearing breakthrough to the true element boundary. For this past half-month, Yang Kai had also been slowly adapted to the pain in his mind, eventually even being able to ignore it altogether. Although the pain itself still existed, it was no longer able to make any impact on him. With the repeated destruction and repair, Yang Kai's divine sense slowly became stronger, and the range of his perception expanded many times. Experiencing this process for half a month, Yang Kai eventually began looking for a way out. In any case, cultivating his divine sense did not need him to do anything in particular. As long as he remained within this white mist bank, his soul would receive damage, and the soul-warming lotus would automatically restore it. Both staying put or moving around resulted in the same outcome. After exploring his surroundings for several days, Yang Kai was still trapped within the white mist bank, unable to find where he came in, nor another way out. The situation was beginning to look grim, and Yang Kai started to feel slightly anxious. Even after he used his flaming yang wings to fly up, he could not find a way out of this strange place. One day, as Yang Kai was exploring around, he suddenly became aware of some changes in the white mist around him. These changes were very subtle, and if he had not been checking carefully, he simply would not have noticed. He even discovered that this slight change was also thanks to his perception being significantly enhanced. If it was him from half a month ago, he certainly would have missed it. Afterwards, Yang Kai began to thoroughly investigate this phenomenon. After a long time, Yang Kai eventually determined that the mist surrounding him was actually slowly drifting towards a fixed position. Although he did not know why this was happening, after searching around here for so long, now that he had finally discovered something out of the ordinary, he was naturally eager to check it out. Walking along the direction the white mist was flowing, as he moved forward, the pace at which the mist flowed became faster and faster, faintly beginning to feel like a light breeze, as if there was something which was absorbing the white mist in front of him. Yang Kai silently raised his vigilance, pushing his movement skill lightly as he slowly approached the source of the anomaly. A few breaths of time later, Yang Kai began to hear a subtle humming sound coming from in front of him, like the sound of wind flowing into a hole in the wall. Focusing his senses forward in an attempt to amplify his perception to the limit, Yang Kai slowly closed the distance between the source of the sound and himself. A short time later, Yang Kai stood in place, frowning slightly as he stared at a strangely shaped stone standing not far from his position, the surrounding white mist clearly flowing towards a small opening on its surface. The hole in this stone was like its mouth, constantly inhaling the white mist. Not sensing any danger, Yang Kai gradually relaxed, his demeanor slowly transitioning from vigilance to curiosity. Upon taking a closer look, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the stone itself was hollow, and that while the white mist was flowing into it from the hole at its top, another small hole at its bottom was where the humming sound came from. It was very peculiar. Circling around the stone in interest, Yang Kai found that this stone was anything but ordinary. The stone showed some traces of being attacked previously, however these were only light scratches, with no indication of it being cracked or chipped in any way. These traces had clearly been left on the stone when someone had attacked it, and in order to come here one would need at least a true element boundary cultivation, but a true element boundary cultivator's attack had actually only been able to scratch the stone's surface. Obviously, this stone was not just some common rock. Any ordinary stone which suffered a true element boundary cultivator strike would be instantly turned into dust. Considering for a moment, Yang Kai also decided to launch his own attack, sending out a strong palm strike, but the result was him not even being able to cause the stone to shake slightly. Though he knew that this stone was certainly some kind of rare treasure, Yang Kai could only look at it. Such a big stone obviously weighed at least several thousand kilograms, possibly even more than that. It was undoubtedly impossible for him to take it away from here. After letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai slowly squat down, deciding to investigate the small opening at the bottom of the stone. Underneath the stone's lower opening, which was constantly releasing the white mist absorbed by the hole above, was a soybean-sized well, and within that well was a drop of crystal clear, amber-like liquid. When he moved closer to this well, Yang Kai caught a whiff of a wondrous fragrance that made his entire spirit feel refreshed. The feeling was even many times stronger compared to when the soul-warming lotus repaired the damage to his soul from the white mist. Treasure! Although Yang Kai did not know exactly what this liquid was, it was definitely a precious treasure which could bring great benefits to one's soul. Look at this single drop of liquid. Yang Kai's eyes filled with desire. Stretching out a finger, he carefully controlled his yuan qi in order to remove this drop of amber liquid from the well. However, before he could celebrate his success, the surrounding white mist suddenly began to swirl about more than 10 times faster than before, flooding into the hole at the top of the stone. But this time, instead of the white mist flowing out of the lower opening in the stone, it was somehow all completely absorbed, with not a strand of it leaking out. Yang Kai watched this all occur with great surprise. Gradually, the soybean-sized well began to fill with a stage-watery mist, and at the very bottom a trace of amber liquid began to condense. Does this mean that the drop of amber liquid I just extracted is actually refined by condensing the surrounding white mist? Although this was just a guess, combined with what he had just seen, Yang Kai was almost certain his theory was correct. Originally, he had wanted to preserve this drop of precious treasure, but now that he knew that more of it could be formed later, Yang Kai was no longer so concerned about this. Pausing for only a moment, Yang Kai quickly threw the drop of amber liquid into his mouth and immediately swallowed it. Tasting a sweet, nectar-like flavor, Yang Kai clearly felt the amber liquid transform into a form of energy and flow into his dantian before completely ignoring his burning hot true yang yuan qi as it traveled along his meridians, all the way up to his head. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt like his entire body was floating above the clouds, an indescribable feeling washing over him, causing every fiber of his being to rejoice. His mind suddenly felt many times clearer than it ever had before. His tactile, visual, and auditory senses at this moment were all amplified greatly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai could suddenly even make out the blades of grass over 500 meters away. In this mist-covered place, Yang Kai could only see a few tens of meters ahead of himself originally, and even that was only vaguely, but now his vision had been directly enhanced tens of times over. His hearing and tactile senses had also experienced similarly significant improvement. Understanding that he had definitely just ingested an incredible thing, Yang Kai was not negligent, quickly sitting cross-legged, calming his emotions, and carefully refining the energy released from the drop of amber liquid. As he continued to absorb and refine this energy, the benefits it brought him also became stronger. First of all were the benefits it brought to his own body. Yang Kai could now clearly feel the influx of world energy entering him from his surroundings, as well as exactly how it flowed and circulated around inside him through his 5 viscera and 6 organs. After this initial rush had passed, a sudden bursting feeling occurred within Yang Kai's mind. It was difficult to describe, like a tingling sensation. It felt as if an invisible barrier in his mind was itching, making him desperate to scratch it, yet Yang Kai frustratingly could do nothing about it. One thing was certain, this barrier no doubt existed, and was blocking some part of Yang Kai's perception. This situation went on for quite a while until, all of a sudden, this strange barrier shattered. The itching sensation was instantly replaced by a warm, comfortable feeling, causing Yang Kai to feel like his spirit had just undergone an incredible baptism and sublimation. At the same time, Yang Kai's original senses also underwent a complete evolution. It was like his entire range of perception rapidly contracted, then immediately burst and spread outwards. With himself as the center, Yang Kai could suddenly perceive his entire surroundings. The white mist which filled the air, all the individual plants, it was like he could see and feel all of it within his mind. Within a radius 2 to 3 kilometers, there was nothing he could not sense. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of confusion appearing on his face as he quietly meditated. After a long time, he began showing a strange smile as his eyes glimmered. "Old demon, I think I've just developed my divine sense," Yang Kai said softly while in pure disbelief. "What?" Old demon replied in shock. "Are you feeling all right, young master?" "No, it's true. I really believe I've managed to cultivate out my divine sense." Yang Kai's smile gradually grew bigger, slowly explaining the changes he had just experienced. As Old Demon listened, he became more and more amazed by Yang Kai, for a long time losing his ability to even respond. If what you say is true, then you certain have cultivated out your divine sense. Old Demon's voice was filled with both shock and admiration. Being able to see everything around you with your eyes closed. If that wasn't one's divine sense, then what else could it possibly be? Before reaching the immortal ascension boundary, a cultivator mainly relied on their perception to explore their surroundings. However, this kind of perception was somewhat vague and was closer to instinct than actually sensing things. This kind of instinct could also be strengthened by enhancing one's auditory, visual, and olfactory senses to perceive changes in the surrounding atmosphere, thus allowing one to infer situations further afield than one's direct environment. Perception was not omnipotent, and it was actually quite easy for it to be mistaken, but for cultivators below the immortal ascension boundary, it was the only method they had to gather unseen information. However, once one reached the immortal ascension boundary, everything was different. Once one became an immortal ascension cultivator and opened their knowledge sea, allowing their divine sense to explore their surroundings, everything around them became as clear as if one were looking at it with their own eyes. Compared to something vague like perception, divine sense was undoubtedly more powerful, and this power was not only reflected in a cultivator's ability to perceive an enemy's movements. A powerful divine sense could also be used to attack others, which was extremely difficult to prevent. But reaching the immortal ascension boundary is normally an absolute requirement in order to cultivate out one's divine sense. However, Young Master's realm is clearly still at the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. In between these two cultivation levels was an entire great realm plus a major watershed minor realm. Even though he had seen Yang Kai defy common sense countless times already, Old Demon at the moment still found such a development somewhat unacceptable. Since Young Master has cultivated out his divine sense, have you also opened up your knowledge sea? Asked Old Demon curiously. No. Yang Kai responded, also quite puzzled by this. Naturally, he had some understanding about the knowledge sea and had just now carefully examined himself, but he was unable to find any trace of his knowledge sea within him. How could that be? Old Demon said, pondering for a moment before asking, Young Master, can you see what's inside yourself, especially inside your brain? If you can see the soul-warming lotus inside yourself, then that means you've already opened your knowledge sea. I can't see it. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow greatly. It seems I can only perceive the situation outside. I can't sense anything within me. Yang Kai's case was unique. It was likely to happen only once in thousands of years, or perhaps an even longer situation. At only the separation and reunion 9th stage, being able to cultivate out one's divine sense, this was not something an average elite could do. That ability to fully utilize one's divine sense was the defining characteristic of the immortal ascension boundary, and in general, wanting to do so while still at the separation and reunion boundary was simply impossible. Moreover, while Yang Kai had indeed been able to cultivate out his divine sense, he had not yet managed to open his knowledge sea, which caused his situation to be even more peculiar. One's knowledge sea was where one's soul resided. It was also the intuitive representation of the power of a cultivator's soul. When a cultivator broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, they gained the ability to cultivate their soul, and the gathering of the myriad strands of their soul eventually formed their knowledge sea. The size and depth of one's knowledge sea was proportional to the strength and intensity of their soul and divine sense. However, with regards to Yang Kai's case, Old Demon did not know how to explain it. That drop of amber liquid, it should be the soul-cleansing do that Zhou when mentioned before. Yang Kai eyes shined as he declared with great certainty. When they had first met by the Nether Mountain lakeside, Chen Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu's master, Zhou Wan, had once said that about 30 years ago some disciples had found two incredible treasures within this isolate world. One was the brilliant flame liquid, while the other was the soul-cleansing dew. Attracted by these two precious treasures, more and more young cultivators began coming to this isolate world for life experiences. After he had killed Qi Jianxing, Yang Kai had accidentally obtained a few drops of brilliant flame liquid, which allowed him to quench his yuan qi. Now, after chasing Qi Shui into this strange mist bank, he had found a drop of soul-cleansing dew. This was truly a great heavenly fortune. Even better though, was that he could get more than one drop of soul-cleansing dew. Xianxia turned around and examined the small well at the bottom of the mist-absorbing stone. Seeing a few crystal-clear amber droplets, thinner than his own hair, Xianxia believed that as long as he waited for some time, another drop of soul-cleansing dew would eventually be formed. Thanks to him possessing the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure for cultivating one's soul. The persistent damage and repair of his soul over the past half a month, combined with a drop of soul-cleansing dew together, created a miraculous opportunity, which allowed Xianxia with his separation and reunion boundary 9th stage cultivation to cultivate out his divine sense. Young master, what is your range of divine sense? How far does it allow you to perceive from yourself? Old Demon asked curiously. About 2 or 3 kilometers. Old Demon sucked down a cold breath before laughing again and again. Young master, your luck is too great. Your divine sense is far more powerful than an average cultivator who has just entered the immortal ascension boundary. Rather, it is almost equivalent to someone at the immortal ascension 2nd or 3rd stage. I know, Xianxia said as he grinned from ear to ear. Good, for an average cultivator who has just cultivated out their divine sense, it is normally quite fragile, and even if they can spread it out freely, the farthest they can check around themselves is about 1,000 meters, and only after slowly and painstakingly cultivating their soul will they be able to expand the scope of their divine sense beyond that. Old Demon had a wealth of experience and knowledge, and although sometimes his memories were not completely reliable, the many things he knew and understood were still of great value. Over the next little while he carefully broke down and extolled the benefits and conveniences of one's divine sense while Xianxia listened attentively. The big silly grin on his face never once receded. After cultivating out his divine sense, Xianxia could more easily hide his presence and mask his abilities. As long as he did not take the initiative to engage them himself, it was no longer a problem for him to conceal either himself or his cultivation realm from anyone below the immortal ascension boundary 5th or 6th stage. Talking to Old Demon for a long time, Xianxia's mood swung from high to low several times. Checking on the small well at the bottom of the stone again, the number of amber threads seemed to have increased a bit. However, the rate at which the soul-cleansing dew condensed was obviously quite slow. Xianxia estimated that it would take at least 10 days to form a drop. The white mist continued flowing into the hole at the top of the stone endlessly, and eventually gathered together and condensed into a drop of soul-cleansing dew in the bottom well. The white mist attacked one's soul, but after it was refined somehow it became soul-cleansing dew which had great benefit to one's soul. Whatever kind of profound and mysterious changes that occurred inside the strange stone, Xianxia simply had no way of figuring out. However, in the end there was no real need to understand, as all he had to do was wait for the drop of soul-cleansing dew to form and then collect it. Old Demon, monitor this things for me. When the drop of soul-cleansing dew is finished forming, notify me. I want to enter a meditative state and attempt to break through to the true element boundary. Good. Young master, please rest assured. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Xianxia immersed his entire consciousness into himself, and then proceeded to burst a dozen drops of yang liquid stored within his dantian. All of a sudden, the true yang yuan qi flooded into his meridians, causing them to bulge and swell, while sending a feeling of soreness throughout his entire body. Enduring this discomfort, Xianxia remained silent and rapidly circulated his true yang secret art as he absorbed world energy from his surroundings, all the while doing his best to compress his true yang yuan qi as his meridians throbbed slightly because they contracted and expanded over and over again. After a long period of time, the true yang yuan qi within his meridians finally began to show some subtle changes. His meridians themselves, after having been filled with so much yuan qi for such a long period of time, also gradually became larger and tougher than before. As his meridians strengthened and enlarged, the speed at which he could circulate his true yang secret art also increased, and further smelting and refinement of his true yang yuan qi increased its purity bit by bit. When the feeling of soreness in his meridians began to weaken, Xianxia burst another 5 drops of yang liquid and then repeated his previous actions. While Xianxia was refining his yuan qi, the white mist surrounding him continued attacking his soul, which led to the soul-warming lotus continuous repair of the damage, thus creating another endless cycle of enhancement. His soul grew stronger slowly, which kept pace with the increase in purity of his true Yang Yuan Qi. Almost 10 days later, old demon woke Yang Kai from his closed retreat. A new drop of soul-cleansing dew had finished condensing. Once again Yang Kai carefully extracted it, but instead of swallowing it, this time he placed it into a bottle. With this kind of precious treasure, generally one could only consume a single drop. The second time a cultivator tried to refine it, the effects and benefits would be significantly reduced. This soul-cleansing dew was extremely precious, so Yang Kai did not want to frivolously waste it. If he brought it back and then had it refined into a special cultivation pill, perhaps it could play some role once again. Cultivation knew no time. This saying was not without truth. When Yang Kai began his retreat of bursting the Yang liquid in his dantian, then expanding and compressing the true Yang Yuan Qi to rush into his meridians, he was trying his best to refine and purify his Yuan Qi in order to increase its potency, so he very quickly forgot the passage of time. From time to time, old demon would wake him, then he would collect a drop of soul-cleansing dew and quickly store it in a bottle. Once the bottle in which he stored the soul-cleansing dew had been half filled, a total of 10 drops, Yang Kai began to feel himself approach the threshold of the true element boundary. After nearly 4 months of retreat, without taking a single pill or absorbing any Yang Qi, using nothing but his willpower to continuously circulate his true Yang secret art and refine his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai finally took his first step beyond the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. Although the main purpose of staying here was to collect drops of soul-cleansing dew, seeing how long it had taken him to reach this step, it was clear just how much of a watershed entering the true element boundary was. Many cultivators spent their entire lives unable to transcend this limit and were left with only bitter regrets and silent tears. However, layers of invisible shackles remained on his body, which seemed to block his Yuan Qi from achieving a final breakthrough in density and purity. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and a light flashing across his eyes as they shot open. His consciousness once again submerged itself into the unyielding golden skeleton where he had stored the remaining 9 yin yuan condensing dew. This was a precious treasure he had obtained alongside Xianxia in the 9 yin valley, half of which he had previously given to Su Yen, while the other half he had kept for himself to use in anticipation of this moment. Extracting this remaining 9 yin yuan condensing dew from the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai gently guided it into his dantian. Instantly pushing his true Yang secret art to its limit, he began refining the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, which caused a cool sensation to suddenly explode out from his dantian and spread at breakneck speed outwards along the entire lengths of his meridians. Say, at a speed visible to the naked eye, all over Yang Kai's body, from his clothes to his hair, a layer of frost appeared. The 9 yin yuan condensing dew was a precious treasure specifically for purifying one's Yuan Qi. It was even more effective than the brilliant flame liquid. It was a crystallization of countless years of concentrated yin qi. Even Yang Kai, with his extremely hot true Yang Yuan Qi, had difficulty resisting the chill it contained. However, in the end, heat was the nemesis of cold, so Yang Kai did not end up feeling too uncomfortable. Stimulated by the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi instantly clashed with it, and the violent reaction between the two opposing properties sent out shockwaves and ripples which spread throughout his entire body. As the ripples propagated, Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, which had previously reached a bottleneck in terms of purity, once again became purer. As the chill gradually disappeared, deep from within the meridians of his body came the sound of his Yuan Qi freely flowing, like a crisp, sweet sound of a mountain stream. The icy layer enveloping Yang Kai's body instantly shattered into dust. The heavens and earth discolored as a violent world energy swirled around him. It gathered together to a terrifying degree and then suddenly flooded directly into Yang Kai's body. The baptism which accompanied one breaking through a great realm had come. Yang Kai trembled as all the pores throughout his body breathed in. His true Yang secret art hummed as it circulated madly in an attempt to accept all of this world energy into his body. The surrounding world and Yang Kai's meridians formed a circle. Part of the world energy flowed into his marrow, while some of it quenched his flesh. The rest of this energy, which Yang Kai should have been unable to absorb, was supposed to then return to the universe. But at that moment not a trace of it escaped as the unyielding golden skeleton swallowed everything that remained, down to the last drop. When a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, there would always be such a baptism, but how much benefit one could obtain was up to their own efforts and limits. For an ordinary cultivator, no matter how amazing their aptitude was, the most they could absorb was 30% of this baptism. The most important role of absorbing this 30% was to temper the cultivator's body so that their flesh and bones could withstand the corresponding upsurge in yuan qi, while the remaining 70% would soon dissipate into the atmosphere. However, from his first breakthrough into a higher great realm until now, Yang Kai had always been able to absorb at least 90% of this baptism. And this time was even more astounding, as he managed to take in all 100% of it. Just how terrifying the unyielding golden skeleton was could be seen at a glimpse. As the world energy disorder gradually subsided, Yang Kai's aura also calmed slowly, eventually becoming the same as any ordinary person exhaling a long breath. Yang Kai opened his eyes as his entire being seemed to radiate. True element boundary. After cultivating for so long and enduring so many hardships, he had finally arrived at the true element boundary. Once, the true element boundary was something he could only look up to, but at this moment, he too could finally stand tall as a true element boundary master. In reality, the time it had taken him to reach this height was only 2 years. Even if he counted the 3 years he had spent in languish before then, it was still only 5 years. Anyone who could reach the true element boundary after only 5 years of cultivation would be considered a true heavenly favored genius no matter where they went. Lightly clenching his fists and feeling the full extent of his newly obtained unfathomable and explosive strength, Yang Kai also perceived how the yuan qi flowing in his meridians had undergone a fundamental transformation. Compared to the previously ethereal and invisible fog-like yuan qi, his new true qi was undoubtedly more solid and powerful. What was flowing through his body now could no longer be called yuan qi, but true qi. These two forms of energy were simply not comparable. Originally, Yang Kai had roughly 70 or 80 drops of the yang liquid in his dantian, but now he only had about 20. However, the energy stored within each of these was equivalent to the sum 3 or 4 of his previous drops. The power and lethality of the martial skills Yang Kai could unleash when using this new yang liquid would undoubtedly be far stronger than before. After reaching the true element boundary, the potency of a cultivator's true qi could also be divided into 9 different grades. The first grade was the highest purity, while 9th grade represented the most common. This division was not something which was coupled together with a cultivator's realm, but was instead more akin to a measure of one's innate constitution. For a general cultivator, after their breakthrough to the true element boundary, if they did not have any auxiliary precious treasures to assist them in the formation of their true qi, they would likely end up having a 9th grade rating. Even if they had taken some kind of precious treasure to enhance the purity of their true qi, normally the most they could hope for was for their evaluation to be raised to the 8th grade. But even this was enough to make most people smile from ear to ear. As soon as one had acquired their true qi, their combat strength would definitely be raised to a new level compared to when they were using yuan qi. But if they were to meet an opponent whose true qi was of a higher grade than their own, even if their realm was slightly higher, they might not be their opponent. One's true qi grade would also slowly increase as long as the cultivator continued to increase their overall strength. But even if one cultivated to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, if they had no other special opportunities, their true qi would only be able to reach the 3rd or 4th grade, with a select few masters being able to reach the 2nd grade. As for reaching the 1st grade, that was something only legendary figures would possess. It could be said that when a cultivator broke through to the true element boundary, the initial grade of their true qi would be an indication about his or her future development, as this was the essential foundation of their life. In order for a cultivator to be considered a true genius, when they broke through to the true element boundary, the minimum requirement was to have 7th grade true qi, with 6th grade true qi being preferred. The higher the grade was at the beginning, the more hope there would be for them to reach the apex in the future. Right now, Yang Kai did not know the exact grade the true qi in his body had achieved, but he was certain was at least the 6th or 7th grade. It was impossible for his true qi to be any lower. Both the brilliant flame liquid and the 9 yuan condensing dew were precious treasures specifically used to quench one's yuan qi. Both of them were valuable and difficult to find existences, yet Yang Kai had used them both. Coupled with his continued efforts in the separation and reunion boundary to quench his yuan qi, when he finally formed his true qi, naturally its grade would not be bad. Looking up and checking his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't but be surprised for a moment. "Old demon, what happened?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. He had suddenly found himself not surrounded by the white mist, and the stone that could form the soul-cleansing dew was also gone. All that was left around him was a barren landscape. Looking around, in the distance there seemed to be a lush jungle with a tall mountain range further off into the horizon. A few days ago there was suddenly a strange world energy movement, and then young master was suddenly here, but since young master was in the final moments of his breakthrough to the true element boundary, old servant did not dare to interrupt. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow for a moment before suddenly understanding. It seems like he had been sent out of the isolate world. Ling Tai Su had said that once one had entered the strange isolate world for life experience, there was no need to look for a way out because there simply wasn't one. Only after a certain amount of time would one naturally be expelled. This period could be long or short, perhaps as long as 2 or 3 years or as quick as a few months. Apparently this time it was about a year or so. This life experience was now over. The only thing Yang Kai regretted was being unable to acquire more soul-cleansing dew. Since it only took about 10 days to form a drop, if he had been able to stay inside the isolate world for a long period he would have been able to collect more. But in the end Yang Kai was still quite satisfied. After all, he had still managed to collect a dozen drops. Right now he should be inside Nether Mountain, the great Han Dynasty's one and only forbidden zone. When he had come together with Ling Tai Su, they had met several ferocious and powerful sixth-order monstrous beasts along the way. Now, in order to leave, he would only be able to rely on himself. Looking around, he saw several trails left behind by other people as they had made their way out of Nether Mountain. These survivors were elites within their sex. Each of them possessed great strength. If they encountered a fifth-order monstrous beast, they would easily be able to handle them, and even if they ran into a sixth-order monstrous beast, as long as its strength was not overwhelming, they would have no problem escaping. "Young master, something is strange about this place." "What exactly is strange?" "If you fly up into the air, you'll be able to see." Old demon did not elaborate. Yang Kai simply nodded and released his divine sense, and everything within a 10-kilometer radius around him suddenly became clear in his mind. While Yang Kai had been in closed retreat to break through to the true element boundary, apparently his divine sense had also inadvertently been enhanced a lot. Not aware of any danger or even any life in his immediate vicinity, Yang Kai activated his flaming yang wings, flew up into the air, and turned around to look beneath him, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Sure enough, old demon sucked in a deep breath. This place, why does it seem like it has been intentionally flattened? Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Beneath Yang Kai was a several tens of kilometer radius barren wasteland that was completely devoid of anything living, and even the grass and trees had all been reduced to dust, and if one looked carefully, there were even traces of a palm print which extended kilometers in every direction marking the ground. Well, someone or something must have launched an attack here. Who or what could have such tyrannical strength? Yang Kai was clearly frightened by such a feat and such strength. It was simply unfathomable. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya were certainly amongst this world's top masters, but Yang Kai estimated that even if they joined forces and used all their strength, they would be unable to create such a devastating palm print. Moreover, this palm strike was definitely not recently made. At the very least, half a year to a year had passed since it had appeared here, yet till this day the land around it was still completely barren. It was difficult to imagine just how powerful and devastating this attack had been. Unable to contain his shock for a while, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. When Ling Tai Su, Ghost King Valley's Gue Li, and the 10,000 Flower Palace's old woman had brought them into Nether Mountain, Ling Tai Su had asked the old woman a question. Her response was that some kind of great change must have recently occurred in Nether Mountain, which caused many 5th-order and 6th-order monstrous beasts to rush to the periphery. The timing matched with what the old woman had said. Was the master who created this palm print and the change within Nether Mountain related? We should not stay here. Old Demon suddenly woke Yang Kai from his thoughts. Yeah. Yang Kai nodded towards a direction and began to flap his flaming yang wings in order to fly outwards. Before now he had not dared to use his wings in public because he had no way of efficiently investigating his surroundings, but now that he could utilize his divine sense everything was different. With his divine sense spread out, it allowed him to observe everything with a dozen kilometers at a glance. So naturally Yang Kai was no longer afraid of being spied upon. Half an hour later, Yang Kai flew out of Nether Mountain. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai checked his surroundings for a moment before determining his next destination, and he slowly began to walk in its direction. Young Master does not want to immediately return to High Heaven Pavilion? Old Demon saw some clues and determined the direction of Yang Kai was heading was not the way back to High Heaven Pavilion. I'm not going to head back yet. First I'm going to visit Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai said. The wordless black book's 5th page had clearly instructed him to take a trip to Medicine King's Valley, and though it had not given him much information on why he should. When he had originally received these instructions he had wanted to enhance his strength first before making the trip and had ended up being brought to Nether Mountain by Ling Tai Su for life experience. Now that his cultivation had reached the true element boundary, naturally he wanted to go see Medicine King's Valley. After his promotion to the true element boundary, whenever Yang Kai activated his movement skill it was much faster, which allowed him to travel a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. However, after a few activations, Yang Kai stopped and no longer rushed to use his movement skill because doing so consumed a large amount of true chi. 2 days later, Yang Kai had traveled thousands of kilometers away from Nether Mountain. But as he was walking along an official road, an uneasy feeling suddenly welled up in his mind. This feeling was not his own but was instead being conveyed to him by someone else far away from him. Yang Kai was surprised for a moment before he turned to look in the direction the feeling had come from. Faintly, he felt there was something unusual happening several dozen kilometers away. Frowning, Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled. His divine sense was now only capable of sensing things a dozen kilometers away. So how could details of a situation several dozen kilometers away be transmitted to him? The brand! Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he finally understood the uneasy feeling that he had sensed. When he had encountered ZMO and Lang Shan, he had placed a brand onto both of their souls, so now several dozen kilometers from here, one of them must have encountered some kind of mortal danger, which had in turn been transmitted to him. Is it ZMO or Lang Shan? Thinking till here, Yang Kai's expression sank as he rushed towards the other side. Yang Kai's assumption was not wrong. Several dozen kilometers away, ZMO was indeed suffering from the greatest danger she had ever experienced in her life. When she had left Yang Kai's side her cultivation was at the true element boundary 6th stage, but after such a long life experience in that isolated world, she had achieved a breakthrough to the 7th stage. Coupled with her distinguished origin, ZMO could be said to be a leader amongst the younger generation. But now, she had fallen into a worrying situation and scrambled to cope with the attacks from the enemy she was facing. Her abdomen had received a long wound, and her clothes had long been stained blood red. Her breath was ragged, and her beautiful face was pale. She was clearly in a bad state, but she still grit her teeth and refused to cry out. When she was exiting Nether Mountain, she was unlucky and had suffered an attack by multiple monster beasts. If she had not quickly used her soul-controlling insects to control one of the monstrous beasts, she would have long been dead. In that battle she had sustained numerous wounds, and even the monster beast she had managed to control had died. Finally managing to escape, she had not gone far before she encountered an ambush. She even knew who her assailant was. It was the one Yang Kai had been looking for, Wu Changyi. Wu Changyi's cultivation had risen to the true element boundary 8th stage. Although there was only a difference of a minor realm, one of them was uninjured and prepared while the other had just suffered wounds in battle, so caught off guard by this sudden fight, ZMO soon found herself at a disadvantage, and accidentally received a sword strike, which made her state deteriorate further. As a streak of sharp sword chi approached, ZMO's expression became serious, and she quickly called out a bronze shield-type artifact, pushing her true chi into it for defense. Bang 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 bang, the sword chi wave violently struck the shield, and although ZMO remained unhurt, she was still knocked back several steps as her breathing quickened. As long as you hand over the method you use in order to enslave monster beasts, I'll spare your life, Wu Changyi said indifferently as he lifted the sword in his hand, pointing its tip towards ZMO. In the Isolate world, Wu Changyi had witnessed the strength of the Tianlang cultivator's enslavement martial skill and had quickly made up his mind to get his hands on it. So he prepared an ambush for ZMO in order to extract the Sanluo Temple technique. In your dreams, ZMO ground her teeth fiercely. Wu Changyi sneered. I'll give you one last chance to surrender. If you force me to catch you, I'll make sure you beg for death. I think a lot of people would be interested in making a plaything of an exotic woman like you. A cold chill briefly flashed across ZMO's eyes before she suddenly wore a seductive smile. Perhaps you're also interested? Unfortunately for her, Wu Changyi's expression remained cold as ice. I cultivate the ruthless sword and shall not be tempted by cheap slut like you. So discard any schemes you may be thinking of using against me. Instead, I have a teacher who is quite lustful. I believe will be very willing to accept you. Zemo's beautiful smile suddenly went sour as she viciously cursed. Bastard! Z.